Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. That was Brother Egg. All right, y'all. That was Brother Egg. Brother Egg. Shout out to Brother Egg, man. Shout out to him, better known as 16 to Life. Shout out to 16 to Life, man. If you get a minute, going over to 16 to Life, the YouTube page, check him out, man. Page is exploding. Brother Egg's a good dude too, man. You know what I mean? I did 24 years out there in the California penal system, man. Bounced around all the different prisons out there, but do not get it twisted, man. Brother Egg will put them hands on you if you come crazy, man. So please, man, show respect. And he's the type of dude, he's gonna respect you too, man. As long as you be respectful to him, he's gonna respect you too. But shout out to Brother Eric, man, letting us use that music royalty free. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Y'all going over there and support that brother, man, because he does a lot of good music. Has a lot of he has a lot of what do you call that? There's a lot of like animated stories. He got a lot of his own stories, but he got a lot of animated stories too. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. Let me pull Brother Eric down. We got another one in here. Y'all. What's going on, Brother Rico?
I'm doing well, sir. I'm doing well. What's going on with you?
Man, everything is good, man. It's good. Best word I can use, man. You know, man, everything is really well, man. Just glad to be able to be in the position to be able to talk to our people again, man, and conversate with them, chop it up with them real quick, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, another day above ground.
Yeah. How did the holidays go, bro?
Went good. Nice, peaceful, quiet. The babies got what they want, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah.
Took care of the babies. Everybody else, fuck them. It was actually pretty good.
Rico,
that was the main thing. Making sure the babies put a smile on the babies' faces.
Yeah.
And then I'm set. Ain't nothing else.
Yeah.
My day's complete.
Right.
Because I don't care what nobody else thinks. They love me. Everybody else tell me go to hell, but they love me. And that's all that matters.
The ladies and the little kids love Rico. All right, man. Yeah, it was the same thing around my house, man. I'm really not a Christmas person, but my wife goes all out for my granddaughter, man. So she opened up all her presents. She had a good time. So that's what was important for us, man.
So let me ask you a question. Speaking of, did your Islam celebrates Christmas, right? I just thought that. I don't know, huh?
No.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Oh, no. Shit. I never knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I knew like Jehovah Witnesses didn't.
Yeah.
And shit outside.
I mean,
everybody did.
Well, put it like this. Do they recognize it as Jesus' birthday? Depends on what sect you're talking to. Most of them don't, but it depends on what sect you're talking to. Just like Christianity has 350 different denominations, same thing in Islam. It's all kind of Shiite, Sunni, all kind of different sects. So depending on who you ask, but mostly not really.
Okay. I never thought they did. I just thought everybody did, except because the only people I've ever heard who say specifically they don't were people I knew that were Jehovah, and I'm pretty sure there's some others, but Jehovah Witnesses where they said they don't celebrate any holidays and any birthdays.
I mean, they might give gifts, but they don't like look at it as this is Jesus' birthday. They don't look at it like that. You know what I mean? But
I mean, because it's such a damn commercial holiday now. I rarely even think of it in religious terms because it's so commercialized.
Yeah, we were told just, hey, don't put yourself in a whole bunch of debt, because most people put themselves in debt and then they spend a whole year paying it off. By the time they pay it off in November, they go right back into debt again in December, buying everything that they can't afford.
But they don't frown on you celebrating it.
Well, I mean, as long as you understand what you're doing. The thing is, don't tell your like we were told, don't tell your children that a white man's coming down your chimney. The minister was like, all y'all, most of y'all don't even have chimneys. You ain't got no chimney in the projects. How you gonna how your children coming? But you telling your child
you could tell them that we're gonna get a tree, we're gonna do gifts, you're gonna open it up on Christmas Day.
You could do what you want, but like I said, the organization as a whole not gonna recognize that day as a day. But obviously, you're gonna do what you want to do in your own home, because you might have people in your family, and most of us do. We have people in our family that do observe Christmas, that recognize that as Jesus' birthday, right? So
getting to my account.
I just didn't know that.
Yeah. So, but like I said, it just depends on where you go. You know what I mean? But we was taught all kind of different ways to observe that day. But long as you can spend time with your family, that's the most important thing, man. Okay, let's Rico, we gotta say what's up to everybody in the neighborhood, man, because got a lot to get to today. All right, first of all, Risa Neal's in the house. Shout out to Risa Neal, A1 Day One, man. Shout out to you, sis. Said, hello family. I'm in the slab. I'm on the slab heading home. May be late, but I'll watch. Okay, right on, Risa. We got you. We know you're gonna come through here. Hey man, hey Rico. I got an email from somebody, man. And this person was upset. They had been thrown out of the building, man. and so the person who they was describing, I knew instantly who they was talking about that had thrown them out. I knew who they was. I knew instantly who it was, man. Shout out to Risa, man. Shout out to Risa, man. One thing about it, you gotta say, man, she consistent, man. She pushes that line, man. Shout out to Risa. Oh man, Black-hearted with new growth, old soul, new growth. What's going on in the building, my brother? Glad to have you in the building, sir. Oh man, let's see. Sister India's in the building. Shout out, Sister India. Good to have you in the building, sis. What about Brother Von Bryant? Von Bryant's in the building, man. Von Bryant sent me a text yesterday. He said, "Hey, Brother Clarence, solve this puzzle." I'm like, man, I can't figure out. I go to my wife. I said, even my granddaughter was like, man, I can't figure that out either, right? So my wife called my son, one of my sons in, and my baby boy in. He came in there. He said, "Oh yeah, I know what that is." I said, "Well, what is it?" He said, "I can't say it. I got to write it down for you." I said, "Okay." He wrote it down. I said, okay. Shout out to Bob Bryant, man. Shout out to Bob Bryant. Good brother, man. Good brother. Okay, let's see who else we got in the building. Oh, my Taurus brother, Anderson the Great, man. Shout out to you, man. We black again. Yes, we are, brother Anderson. We are, man. We are. We trying to stay that way. Trying to stay that way. Me and you and Sister Annie, man, we the Tauruses in the building, man. Gonna treat you real good. As long as you treat us good, we're gonna treat you good, man. We're gonna treat you real good, but don't play us. That's all we asking, man, right? We're just saying don't play us. If you play us, man, then we're gonna get ugly, man, and that's not gonna be nice, man. Shout out to you, man, New Girl. Shout out to you. Shout out to Don GQ, man. Shout out to you, brother. Good to see you, man. I just subscribed to your channel about maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, man. Shout out to you, Don GQ. Good to have you in the building, my brother. Anderson is in the building, man. Who else is in the building? Brother Marcus is in the building. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Good to have Brother Marcus in the building, man. As always. Shout out to you, man. Okay. All right. So, all right, y'all. Got a lot to get to today. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get straight to it, man, because today, man, this is a topic that I was talking to Rico earlier today, and Rico's like, "Hey, why don't we talk about people giving back to the community and what happened to that?" I said, "Oh, okay, let's do it. Okay, so I want to show y'all how we were kind of on the same page. Most of us, everybody wasn't, but most of us was kind of on this page here, and we were, kind of trying to make it happen as far as black people.
We shall overcome. Deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome. Though I join hands so often with students and others behind jail bars singing it, we shall overcome. Sometimes we've had tears in our eyes when we joined together to sing it, but we still decided to sing it. We shall overcome. No, before this victory is won, some will have to get thrown in jail some more, but we shall overcome. Don't worry about us. Before the victory is won, some of us will lose jobs, but we shall overcome. Before the victory is won, even some will have to face physical death. But if physical death is the price that some must pay to free their children from a permanent psychological death, then nothing shall be more redemptive. We shall overcome. Before the victory is won, some will be misunderstood and called bad names and dismissed as rabble-rousers and agitators. but we shall overcome. And I'll tell you why. We shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. We shall overcome because Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. We shall overcome because William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth crushed the earth will rise.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Did y'all see Martin Luther King pointing at the bullet hole in his house? Tell me Martin Luther King wasn't a G. Which one of you Negroes get a bullet in your window and stay on the job? I don't get it, man. Ain't nobody gonna tell me Martin Luther King was soft. I used to believe that back in the day, man. But as I got older, I started realizing, man, you know how you start just crunching the numbers. You say to yourself, this man was a G. This man was a G. This man got stabbed, still on the job. House fire bomb, still on the job. Bullets through the window, still on the job. Which one of you Negroes have any of those things happen to you? Children threatened, wife threatened, and y'all still on the job. Still on the job. You ain't getting rich. Martin Luther King wasn't rich. Now, was he perfect? I don't think so. I don't think any man is perfect. But Martin Luther King was messing around on his wife. Yeah, that's what the FBI said. But I tried to tell y'all before, these charismatic dudes, man, they attract. Yeah, man, congratulations to us, Vaughn. You're right, man. Vaughn. And we wouldn't have did, I'm telling y'all, we wouldn't have did half of that without Vaughn Bryant. We wouldn't have did half of that goal without Vaughn Bryant. Vaughn Bryant came to me and said, Clarence, let's ask everybody else for the money for the backpacks. Vaughn, you crazy. Now let's ask them. As a matter of fact, Clarence, I got a great idea. What's that, Vaughn? Let's spend all day Saturday begging all these people for money. What? I said, Vaughn, they don't know us. I said, Vaughn, they just gonna turn us right off. He said, I know. Come on, let's do it anyway. Then I realized, hey, you know what? He's right. We don't have the money anyway. We ain't got the money anyway. So what? So what? Okay, I see you, Rico. All right, so let me get back to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, like the FBI said, oh yeah, you know, Martin Luther King was messing around with all these women and this and that. And so I told y'all, just like I told y'all about the Derrick Jackson thing, right? See, it's easy for people that don't have women throwing themselves at them to say, "Oh man, you just a bad person. You did this, you did that."
Hey Clarence, can we take a moment and ask Brother Newgrove? He needs to qualify that by saying most blacks in the South experience the same things as Martin Luther King, because most blacks in the South did not get their house firebombed, nor did they get stabbed.
Yeah.
They were harassed. I agree with that. Most of them did deal with racism, but to be stabbed and to have your house firebombed or to have it shot up, that was not most. Yes, there were others.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think to say that makes it seem like, it seems like you're diminishing his sacrifices, because most black people in the South were not stabbed in their lifetime, and most were not had their house firebombed. So I'm not knocking what you're saying, Negro. I'm like, you got to qualify that, because then you're diminishing the depths, the lengths that he went to. That most black people, after one incident happened, most of them would have stopped.
Yeah, it was gone.
Most of them would have stopped protesting, and he continued. So that's an even bigger thing. Not a lot of them back then. Once their house got shut up, they moved.
But
you know what I'm saying? They didn't continue to do what he did. So that
Rico,
just needs to be said.
I want to also say that on a little bit, New Growth is right, because the mood of the people was different back then. That's what we're going to talk about today, because the mood of the people is not like the mood back then was, okay, I'll take it as long as I can. And
Right.
if I can't win, I can't take it no more. Then I'll okay.
But I'm just saying, most of them did not.
They didn't go
take
through what
it to
Martin
the
Luther King
point.
did. No.
Exactly.
I mean, the
I'm
FBI
saying
sent
he was a cut
putting
above.
sugar in
Yeah.
your gas tank and flattening your tires and doing all kind of
Not
other
giving you a
little stuff.
job, calling your
Yeah,
boy,
man.
beating your
Calling your house
ass.
at 3:00 in the morning and stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't do none of that stuff to that. I mean, not none, but they didn't do half of those things to everybody else, man. Martin Luther King was
Exactly.
really, man. I used to, man. When I first
Most black people were not under constant surveillance by the FBI.
oh my God, man.
I mean,
Oh,
it's a different level, and that's all I'm just saying is when you say it that way, New Growth, you make it seem like, oh, he didn't do nothing that no everybody else didn't do, or he didn't go through nothing that like no, he went through a whole hell of a lot more than what everybody else went through. Well, I'm just saying is I'm reading what you wrote, and that's what I'm saying. It's landing like you're saying. Your statement is I put the statement up, Clarence.
which statement?
That well, I agree, but in reality, most blacks in the I'm assuming he meant South experienced the same things.
Right.
And if he's saying the same thing that you described that he went through, I'm saying that statement makes it sound like what he went through wasn't that much different than what most black people in the South went through. And I'm saying that's not true. What he went through was much more than what most black people in the South went through. Him and maybe a small handful of others went through similar things. But most black people in the South did not go through that level, is what I'm saying.
Right. So Rico, you're not saying that they didn't experience nothing down there.
No, they all experienced something, but
he
it wasn't on that level.
Right. Yeah,
most of them did not get stabbed.
Yeah. They focused on him tremendously.
And a few other leaders that they were specifically exactly. That's what I'm saying. So so to endure all that. And like you said, to continue with the protest, with the fight, without hiding and leaving yourself in harm's way, to continue to do all that in the face of it, because a lot of blacks who, if they got ran up on, they came up north. They got out as soon as they could.
Right.
It wasn't a lot. It was, and I don't blame them. It's not like, I think that they should stay there. He did.
I mean, you can stay there as long as you can take it. I mean, you know what I mean? But once
he stayed there till they killed him.
Right. I mean, you can only stay as long as you can, right? I mean, what other person would have left their family in that kind of situation? You know what I mean?
If I misinterpreted it and I read it wrong, then you can explain to us what you meant by that. But I'm saying that that's how it could be interpreted.
Oh, okay. I think what he was trying to say, Rico, was that everybody was having a tough time down there. I don't think
you say it that way. Exactly. You say a lot of blacks was going through. Exactly. But you can't, if we're holding out a man who we made a national holiday for, we've already investigated that, okay, what he went through exceeded. I just hate when now in this day, so many people are quick to diminish him and his legacy or to find some sort of fault with it. I'm like, my God. It ain't much that I agree with AD about. But when he sit there and say certain people are just off limits, I'm not saying they're flawless. Just leave them alone. He did enough.
Ooh. Yeah, man.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, Von Bryant. See, you're saying it the same way. You saying the same things. They did not experience the same things. A very small handful of people experienced the level that he did. And that needs to be pointed out. We're making it seem like the vast majority of black people in the South went through that. That's just not factually true.
They definitely went
Unless
through
my history is wrong. The vast majority of black people in the South didn't go through half of what he went through.
That I don't, I
I'm
can see
not
both
telling
sides
you
of
to say. I'm telling you that you can explain it.
But that's one thing New Growth is saying that is going to lay the groundwork for what we're going to be doing today is that people thought the people themselves thought differently than the people do today as far as how the sacrifice it's going to take to make things change, to have change in the society. They was willing to make a sacrifice, as long as they can. All right, obviously, right, Rico. And you burn my house down, I ain't got no more money. I got to move up north with relatives because I don't have no place to stay down here.
Oh, so you don't kill me, or for fear of losing their life, and he didn't,
right?
And he didn't.
Well, I would say he had fear of it, but he didn't let that stop him from.
Right, but I'm saying he didn't move up north. He didn't leave.
No, he didn't leave.
In spite of that, when I think 99.9% of Black people in the South in that period and that time would have left. We know that. There were Black people being run out of the South all day, every day for the same thing or for lesser.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So
I think what he thought was he could get this done. I think he knew at some point they was coming for him. Well, he knew that they was coming for him. And but he knew that they was going to eventually get him. But he was trying to get something done before that happened. So I think that was in his mind. He felt like, hey,
But I think that takes a remarkable amount of courage.
Man.
A remarkable amount of courage.
Man.
And to sit there and say that we had an abundance of courageous people, we did not have that. We had some, but there was not. We ain't got an abundance of it today, and we only had a small handful of courageous leaders who, in the face of all that, because remember, he was at 26% popularity because a lot of Black people was, why they didn't agree with it? Because they were afraid.
Obviously.
Exactly.
Negro said King was stabbed in NYC. Yeah, Negro. But what I'm saying is, for example, if you got stabbed in the NYC and your job was in Atlanta, and you got stabbed because you was on that job,
doesn't matter. Then it doesn't matter where you were.
Exactly, and you'll be like, well, you know what? Let me quit this job, and then maybe the stabbings will go down, right?
Because it's not where he got stabbed; it's what he got stabbed for.
Yeah, exactly. That's the simple math, right? So he was stabbed in NYC, but the purpose for why he got stabbed was what he was representing and what he was doing. So that's all I'm saying. Because I used to think when I first came into the nation, I thought ignorantly that Martin Luther King was somehow this person with no backbone and all of this. And I didn't have no one to straighten me out at the time. I had to kind of figure it out for myself and see, and didn't even hear the minister talking about the man. And then I was like, why is he talking about him like this? Like he's, just, and then I had to realize and do the math on my own and see, because the minister had his house firebombed. And had they did pretty much the same things that they was doing to Martin Luther King, to Mr. Farrakhan, a lot of them. So he understood. I mean, back in the day when it wasn't happening to him, he could, of course, that we was all talking about. He was probably one of the ones talking about Dr. King too. But then when you get to that level, and then stuff that you get that kind of heat, then you understand. Oh, this man wasn't no punk. This man was a G. Stand there and point to your own window or wherever he was, where a bullet was meant for that's your name on that window, that bullet hole, right? That's your name. Think about that. So, I think you got to be a G to hang in there like that, man. Shout out to Martin Luther King, by the way, the King family, man. But so but what I want to talk about this FBI thing where they said he was with all these women. So I'm trying to tell y'all that when these men, they're very charismatic men, they have women all over them. I've been there. I've seen it where these women will, dude is in the pulpit and so charismatic that women, we've seen it with Jamal Bryant. We've seen it with John Gray. We've seen it with Jimmy Swaggart. All these dudes, what's the other one? Jim Baker. All these different dudes, man. And I'm sure T.D. Jakes and Joel Osteen are going through the same situation where just women are all over the place trying to get to them, right? And so it's easy to say, I would never do this. Yeah, you would never do it because ain't no woman gonna never step to you like that. but these dudes, man, they got women throwing themselves at them. They're on the road. You're on the road. I mean, Martin Luther King was a young dude. He was only 39 when he passed away, right? Or was assassinated. I don't want to say passed away, make it sound like he died, in his sleep. No, he was assassinated, right? He was a young dude, man. Still had the libido and everything, right? You're on the road 2 or 3 nights, 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Maybe you might have broke. Maybe you might have cracked on that end. You never know. But he still stood tall on what everything else he was trying to do, right? Got to give people some credit, for what they are doing, right? All right, y'all. So we're going to watch a little bit more of Martin Luther King because I want y'all to see how things were and where we're going to go to where they are now. All right, so let's finish up with the good Dr. Martin Luther King.
Rise again. We shall overcome because James Russell Lowell is right. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future. Behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above his own. We shall overcome because the Bible is right. You shall reap what you sow. We shall overcome. Deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome. And with this faith, we will go out and adjourn the councils of despair and bring new light into the dark chambers of pessimism. And we will be able to rise from the fatigue of despair to the buoyancy of hope. And this will be a great America. We will be the participants in making it so. And so as I leave you this evening, I say, walk together, children. Don't you get weary. There's a great camp meeting in the corner.
The redness number.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, so y'all, that's where we was at. That's where we was, right? That's where we were when we were helping each other, right? We were doing everything for each other. We were well, a lot more of us than today, right? In today's world, it's different, right? It's different. And what happened? What happened to us? Many people say many things that happened to us. What happened? What was the issue? What came in? Well, was it one thing? Was it a bunch of different things? It was a bunch of different things, right? A bunch of different things kind of happened to us and made us say, hey, we had to we got to deal with a different kind of way. Vaughn said he was human. Vaughn said, question, do you think his wife was ignorant about his infidelity? You know what, Vaughn? I don't know. I think, in my opinion, I'm sure she was probably aware because the FBI would call her and tell her, do you know that your husband is with this other woman? Do you know your husband's with this? I mean, and he would call her, the FBI would intercept letters that these women would send to him and send them to her. The FBI would forward the letters to her, right? And it wasn't no joke on him, man. They was really trying to bust this dude apart, man. And unfortunately, man, they ultimately pulled off what they were trying to pull off, like they do with a lot of different people, with a lot of different people. Von Bryant, Negro says, Von Bryant, according to her, she wasn't. It came to her head when she got sick. It felt so bad, he confessed to her. Well, I mean, according to the FBI, they was calling his house, right? Going to a pro, they was calling his house and calling her and telling her, hey, this is what's going down on the road with your husband. Just to let you know, right? Just to start some stuff in his household, right? All right, but even if she did know, that was her option to stay, her option to go. I think he was the kind of dude where, he was going to push on, whether she felt that way or not. I mean, I'm sure he loved her, but, it's hard when you're on the road, you're a young man. Look at Derek Jackson. I believe in Christ. I believe in Christ. I believe in Christ. And Christ, and I'm building my marriage around Christ, right? Good intentions. But man, hard. It's hard out here. See, I'm nice and ugly, so I don't have to worry about that kind of thing, right? You guys are good looking dudes out there, man. You know, y'all got to worry about that. So y'all got to make sure you tighten up, right? Yeah, why? Yeah, you're right, Ron. Why wife into it? I mean, she knows, man. She, in my opinion, she knows if her husband is, you know, doing certain things, right? We all as men have a shelf life, right? We all have a certain shelf life, and your wife knows your shelf life. What's your shelf life, Clarence? That's your that's the time when you can walk. That's the amount of days you can go without having the pipes cleaned, right? Before the wife realizes, uh-oh, I haven't cleaned those pipes. He's stomping around, slamming doors. He's firing off on the dog. He kicked the cat across the house. Time to clean those pipes, right? I think most wives know, you know, if they personally live with you long enough, they realize, uh-oh. Right? A wife knows, hey, okay, it's been 3 days, it's been 6 days, it's been a week, whatever, right? You know, she knows that, hey, you know, the pipes need to be cleaned out, right? Because now this dude is all over the road, right? He's like, who left the toothpaste open like this? Who left the toothpaste open like this? And I'm gonna tell y'all, man, my wife did it to me the other day. My wife was like, because I was like going off on one of my sons, right? My wife was like, hey man, you need some special attention, man. We got to take care of you, man, because you are going bananas over this little stuff. I'm like, what? She like, yo, man, you need some special attention. No, Rico, I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. God dog it. I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. But you know, the point is that that yes, we have different facets of our personality, but if we're doing a certain good work, then let that person do that work. Now, if his wife will decide that she's gonna have an issue with, you know, what she thought he was doing, and she didn't have no specific proof of it, then that was on her, right? But she took one for the team, right? She took one for the team to make, you know, to let this man do his work. She knew that was his work, so she let him do it. How many women would have sacrificed and said, I'm gonna stay married to this man. He might got this issue. I'm gonna stay married to him, and because he got a greater work than his own faults.
Well, you got to remember that's why she's revered in the movement almost as much as he is.
You know,
because the bottom line is
sacrifice, right?
Right. You have to understand a marriage like that in a movement like that. It's not just the man. It's not like she sacrificed just her youth, everything, her whole life for the movement.
Yeah.
And you know, other women have been married to powerful men before. They didn't stick with them when the going got tough. They stuck when, you know, long as things was good. But when the going got tough, a lot of women, black, white, and anything else, it gets tough. You go to jail, whatever the case may be. Yeah. Shit, you come out, your family gone.
Yeah.
She stuck and stood by for as much, I believe, as much for the movement as him. And I think it took an unbelievable level of courage on her part too, to have her house firebombed with her children and still stand by him in the face of that. Because I say again, most of us back then, men or women, wouldn't have endured that. 99.9% at a minimum for their children's protection. And I don't fault them for it.
Yeah.
But to say that, you know, we just didn't have a lot in the face of that endured and stood that way. Even her courage. So, you know, I just, you know, that's just my thought. But yeah, she stood by, you know, so maybe that's a part of it too. Dealing with his imperfections, You know, hell, if I can withstand the firebombing of my home with my kids while we sleep, I can withstand this too.
Yeah.
But that's more courage than a lot of men had back then. Because
Yeah.
most hauled ass out of the
Yeah.
South and from wherever else, the minute the man said he was coming to look for your ass, they was gone on the first thing smoking. And I don't
Right.
blame anybody.
Right. I just think there was a lot more. I mean, I think when it comes, I think that they did what they could. Like, I don't think today we're even doing what we can. But I think that then they said, well, you know what? Okay, now I'm getting bullets through my house. Okay, now it's time to. Now I did my part. Now I gotta go. Right. But at least I did my part. Right. Whereas today we ain't even doing our part. We ain't even doing our part. But let me show you one of the things that I think was a big reason why the Black community, as far as unification, we just fell apart. Let's see. Here we go.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
For decades, the American government has been accused of intentionally flooding the streets with hard drugs. The CIA and law enforcement have supposedly been funneling drugs into the inner cities and to the African American community in particular as part of a covert effort to stop them attaining stability, building wealth, and achieving political power.
It is aimed at African American. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. And for the other non-African people, they should know that this directly will harm them too.
These ideas took particular hold in the 1980s with the emergence of the so-called crack epidemic. It's easy to understand how people of color may not believe that US authorities have their best interests at heart. But do these particular drug charges stick? Did the intelligence agencies actually play a role in flooding American cities with cocaine? In this episode, we're exploring whether the CIA was actually responsible for the crack epidemic and how exactly this story gained so much traction. The story of the CIA and crack cocaine doesn't actually begin on the streets of LA or Miami. It begins in the jungles of Central America. In 1979, the dictatorial government of Nicaragua was overthrown by socialist revolutionaries called the Sandinistas. In response, right-wing groups known as the Contras began a brutal paramilitary campaign, receiving money and weapons from the CIA as part of the Cold War struggle against the Soviet Union.
If we cut off the freedom fighters, we will be giving the Soviets a free hand in Central America, handing them one of their greatest foreign policy victories since World War II.
But in 1982, Democrats in Congress passed laws to cut off support for the Nicaraguan rebels. So the Contras and their CIA backers had to find new ways of funding their struggle. What they found was cocaine. By the late 1970s, more people in the US were snorting coke than ever before, most of it imported from Colombia. In the early 80s, smokable cocaine, or crack, exploded across American cities. This proved to be a gold mine for countless organized crime groups, even those backed by the CIA.
And today, cocaine and marijuana are found throughout our society from top to bottom. And that means corruption, top to bottom, and gang war violence.
The Contras were soon linked with Colombian cartels, and in 1985, reporters Robert Parry and Brian Barger broke an almost unbelievable story. They claimed Nicaraguan rebels were involved in cocaine trafficking, and that not only did the CIA know about these activities, they allowed them to continue in order to help fund the Contras' war effort.
All right, y'all. Okay, so this is Vice. Shout out to Vice. They're saying that the government of America was funding the Contras in Nicaragua to stop the Soviet Union from funding them, right? Because if the Soviets fund them, then the Soviets are on your back porch, right?
But I thought no, they were funding the Contras to fight the Sandinistas, which were communists. They were backed by the Russians.
But I'm saying the Russians were going to play the same game that the
Yeah,
Chinese.
they were on the other side, though. That's what
and
I was saying.
the Americans
were fighting. It was
the
a
Americans
proxy
were in an Afghan war, right?
Yeah, it was a proxy
So
war.
you these weapons, and I'm selling you these weapons, right?
It was a proxy war. We were backing the Contras, and they were backing the Sandinistas. And Reagan didn't want the Sandinistas to win because then they was afraid that it was going to become communist.
Right.
And the Russians would same way the Russians backed Cuba.
On your back doorstep, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So they felt like they had to do it, right? So, but Congress wasn't really going for that. They're like, nah, I don't think that's your main issue, right? But so they want to strike down money going to that. So they had to find a way to fund it. Now, according to this report, they're saying that the CIA got involved with cocaine trafficking, right? But you cannot sue the American government. Did you know that, Rico?
Yes.
The American government has complete immunity from all crimes. Cannot sue the American government. Why? Because there's nobody you can take them to. There's only one place you can take them to, and they got their hands all in their pocket. That's the United Nations, right? They got their hands all in everybody's pocket over there, right? That's why our beloved brother Malcolm X was murdered, right? Because he was getting ready to take the situation here in America that black people were going through to the United Nations, and they wasn't going to say it was a race situation. They were saying it was a human rights violation, right? He had packaged it up real pretty, and basically made it look just like the Jewish situation, right? I mean, paperwork wise, right?
It's a gang, the confirmation number, airline name, then flight confirmation, or the confirmation.
I gotta turn Rico's mic off sometimes. Shout out to Miss Rico, by the way. Okay, so anyway, y'all, we're gonna finish looking at how the CIA got into cocaine trafficking.
When Bob Perry and Brian Barger got a hold of a CIA report revealing that they were working in the mid-1980s with Contras fighting the Sandinista government, they were warned by their editors that this was not something that was going to make the people that own their newspapers very happy, and most of them ended up losing their jobs.
At this point, the CIA strongly denied that they were involved in the drug trade. But on the streets, the rumors began to spread that the government was either actively or passively allowing crack to be sold. These remained just rumors until 1996, when a reporter with the San Jose Mercury News named Gary Webb picked up the story from a new angle. Webb investigated the case of Freeway Rick Ross, who in the early 1980s was the most important kingpin in LA's crack scene, and probably America's first ever crack millionaire.
What's the most money you ever made in a day?
$3 million.
What Webb uncovered was that Ross's main cocaine supplier was a guy named Danilo Blandon, a Nicaraguan exile who funneled tens of thousands of dollars in cocaine profits back to the Contras through banks in Miami. Blandon, in turn, worked for Norwin Menezes, perhaps the biggest drug trafficker in Nicaragua, who had deep ties to the Contra leadership and was widely thought to benefit from CIA protection.
The DEA had always tried to arrest Nora Menezes, who was living openly and raising money for the Contras, but had never been able to build a case against him, and felt like there was something about this guy that must explain why they couldn't do that he was protected, in other words. And when Gary Webb's story came along, he not only showed where the connection was between Menezes and Blandon and Freeway Ricky Ross, but he also went into all this history and unveiled how there was a very large, well-documented crack distribution ring that had operated for years, with the CIA turning a blind eye.
What's the process?
If I'm not mistaken, that guy passed away under very suspicious circumstances. I'm gonna look him up while we're discussing this, but let me go back and get his name again, man. The report, that guy from the Mercury.
Thing about this guy that must explain why they couldn't do that he was protected, in other words. And when Gary Webb's story came along, he not only showed where the connection was between Manassas and Blandon and Freeway Ricky Ross, but he also went into all this history and unveiled how there was a very large, well-documented crack distribution ring that had operated for years, with the CIA turning a blind eye.
What's the process you go through? Okay, you're the guy on top, and where do you get your coke from?
I was getting my coke from a guy by the name of Oscar Danilo Blandon, who also was my informant. He's the guy that set me up with the police. When I went to trial, we found out that he was what they call a Contra. The Contras was backed by the CIA, and it sparked this big investigation by this reporter called Gary Webb.
In August of 1996, the Mercury News published Webb's reports in a 3-part series titled Dark Alliance. The story grabbed attention across the US, particularly amongst the African-American community, which had been targeted by law enforcement following the rise of crack.
Tell America what the story is about. It was about a cocaine ring that operated along the west coast of the United States throughout most of the 80s. And some of the money they were making was going to support an army that the men who ran the cocaine ring worked for, called the FDN. This was an army that the CIA started in 1981 and supported.
Better known to us, most of us who remember news, the Contras.
Nowhere in Dark Alliance did Webb explicitly assert that the CIA was responsible for the crack epidemic, let alone that they intentionally sold the drug. But that was the narrative that got picked up in the popular imagination, probably not helped by the Mercury News illustrating the feature with an image of a guy smoking a crack pipe superimposed on the CIA logo. But the story took off not just due to his explosive claims, but also because of another new and highly addictive force that had begun to reshape American society: the internet. Dark Alliance was the first major piece of investigative journalism.
You're right, New Growth. I was just looking at that. I was like, oh man, there's a very suspicious suicide, because suicides don't usually have 2 shots, right? Usually that first shot gets you, right? And usually the person is either so incapacitated or in so much pain, they don't usually pull the trigger the second time, right? Oh boy. But this guy, Gary Webb, was found dead 2004. 2 shots to the dome. How do you have suicide when you got 2 shots to the dome, right? Oh man, shout out to Daryl Long, by the way. Shout out to the Young King. Oh man, Rico said 56% of blacks live in the South, the Midwest, and the North, and the Northeast each have 17%. A piece of the West holds an additional 10%. Oh boy. Oh boy. Daryl Long said, rest in peace, Gary. He was a great white man. Hey man, you know what? Anybody that's willing to expose the American corruption in the American government, man, got to give them a shout out, man, because that's dangerous game, man. Dangerous game. And I guess they couldn't do him like they did Huey Newton, get him hooked on heroin. So what they did was, in most of those leaders in the '60s, they got him hooked on drugs, hard drugs. But this guy Gary Webb, man, I mean, they just went out and just put him out of his misery, man. Allegedly, he suicide, allegedly, right? But I don't know. It's the first suicide I ever heard of where you take 2 to the dome, right? Usually the first one is that's the one that gets you, right? But you go, pow, oh, I didn't get that one right. Let me do another one, pow, right? Ay. Anyway, y'all, so we're talking about the government of the U.S. selling crack cocaine. And where were they selling it? That's the thing. They were selling it in the black community and distributed in the black community, right? Because the whites were doing powdered cocaine, but black people had the cheaper form, which was crack, and then we'd even call it in the white community too, right? But the crack was dropped into the black community, man. It was brought to the black community because the price made it affordable, right? You can vial up and drop crack in the black community, what, $5, $10? Or you can rock it up, right? Right? Anyway, let's finish this show. Let's finish this real quick, y'all.
To be published simultaneously in print and online. The story went viral, getting picked up by everyone from street protesters to talk radio hosts and eventually politicians looking to attack the Reagan and Bush administrations. California Congresswoman Maxine Waters became a particular champion of the piece.
As a public elected officials, all of us must be concerned that our government could have anyway been involved in drug trafficking.
The reaction to the story was so intense that the CIA director took the unprecedented step of defending the agency at a heated LA community meeting.
It is an appalling charge that goes to the heart of this country. I will get to the bottom of it, and I will let you know the results of what I found.
How are we supposed to trust the CIA official to investigate themselves?
What was equally shocking, though, was the reaction of America's mainstream media. Webb and the San Jose Mercury News often maintained that Dark Alliance was intended as the beginning of an investigation that larger newspapers with more resources could then continue. But what actually happened was that instead of investigating the CIA, major papers like the LA Times, Washington Post, and New York Times all attacked Webb himself. Webb was eventually hounded from his job and found himself unable to work as a journalist. He died by suicide in 2004.
All three major newspapers felt completely caught off guard by this story, so they fully attacked Gary Webb with a vengeance, unlike anything that had ever been seen before, and completely attempted to not only discredit his story.
Let me go into this. Let me tell you about the American government, right? Do you know that your government has what they call a press corps? Did you know that? What's a press corps, Clarence? There's a press corps. That's a core group of people that they leak stories to, right? They have a person that's in charge of doing that. They have a person that can literally pick up the phone and call any major newspaper and say, this is what we want you to print. This is coming from the office of the president. This is what we want you to print, or the office of this person, or the office of whoever, right? This is what we want you to print. Most of them don't do it, right? Because they don't want to be investigated themselves. They're involved in a whole bunch of shady stuff themselves, right? So when they tell them to do something, they just do it, right? So instead of checking out Gary Webb's story, they jumped on Gary Webb, right? Because the CIA obviously went to all of these people. Well, I don't know exactly which agency, but obviously somebody representing the government went to these people and told them, hey, jump on this person, vilify this person, right? So that's what they did. All right, so I just want y'all to know that the government easily can pick up the phone and call the LA Times, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, all these different, Miami Sun, all these different papers. They got a person that can get in contact with any major newspaper in the country and say, do this. Or any major television station, right? Any major television station. So just want y'all to know this, man. So it's not out of range for them to be able to create this buzz to jump on this dude, Gary Webb.
And frame it as a conspiracy theory, but pretty much ruined his entire reputation.
We saw a complete failure, perhaps one of the most shameful examples of how the mainstream press can operate in destroying a fellow journalist for getting at an important story. And Webb suffered mightily for this.
But as people got more and more lost in the minutiae of attacking or defending Webb's journalism, the focus on the CIA's involvement in the drug trade began to get lost. A fact that internal CIA documents held up as a good example of managing a public relations nightmare. But in 1998, the CIA's own Inspector General released a report essentially admitting that many elements of the Dark Alliance story were true, that the agency had known that people linked with the Contras were importing cocaine, had done nothing to stop them, and had even protected them from investigation.
So you had the CIA finally coming to the table and admitting that what we reported in the 80s and what Webb reported in the 90s was in fact true.
Mr. Meneses was actually indicted in 1984. He was known within my own sources in DEA told me he was known as El Rey de la Droga, the king of drugs. He was in more than 40 files and indicted mysteriously, and people within the DEA say that it was CIA intervention that kept this sealed indictment from ever being opened.
In one case detailed in the report, when traffickers linked to the Nicaraguan king of drugs, Norwin Meneses, were busted in San Francisco in 1983, the CIA even requested that tens of thousands of dollars, which had been seized, be returned to the drug traffickers.
The CIA admitted that they knew that these guys were selling drugs and had went to the Attorney General and asked the Attorney General could they not report it because the mission that they were trying to accomplish was so big. It was a matter of U.S., what do they call it?
National security?
National security.
So wait, the CIA was allowing this just kind of to happen, the drugs to go in, and they weren't putting it there, but they were allowing it to happen and funneling the money.
That's what we believe.
This is a complex story, but let's try to answer the big questions. Did the CIA actually sell crack? On the evidence we've got, no. There were no agents with sunglasses and earpieces slinging rocks on the streets of Compton. Did the CIA work with and protect major drug traffickers? Yes, absolutely. They've been forced to admit that publicly. The real tragedy here is that as far as we know, no one from the CIA or the mainstream media even lost their jobs over this. The only people who suffered for it were the journalists who exposed the story and the millions of people targeted by the unjust and racist laws that were passed in response to the 1980s crack crisis.
We'd like to congratulate drugs.
Boy. Oh boy. So y'all heard that. This is why I'm so hard on Reagan. Right? Reagan set up the situation where these drugs were able to come in, then comes through to then he comes back with laws, racist laws against the drug people doing the drugs when he's the one flooding the streets with drugs. But I can only blame so much of this on Reagan, right? We got to carry some of this on our own, right? All right, y'all. So I'm gonna put the link out. I'm gonna put the link out, man. Yeah, any of y'all want to come up? New growth, you and Rico, man. Whew. You're like an old married couple, man. You left the top off the coat. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Right? All right, y'all. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Now we know that things need to change, right? And we want to. So the question on the floor is, why are we? As a matter of fact, this is not even a real question that I wanted to ask. The question I wanted to ask is, why are we not involved in community service anymore? So let me write that up. Why are we not involved in community service? What happened to us? What happened to us? Right? Why are we not involved more in community service? What happened to us? We used to be a get out there people, right? You saw Martin Luther King, right? You saw Martin Luther King. He was out there, man, chilling. Why are we not? Come up here and tell us why are we not involved with, I can tell you, I mean, the crack epidemic definitely hit us hard. When I say us, in particular the Black community, I think it hit everybody hard. Hit the white community hard, hit the, I'm here in Los Angeles. I see it a lot. And I know you guys on the East Coast and in Atlanta, you grow. I mean, I know we see it all over, right? But I've been out here in LA and Compton and Watts, Long Beach. Man, I'm telling you, man, I done seen it. I told y'all. Oh, excuse me, y'all. I told y'all, I had a teacher that lived across the street from me, man. Single dude, he was making money. He was a teacher out here for LA Unified School District. Bought a house by himself, man. Was doing it. Got hooked on that stuff, man. He got hooked on that stuff. Man, he got hooked on that stuff. And before you know it, man, he stopped going to work. Well, he used to be a snappy dresser, right? He used to be a snappy dresser. He was, always, he always had the lick on. He was, young dude doing his thing, man. Before we knew it, man, and this is the tall tale sign. He got skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. When he first came around, he's probably about 160, 170. Man, by the time he lost his house and lost everything, and the whole thing probably took about 2 years. By the time he lost that house and everything, he's probably about $110, if that, wet. He was emaciated. Dude was emaciated. I remember one time, dope dealers that was selling dope out of his house, they just threw him out of his house one day, right? They just threw him out of his house. He had to knock on his own door to try to get back in his own house, right? Because they was moving weight out of there, right? It got so bad, man. So what they would do is they didn't want to park directly in front of his house, so they parked in front of mine across the street, right? I had to go out there and to start taking pictures every time anybody was out there. I would be taking pictures of the license plate. And the people got so nervous, right? Because, most of the time with a crack house, it's usually the same customers, right? It's usually the same people, man. Once they get in good over there, it's usually the same people, right? I done towed their cars up. I done did all kind of stuff to get the people out of it. Now, of course, we don't have those kind of issues no more down on my end of the block, man. It's on a whole other block. But, man, I mean, it was directly across the street from me, right? So, thank God his family there now. They knocked his house down and built a duplex, and it's all nothing but families there now. But just to see it go from where it started, where he was, in good health, everything was going good, till, man, last time I saw him, he had all these sores on his face, man. And looked like he hadn't eaten in about 5 days, man. He was just like, and y'all know crackheads, right? Crackheads, they ain't hungry until you present some food, right? Till they get a minute to get themselves together. Then they get hungry, right? But if you present food or crack, they gonna take the crack, right? That's what they go, like, they forget to eat, right? It's a bad situation, man. But that's what we do, man. That's what happened with us, man. That's what happened, in my opinion. That's one of the things that happened with us. Brother Newbroke, what's going on?
Hey, man, I come in peace. I got my Gandhi hat on, man. I'm over here healing from the chicken pox. Get your guard dog off me, Clarence.
You got your reading glasses on? I don't want your Gandhi hat. I want your reading glasses on.
Wait, you gotta say it like black people say it. Chicken pops.
Okay. I may have misinterpreted it. I'll let you correct me.
Oh Lord.
No, you said I misinterpreted. What did I misinterpret? You might have meant something else. I'm telling you how it read. So tell
how it read to you.
Tell me what
how it read to you, brother. How it read to you.
It read to me.
No, because Annie and Clarence both said I don't think that's what he meant. But so say read to you.
And
right?
Okay, read to me. And
okay.
I'm saying it could be interpreted. We can pull the exact statements up word by word, because I know English well. And I know English comprehension. Now, I'm not saying that's what you meant. But I'm
Brother
saying,
Clarence, I'm sorry. I really want to talk about the subject.
It's not about the subject.
This
subject
right here, this is the ego battle. Like, ever since he got the questions wrong, he's trying to get back in the game. Let's go.
You haven't gotten me wrong.
How much money you got in your pocket? Let's go.
You ain't got me wrong on one thing. You're delusional to believe you have. But I'm saying if the subject is about community service and people doing great things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so my whole point is, I'm saying in no way, shape, or form in the fact that that man did what he did to the loss of his life. While a lot of people in the South during that time period went through a lot of discrimination and oppression, without no doubt, there are levels to this.
Yes, the hangings, Rico. What are you talking about? The hangings, the jails, the murders, the I'm not gonna have this discussion. This is an ignorant conversation. This is ignorant. If anybody knows facts of history, if they study our people, this is an ignorant conversation. I wasn't taking anything away from King. Your arrogance took you there and said, well, don't take nothing away from King. I said, no, King did it. Clarence said he wasn't no punk. I was agreeing. And
you
I
said most people in the South went through the
but let
same
me
thing.
finish what I'm saying. I'm going to let you do that. If
Okay.
you want to talk for me again, go ahead.
No.
Okay, I said most people in the South went through that, meaning that our people weren't no punks. A lot of people went through that. A lot of people were getting killed and the movement was still moving. Medgar Evers got killed, the movement was still moving. It was women getting killed in the street, the movement was still moving. Just because they weren't celebrities to you, just because your Channel 5 and your CNN didn't prompt them up and make you celebrate them on February, don't mean that they weren't getting killed, don't mean we were no punks. Like you said, the majority of blacks are still in the South. Still, you in the South.
Most black people
in the South.
Most black people were not.
Are you a punk? You in the South?
I'm in the state of Maryland. That's considered
you in the
a southern
South.
State.
That's South. You in the South. Okay. So did you run from the South? Did your people run from the South?
No.
Okay, come on, man. Let's give us respect. I wasn't taking anything away from King. I was giving credit to our people as a whole.
What I was pointing out where you were wrong is you. So even when you talk about the deaths and even that's not most people, New Grove.
How do you know? What's the extensive study?
Have no evidence.
I'm not going to argue that. I have plenty of evidence, but I'm not going to waste Clarence time continuing to tell you something. We just talked about, Clarence just talked about something else with the CIA. No, Clarence just talked about something. Can I finish? Can I finish? Clarence is talking about something that we debated in the future. I mean, in the prior, right, Clarence? About Ronald Reagan, the CIA, and the crack era.
Oh yeah, holy smoke!
This is what Rico denied. I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get into that. Everybody who watched the show know what you said. Okay. You can go back and look at the show. You can look at the comments in the section.
I know what I said.
Yes, you said that it was not Reagan. Reagan runs a president. Does the president run the CIA? Does the CIA work directly for the president, Mr. Rico Young?
Say that again.
Who runs the CIA? Who does the CIA?
The head of the CIA.
Who does the CIA directly answer to?
The head of the CIA runs the CIA.
Who's the head of the CIA?
The director.
No, the head over the CIA. It's the president.
The president's over the director.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So, but you said in prior thing, Reagan had nothing to do that. It was just the government.
I stand by what I said.
And that's a bunch of bullshit because Reagan went to the government. He went to the to the Senate. He went to the Senate and asked for money for the Iran-Contra affair. They denied him. He had to find a way to get money, so he allowed this.
He told the CIA
talk to me about no
crack.
I don't know what he told him, but we just seen the fit. I'm not gonna argue. Go ahead, brother Clint.
You asked me
because it's a bunch of bullshit right here.
You gonna ask the question and answer it, or you gonna ask it and
I'm gonna mute myself.
I tell you what, y'all. Let's let Vaughn get in the building. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps, by the way. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps. Big Rick Slaps in the building. What's happening with you, man?
Wow, what's going on? What's up, gentlemen? It sounds like the conversation is getting quite heated.
It's the love fest.
I can feel the love. You know, the love is always.
I don't understand egotism, right?
Yeah.
Everybody, all of us are men. Like, I'm not up here to do nothing. This ain't boosting nothing for me. I ain't about to get like I used to say when I was young. I ain't about to get no hoes off this. Right? I ain't about to make no money off this. You know what I'm saying? Remember we used to show out for the girls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't getting none. This ain't none of that. I'm on here trying to help my people. I'm just talking, right? But if an ego gets involved, and we gonna have problems with it, because I'm not saying nothing that I can't prove. This is what you said, brother, not me. I was sitting here chilling, made a comment, but I noticed the last couple, everything I say is jump on the back, bro. Let's be men. I'm not on here to dispute with you.
But
I
you
mean,
know what,
at a certain point, it becomes too much, right? Now, because it's ego, and I've seen you do this with other people, and I love you. I got
So
respect
if I
for
do it
you.
with other
You
people,
ain't got to
what makes
do it
it
with
ego?
me. Yes,
If I do it with other people, what makes it ego?
It's the ego that's keep translating to other people.
You do it with me in a heartbeat.
Right.
So,
I do it with other people.
Well, let me just, if I could just ask the question real quick, because, we don't want the conversation to go way, way off. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure if we would just listen to each other, maybe we could see something in what each other is saying.
True.
If we actually take that a motive in our conversation to try to understand maybe I understand your point, but this is how I see it. Well, I understand your point, but this is how I see it. So there's definitely a ground in the middle. If we would just not all get to a place to where what I'm saying is right. Everything I say is right. What I'm saying in this conversation is right. Well, let's figure it out. And then listen, it's okay to agree to disagree and then move on to the next topic. Because
I totally
at that
agree
point,
with you.
because at that point, if you continue to argue about a thing, it's kind of like beating a dead horse.
Right.
You're not going to get anywhere. But the unfortunate thing about it is we're missing where each other is coming from. You know what I'm saying? So if we could reapproach the conversation, maybe we could see different things in what each other is saying. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. I had no problem with that.
I just wanted to add that.
I mean, and I appreciate that. All I did was just make a comment, and it's like I make a comment. I say, "Yeah, this. Well, you wrong. How you gonna say that about this guy?" And then I'm like, "You misinterpret." And I said it several times. You misinterpreted what I said. Nah, I just don't like when people. You didn't ask me a question. You didn't say, "What did you mean by that?" None of that. So I understand now that it's something deeper, right? And it doesn't have to be that. I don't want to be right. I don't care about that. You right. If that's the thing, I'm on here to discuss conversation with grown black men whose main objective should be to help the community. Period. All this other shit, all this, I want to be right. And it's like everybody has personalities. Like brother Clarence has a real laid back he ain't gonna go through that. That just ain't his thing. I remember dudes like Clarence, he's not that, but you're gonna have men in the room that's going, hey, this how I'm a roll, and that's Rico. I understand that. But I'm gonna have a personality. Von gonna have a personality. But when you feel your personality must rule over everybody else, regardless of the facts of the situation or anything, because my personality must rule, that's when it comes into what's the point? I respect your personality. You loud, you do your thing. Hey, I laugh. Hey, sometimes you say things. I don't say everything what you say is right or wrong. When you doing your thing, I say, yo, Rico doing his thing. But it's like, if somebody say something that you disagree with, you automatically attack. That's not cool. And you attacking from a place of not understanding.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I mean, I know it's my show and everything, but I just want to make sure I'm not going to get on nobody's nerves, right? I think it was just a misunderstanding, and we got there, and it just kind of got out of hand. I know that can happen. Ask for help. I know that can happen, right? Where you just misunderstanding can get out of hand, and next thing you know, we're at odds, right? So let me tell you how I saw it. Okay, so I saw it where New Growth, where you were just stating that although King was very courageous, this is my opinion. If I say something wrong, you can come in and correct me. I think what you were trying to say was, although Dr. King was very courageous, a lot of our people at that time was courageous as well. I think that was the basis of what you were saying, right?
Basically, yeah. Not taking anything away from him. I'm just saying, like, I
And,
just
you
like
know,
we was
okay, so let me
a
tell you how
strong ass team. That's all I'm
now
saying.
that's after thinking about it for a minute, that's the way I saw it. When you first said what you said, I kind of thought about it like, why do you think like Dr. King was like everybody would have did that? But then I had to think about it for a minute and say, okay, that's not what he's not saying that. What he's saying is this. So I think maybe Rico didn't take that extra minute to kind of crunch it out, and he kind of assumed that you was talking about the fact that like we wasn't putting because most of us put Dr. King in this separate category of a dude that not only went through the stuff that everybody else was going through. On top of that, now he's dealing with the big boys, the FBI, CIA, and all of those big boys, right? He's dealing with the alphabet boys. When the alphabet boys get after you, they're doing everything to you, right? They're doing everything. And so so I think what Rico was looking at it was like, oh, well, is he trying to say that everybody would have made that sacrifice? And so in the jump, it probably looked like that to him. So, but you know, obviously he could more explain what it looked like to him. But that's what I saw.
But don't you think that everybody that marched with him made that same sacrifice?
No,
because their lives were on the line. Well, I'm just saying their lives were on the line as well.
They made a sacrifice, a huge sacrifice for him. I'm not saying that they didn't make a huge sacrifice. Did they sacrifice what Dr. King did? No, that's what I'm saying. They didn't sacrifice everything that you
So you're saying that those who were hosed and those who were bitten by the dogs that they sicked on them, those who that were beaten, you see what I'm saying? Even though Martin Luther King was beaten as well, those who had courage to stand on that line with him, are we discrediting those people as if they didn't have?
If
they
you
didn't
listen
have the.
To what I'm saying.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
I'm saying they made a great sacrifice.
Right.
Those people made great sacrifices. Getting bricks thrown at them, getting hit in the head with bricks, sticks, bottles.
Okay.
They made having dogs sicked on them. Yes, they made huge sacrifices. What I'm saying is Dr. King was on another level with that. He also made.
I agree. I agree. I agree
so
with
that's
that.
what I'm saying. So
yeah,
we're gonna
I definitely agree with that.
We're gonna say everybody was at that level. I can't say that.
Well, no, I would have to agree that he was on a different level
That's all I'm saying,
as
Vaughn.
far
That's
as far as
away from the people that I'm not even taking them. I'm not taking away nothing from people that
I would
didn't get the
definitely
dogs
agree.
on them.
I would agree with what you're saying.
Didn't get everything on them. I'm not taking away nothing from even just the people that when Dr. King's family was traveling around and they would just feed them. They would just take them into their house and feed them. Just that.
Right.
Or they would go out to the march or just support the march or vote or whatever. Any sacrifice anybody was making, I'm not taking nothing away from that. All I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying? This is another level to sacrificing here. This is on another level. That's all I'm saying.
And listen, I agree exactly with what you're saying. He was in that leadership role and position. You see what I'm saying? But it doesn't take away from, and I'm not saying you're saying that, but it doesn't take away from those individuals who also sacrificed. May not have been a lot to some in regards to Martin Luther King, but when you see your loved one getting beat and jailed, you know what I'm saying? And
two things
there was suffering on both ends.
Right.
Because you have the leader. Well, let me just say this. You have the leader who is leading the people to deliverance. You see what I'm saying? And the people trust his leadership to follow him, right? See what I'm saying? So they're getting the sticks and stones, but at the same time, I do understand what you're saying, Brother Clarence. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Right.
I identify with what you're saying. His was a different level, of involvement.
Right.
And so
we say, so for example, let me give you an example, Mark. So I could say, hey, Mark and Peter Matthew, they were just the same as Jesus. They went through everything with him. They was right there with him when he went up. They was right there with him. They were sacrificing right there with him. So if we're looking at Jesus, why don't we revere all of these guys the same way? Why do we make a distinction for him? Why? Because he was on another level. He was on another level than what not that they didn't sacrifice. We're not taking nothing away from Mark, Luke, Peter, none of these guys. We're not taking nothing away from them. But this person is on another level. So we looking at him as, man, he took it to this level.
But historically, right? Clarence, I mean, I hear what you're saying, that comparison, because that's a whole nother issue. But the civil rights movement, especially the Black civil rights movement, and it was built to, if Martin Luther King would have got killed several years earlier, it was built to keep moving. It was built. The only reason it didn't keep moving with him because he's separated from it. But it was a lot of big time civil rights leaders that a lot of us don't even know about. Because Martin Luther King went to places after the grassroots had already made an outcry. So these people are in the trenches. Like it's like saying, let's say who's the most important? Is it the president on the war, or is it the soldiers on the ground? We're not trying to say who's more important, but it's people in the trenches. I mean, and I'm saying this because it was comments made like most people ran. That's disrespect. Like, see, and that's another condensation that goes along with. I would make it up, brother. But a lot of condensation that goes along with.
Can I tell you what the conversation was?
No, hold on. Let me finish my statement.
Okay.
The condensation that goes along with the South is that the South is soft. Old country Bammers, old country these old country niggas.
Negro.
Go ahead.
Let me context that conversation because I was involved in that conversation as well. So I think because the context of the conversation was, if you had a bullet coming through your window, most of us wouldn't be, if we were working someplace and because of the occupation that we had, we got a bullet through the window, a house fire bomb, sugar in the gas tank, a tire slashed, and on and so on and so forth. Most of us wouldn't even take all that.
You talking about us, right? You talking about us now, present day.
Us, Black people. I don't care.
No, I was talking about no. I disagree with that. Okay, history shows different. Okay. But I'm saying that.
Can I answer it since I made the comment, and I can tell you what my history tells me. Is back in that I made the comment, and I stand by it, that most Black people in those times and days, because you had no protection but yourself, because you didn't have protection from the law or anywhere else.
I'm going to answer that question.
When the Klan or the white man told you he was going to ride on your house and he was going to kill your ass or your son, most families did the sensible thing. They sent them up north or they sent them away. Not most Black people had to deal with that. But those who did, they did what they had to do to protect their loved one. They didn't go, oh, we're going to stand here and we're going to fight the town folk, because you knew what that was going to bring.
You're giving an extreme example.
No, I'm not giving anything, because
that's an extreme example.
That is what I said. And
the Klan did not come to Martin Luther King.
Are you going to let me answer it, or are you going to try to answer it for me? Because
I'm going to correct where you're making the false analogy. You gave an analogy. The Klan did not come to Martin Luther King.
You're doing the same thing to me that you just complained about me doing to you.
Go ahead.
We're not going to get anywhere talking over each other.
If you don't want
y'all go ahead and talk.
If you don't want me to misinterpret what your thoughts are, then don't misinterpret my
I'm just going to mute go ahead and talk.
My thoughts were exactly what I said. When they
hold on, gentlemen, hold on. I was on an apology. Well, please forgive me for talking over you, brothers. And anybody else I overtalk, because sometimes we get a little passionate about what we're doing, but it's all in love, right?
But I said yes, it's all. But I sat here patiently, and I didn't open my mouth.
So that's what I want you to go ahead and say what you got to say, Rico, and let Negro go ahead.
Which is fine. The comment I made in particular, we were talking about Dr. King getting his house firebombed, getting it shot up with his wife and his kids there. And as I said, most Black people in the South who had to endure something like that would not have stayed. Most of them would have left, as it was a common occurrence to do even at that time. There was no protection afforded you and your family. So to sit there and go, oh, it's sort of like the conversation where people are like, oh, if I was a slave and they beat me, what I would have done. You wouldn't have done shit. You would have done the same thing that they had to do. So to sit there, and I don't think it makes them a coward to sit there and say, hey, they're coming to kill or threatening to kill my son, and Mr. Charlie and the white man gonna come through, I'm gonna get him out of here. I don't think it makes him a coward. I think it makes him a parental and a smart thing to do if I know that there's no protection. But I do know historically we had the great migration going north where blacks left to get out of the Jim Crow laws of the South for better jobs, for all sorts of stuff. And certainly, if I'm going to leave for a job, I'm going to leave for somebody threatening to kill me or my loved one. So I said it took, in my context, it took an incredible amount of courage to know that your family is being threatened by forces that you can't overcome in that time when you had no protections to stay when most would have left. Most of those, not most black people, because most black people wouldn't threaten with that. But of the ones who were, most did send the threatened party away for their protection.
All right.
Okay, let me listen. That's not true. Most black people were affected with that. There were other ways of dealing with that. There were preachers who intervened. There was work done for these white people. There was shucking and jive. It was a lot of things done. Because like I said earlier, the majority of blacks are still in the South. Still in the South. White boys would get drunk and just ride down the road and want to tear up Negroes. Wow. They wanted to burn up. This is fact. See, this is the things they don't show you on CNN. Right? Get out of your ivory tower, get out your liberal workshop and understand and talk to the people who still down here that I sit and go in the park and talk with. When they had the race riots right here in Summer Hill, when the governor sit there and let these guys get lynched. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no long ago. They just had a lynching in the park, in Piedmont Park out here in Atlanta a couple years ago. Like, man, I mean, that's beside the point, Brother Clarence. I'm not trying to get into no thing because obviously it doesn't make no difference. And this goes back to your point of your show. This is why we don't achieve, because we don't respect. We only respect the people, in my opinion, that they want us to respect. Not just the white folks, but the uppity blacks or the conservative blacks or the revolutionary blacks. No, I respect each and every. I grabbed my grandma's hands after years of picking cotton. You can't tell me I have to respect her less than Fannie Lou Hamer. You can't tell me that. That's all I said when I said about Martin Luther King. Of course, he was the man. In the context of what he's my hero. Ain't nobody hiding Martin Luther King. But at the same time, the little boys on the streets who had to go out there in March when Martin Luther King couldn't get no grown-ups to come out there and march and do the sit-ins and stuff like that. When they had to go get children and babies. The women who had to stop catching them buses and walk 7 miles each way back and forth in the rain, snow, everything, still lost their jobs. You can't tell me we run. You run.
All right. Anybody else before I answer Grayfield's question?
No, listen, the conversation is definitely one of great passion. And I get it. Listen, I get it. When we all look back on it, there's a bitter taste that's left in all of our mouths. So no one can deny that, the numerous amount of lynchings that went on in the South, and actually, I don't even know if we have an accurate number, because that spirit was running rampant during that time, so when we limit it to numbers, I guess, I don't know. I'm a little indifferent about that.
Yeah, and my thing is, it's not about taking anything away from anybody. Lord knows I didn't. If it came across like I tried to take away from King, I apologize. But all my thing is, for us to be a community. See, what Vaughn said was powerful, and what Jesus did was powerful too, because all his disciples was powerful enough to do what he did. That's what he said. I expect you to do things greater than me. So it wasn't no weak links on the team, right? Jesus didn't walk on the water by himself, did he, Brother Vaughn? It was somebody else who stepped out there with him.
Peter.
For a second, right? So don't
Peter.
tell me. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Don't tell me nobody was greater. He was the leader. We look at leaders and idolize people way too much.
But then
God,
we would have to also respect Brother Rico's stance as well, as to the fact of how many people saw what was going on in the South and chose to leave. You know,
yeah, but
I
that
could
was
imagine.
a small
Listen.
number.
I could imagine that there were lots of people who said, "Hey, you know, listen, we got to get up out of here." But then, you know, then you also have and then you also have the situation where, you know, people didn't have the opportunity to do such.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm saying? You know, because of means or whatever, you know. But back in those times, hey, people, you know, when they had to uproot themselves, they would just simply uproot themselves. You know, but I can understand what Brother Rico is saying as to how. Well, hold on.
Go ahead.
I can understand what Brother Rico is saying as to how. Hey, people in the South seen what was going on, and they choose to pick up and leave. And some people did pick up and leave.
Yes,
but not all.
But Vaughn,
There was a lot of them that were still there.
Let me ask you this: it's the 1950s. You're in the South. Your one son, who you love dearly, got into a scuffle, and you're in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, wherever. You know the Jim Crow that you live in. They can threaten to come in there and drag your ass out and kill you. And ain't nobody gonna do a thing. You gonna sit there and let that white man tell you he gonna come in there and drag your son out and kill your son, and you gonna leave him there, or you gonna send him somewhere where he can be safe.
Oh, well, of course, this happened quite frequently. So
Thank you.
Listen, I'm not
I
in
don't know what we're
disagreement.
talking
Now,
about.
now, hold on. I'm not in disagreement with what you're saying, and I'm not in disagreement with what,
what I
Brother
said was the
New Growth
diff-
is saying. Well,
but
hold on.
Here's what. Let me just do this. I said, but the difference I was saying was
I'll wait for you to finish.
I'm just the difference. No, I want to finish. The difference
okay.
though
It's
I
all
was
right.
saying
Go
was
ahead and finish.
where King and his wife and his kids, in the face of that, stayed.
Just like
That's
Malcolm
what I'm
X.
saying.
Just like Malcolm X.
I'm just because I'm trying to make sure it's not an ego thing. That's what I was saying, Vaughn. Where most people would have said, "Hey, this is too much for me to bear."
We cannot say most
And
people.
I-
That's
and
not
I- and listen,
factually true.
and like-
That's not factually true.
You don't have any facts to dispute it.
I think you know what, gentlemen.
56% of Black America still be in the shop.
I
shows
didn't
that
even
it's
say
factually
most black
true.
people. I didn't even say most black people were threatened with this. I said,
How do
most
you know
people-
that? Now you show me where you don't know they were.
I
threatened.
don't know this. I said most people that would have been threatened with this. It could have been 100 black people that was threatened with that. That wouldn't have skewed that percentage by any way. I don't know what the majority of black people got to do with it, because the majority of the black people wasn't threatened with being killed.
I'm going to leave it at this. I apologize because I'm not arguing your opinion. That's your
Because
opinion.
that's what you're doing. You're taking my point. You're arguing something else. I said of the majority of the people who had their life threatened, meaning we gonna come and we gonna kill you. The majority of those people that was threatened, if it was 100 of them, if 60 of them left, it makes fucking sense to me. Why would you stay and fight where you know you have no protection?
Ask Malcolm X father that. I don't know.
But here's
There was
the
a
question.
handful of
Okay, so
people that
here's a
would.
question that
Most
I would
didn't.
ask. Here's a question
sir,
that I
Vaughn.
would ask. Here's a question that I would ask. You know, you're saying most people didn't stay because they were threatened or they moved for certain reasons. You know, racism, it was across the nation. So wherever you moved, you were still under the umbrella of being killed, ridiculed, treated unfairly.
No, I'm not
So
talking
now
about.
you can move to the east side of bullshit,
But
and you
Vaughn,
can live on the west side of
Vaughn,
bullshit.
I'm not talking about people that were threatened to be killed because they were. Martin Luther King wasn't being threatened to be killed because of racism. He was being threatened to be killed because of his activism. So in other words, oftentimes what would happen, it might be an Emmett Till situation with, oh, he whistled at a white woman. We're going to come and kill him. Oh no, we got to get you out of here.
Okay, so now wait a
Things
minute.
like that.
Hold on a second.
Which
Makes no sense.
Hold on just a second, because now I'm trying to get a greater understanding from you, Brother Rico.
Yes.
You know, you're basically saying that racism had nothing to do with it.
No, it had everything to do. But what I'm saying is this. Okay, you're
okay, because I'm just
right.
I'm asking the question because the way that you phrased it.
No, what I'm saying is this. In these,
because I definitely I don't want to undermine someone's efforts, especially someone with the caliber that Martin Luther King had carried.
Okay, please let me explain.
Yeah, sure, go right
What
ahead.
I'm saying is that oftentimes in these southern cities, there would be instances, and for whatever reason, they would make up an excuse to want to, in particularly, I want to get that nigga Vaughn, right? Yeah, they don't like you because you black, but they're gonna make up an excuse. They're not routinely going through trying to kill
Brother Clarence, you got to go mute, because we can. No, Brother Clarence is doing something, and he needs to go mute.
So what I'm saying
is, we can hear you.
What I'm saying is, they're not routinely going around saying, "Oh, they want to kill all the black community." But there would be instances all the time where they would sit there. Hundreds of the 4,000 people that got lynched. That's 4,000 out of how many millions of black people? They only lynched 4. I mean, I say only. That's terrible. But 4,000 out
please
of
don't
millions.
put only on that.
Right, I know. I said that. Well, I said that's terrible.
You're gonna fall in another hole, brother.
Vaughn, I said that's terrible. I caught it as soon as I could.
I got you. So, brother. Listen, I'm not the enemy. I'm on your side.
Okay, so with that being said,
my thing is, I just know that two things can be right at the same time.
Right, but what I'm saying in those instances,
all right, go ahead.
A lots of times, how those people got, and often a lot of times when because lynchings was so rampant, that was another reason to motivate you that if the man said he was gonna come and do something to your loved one, you get him out of there because you don't want him to get lynched. That was what people was doing. So I'm not saying that, of course, even the people that came up north, they still experience racism. But if I'm in Selma, Alabama, and I'm trying to save my kid, hell yeah, I'm going to Detroit because there ain't nobody in Detroit looking to kill him, but they looking to kill his ass in Selma, Alabama. So I got to get him out of there. That's same thing y'all do in LA when them gangbangers come around talking about when to get your son. Oh, we sending your ass to Philadelphia or somewhere else to get him out of harm's way. This is what I'm saying. And that's a fear that people have because they're trying to protect the lives of their loved ones. It's no different when you're trying to keep your kids out of gang violence.
Exactly.
Sometimes
but then we
uproot them.
Right. But then, Brother Rico, we would also have to understand that, in doing so, Brother New Growth, we're sending you somewhere else. But you still have to understand the uncle, the aunt, the nephew, the cousins, they're still there.
Yeah.
And they're still under the same umbrella of the racism.
Yes, the same thing.
And anything could happen to them at any time.
Right, but the same
so
thing.
it's good that one was able to get out. But
right,
see,
and Brother Clarence, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry,
to
go
cut you
ahead.
off.
No,
but
that's okay,
I really
brother.
would
Go
love
ahead.
to do some discussions on our true history, right? Because see, a lot of this is ignorance. A lot of us don't know that Klan would come to certain black communities and they would run their ass out of there. See, the narrative has been spoken and put out that when the Klan came, all the niggas started running. No,
But
that was not always that.
That's not what we're saying, New Bro.
No. Listen, but he said if the Klan came, like I don't even know why we're talking about the Klan because we have no proof that the Klan shot up Martin Luther King house. We have no proof of that, right? So if we give it an analogy, right?
We have no proof of nothing.
We got no proof.
No. I'm saying we have proof. We have proof.
Okay,
we have proof.
But we do know it was a conspiracy.
We do not have proof that somebody shot up his house.
It was a conspiracy. We can all agree on that. Is that right?
Right. So we don't know who shot his shot. We don't know who shot his house up. Right.
Right.
So we say
because
no
the people who threw Molotov. I'm give you an example of black leaders. The The people who threw Molotov cocktails at Malcolm X's house were black people. The person who stabbed Martin Luther King was a black person. So the people that shot up Martin Luther King's house, we have no clue who did it. But we're giving this range of narrative that somebody, the Klan, we giving it the backdrop that it was the Klan, the whole city coming together, said, we gonna ride down on Martin Luther King.
Who said that? Who said that,
That's
bro?
what he said. He just said the analogy. He just that's what we're talking about. Never mind. I'm not
talking about black people.
That's what we're talking about. You gave the analogy. If it was anybody else in that situation, if it was anybody else in that situation Martin Luther King was in, they would have ran.
I didn't say nothing about the Klan.
I don't remember saying that. Now here's what we said in the beginning. We said that most people, good intentions and all, gets a shot through the window or a firebomb coming through the house or a car hit. They leave it. Most people.
I don't know what the hell we doing.
That's not true. I don't know. That's not true to me. I don't know.
Black people. I won't even limit that to black people.
That's not true to me.
I'm going to say just about anybody who is thinking they're going to at least consider saying, you know what, maybe today is the day I resign.
Of course, right? Martin Luther King went out and bought a gun.
Okay. So what I'm saying, that's all we were saying is that he had a little more courage than the average person, because we weren't saying that nobody wasn't going through nothing like that. What we saying was he had a little extra thrown on his plate, and he still ate it. And so what we were saying was that most people with that extra weight that he had to carry, they might have cracked under it. That's all. And then nothing wrong. And then even Rico said, there's nothing wrong. I don't even feel bad. I don't even feel like they're, it
was the smart thing to do.
Right?
See, but how do we know that? Because, are we getting this from elders or coming from your generation, the baby boomers?
Obviously, there was something that had the black migration happen in the 40s and the 50s, right? Economically,
that was the biggest part of it.
The economics was always better. Why at that point did they decide, hey, we're gonna all do this?
What do you mean it was always better?
It was better in the 1900s.
That's what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. We're not saying that one thing is absolute and this other thing is absolute. We're just saying. So
you tell me the economics were better in the North. See, this is another conversation that we just gonna talk about, because when the blacks went up north, they starved more than they ever did. So that was not better in the North. That's a lie.
Wait a minute. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, are you going to say that they had their job opportunities were not better in the North?
Obviously. I said economics. We didn't say job opportunities. See, that's the Negro mindset. No, it's not. Entrepreneurism is economics as well. Black people own hundreds of acres of land in the South that they had to run from.
I understand that.
That does not mean.
Can I just ask a question? Wait a minute. I just got cursed out 30 minutes ago saying black people run. Right?
How did you get cursed out for saying black people run?
Because you told me that I made black people look like cowards by saying that they ran, but you just said black people.
No, you said most. You said most black people. That's what the problem was. Yes, black people did run. The ones who were comfortable. See, this is history. I cannot teach you a lifetime of history in 30 minutes.
Negro.
If you don't want to read a book, that's on you.
Negro.
If you want to watch CNN, that's on you.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I got to get Great Pill in here.
Okay, so one last question. I'm done for the night.
Now let Great Pill have it.
Okay, but so you're saying that the Klan didn't exist? They never did anything? Because I heard you say that earlier. I'm asking.
Let Great Pill have it. I'm not entertaining that ignorance.
Okay. All right. We'll come back. Great Pill.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, man? You asked me a question, man. So I want to, since you up here, can you ask it to me directly so that I can make sure I understand the context of what you're saying?
Okay. Earlier, y'all was having a conversation. It felt like, okay. So the question was, what's the difference between the two of the leader versus the regular folks that was going through the same issues they was going through physically and mentally during their hardships. Because for me, the conversation y'all was saying, I agree to both what Rico and Youth Growth was saying, except for one slight difference. But I feel like with all the hardships, Malcolm X was somehow chosen to be the leader because a little bit of he could take that extra weight on his shoulder, and two, maybe because of, excuse me?
What, Malcolm X was chosen to be the leader.
I'm sorry. I mean, Martin Luther King, I apologize. So I was just asking what you felt like, what was the difference between the two for him to be the leader? Yeah.
The difference between Martin Luther King and
the people that was, the people that was going through the same hardships physically and mentally.
This is going to be number 3.
Okay.
I said that Martin Luther King, although the people themselves were dealing with these harshness, right? And they didn't just up and run. A lot of them didn't just up and run. But faced with the extra weight that Martin Luther King was dealing with, when you start getting bullets through the window, when you start getting your car firebombed, when you start, your car dismantled, when you start getting your house firebombed, I think the average person would at least consider leaving, and especially a lot of black people, because like Rico said, and it's true, they didn't have nobody that was trying to protect them, especially in the South. It was just wide open situation. So am I saying now 2 things can be true at the same time? Correct. Am I saying that Martin Luther King was the only one experiencing these hardships? No, that's not what I'm saying, right? So we have to listen, we have to comprehend what's being actually said. What I'm saying is what he would experience was on another level. Let's give him his kudos for the extra set of courage. Now, the people themselves had their own courage that they put out there. But now this man had an extra helping. So let's give him his props for having that extra helping and courage, staying on the job, even though he had this extra stuff that was going on with him, right? Because you recognize that the FBI went above and beyond trying to make this man, drive this man crazy. You
Yes.
understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay. They did not do that to the average black person down there. Does that mean that the average black person down there wasn't experiencing racism? No.
I'm sorry, Brother Clarence. You repeat that one more time?
I said the FBI, well, the federal government, but particularly the FBI, they had a mission to try to either drive Martin Luther King crazy, or drive his family against him, or drive the people against him. They had this campaign to try to besmirch the man, right? Now, him having his own shortcomings didn't help, but that was their plan, right? So he had to fight through all of that, plus his own shortcomings, and on top of that, he was dealing with the same things that the people were dealing with. So now, am I saying because he dealt with the extra stuff that the FBI threw on top of it, that the people weren't dealing with nothing? No, that's why we have to have comprehension. And comprehension is so poor in the black community, right? Because most of the time the black community says, well, if you're saying this, then this is untrue, right? Or this is true, or it's either this or that, right?
Yeah.
In the white community, it can be this and that, right? But in the black community, it's either this or that.
Yes, you gotta pick a side.
Have more comprehension so we can say, oh, okay, this and that can be true. Or this, I agree with this, but not this.
Yeah, I agree.
Discussion.
Yeah, I agree to everything you're saying. So I appreciate you answering the question. I want to add this, and I'll be done with. Now listen, because again, I'm not that old. I'll only go by what a lot of stuff that Rico was saying about and you can correct me, Rico. I guess, and I'm just saying like the bombings, the shooting of the house, the people coming and threaten, and it was not all, but it was majority of some black folks are doing it too, because they didn't want in their mind, they didn't want the trouble. They figured if the quote unquote the white folks or the KKK or the racists come in to try to run them out, and they hear about it and they just got wind of it, then they'll come to you like, hey, Brother Rico, you need to go or don't do this, because they had pressure on them too. So they would either help out or add more pressure than was already done by them. Now, those is a lot of stories out, a lot of stuff that Rico was saying. I was hearing a lot of those stories by my grandmother and my great grandmother, just sitting by them all the time. And that's the time when my grandma was actually finishing the era of picking cotton in the field, where my great grandmother was knee deep in it, pounds and pounds of it. So two things can be right, but at the same time, we just have, like Brother Clarence said, we just have to understand that the two things can be right, but it's a little bit here and a little bit there. But if we nitpick at every little thing, it really ain't we can't really go forward with it, And if it's just like, hey, not saying I disagree with Vaughn, but if he says something, then I gravitate to maybe that one thing instead of the whole thing. Hey, well, let me address that real quick. Okay. If it goes back and forth a little bit, great. If it goes back longer than 5-10 minutes, you know what? You got it, buddy. Let's keep the conversation going.
Okay,
because
great.
there's yes.
Let me say, the way what you said is exactly what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. I'm glad you got that. I'm glad you got it. That's exactly what I was saying. And yes, these were the oral histories that I received as well. So, I mean, I'm not going to argue the narrative of it being true or not. Maybe it wasn't for everybody, but I can tell you it was true for some. It was true for quite a bit. That's what they had to, and some of the people, like you said, black people in the community, we might want to kill that Johnson boy. And if you don't sit there, I mean, you deal with economic pressures as well. You deal with all kinds of stuff. I had family members who had to deal with the Klan. So the narrative of that they're just some fictitious boogeymen, I'm not going to entertain that either. And the only one thing I did want to say, as far as speaking about the differentiation, and I wanted for you to think about this as well, Brother Vaughn, because I think it's absolutely true when we talk about the protesters in the street with the dogs and the hoses and being hit in the head. Oftentimes, what you got to also understand too, what separates leaders, and Martin wasn't the only one. It was the congressman that died in Georgia that got his head cracked open on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, that we got video and pictures of seeing.
John Lewis.
I couldn't remember his
He
name.
wasn't a leader at that time, but go ahead.
I didn't say he was a leader. I said there were other people. That's the I'm just naming some. Fred Shuttlesworth. The minister from Chicago. He was there. It was lots of them that were also leaders. But they also followed it all over the country. So a lot of times, those same people that was on the Pettus Bridge, they didn't go to every protest. You see what I'm saying? So the separation is that oftentimes these leaders have to show up everywhere for everything. And if it's me, I might protest here in my community. But I ain't going across town protesting somewhere else. It's up for the marches over there. So they have to go out. So they're constantly putting themselves in the bullseye for every protest, where I might only protest here. Because that's how protests are. They tend to be local. They're not large groups of people, don't move all over the country, not even all over state. It's usually a small, hardcore group, and they deserve to be singled out for that because they are giving more. It's not that the other people didn't give something too. So I agree 100%. You don't dismiss them. But that hardcore group that's giving more deserve a little bit more.
I will also add, and nothing to take away from him, but just to speak on the leader part, sometimes it could be, let's just say, I might think you the right man for the job, Rico, but Brother Vaughn might be literally out in the streets day in and day out while you're sleeping, echoing your name, pushing you out there. And then the next thing you know, you wake up a week or day two later, it's like the people's like is chanting and cheering your name, and you trying to figure out why. And it was Brother Vaughn, the person who saw something within you, was doing everything else behind the shadows and stuff.
Exactly.
So usually that happens too. And this is where now I'm gonna speak about fear moving up to now.
I got you.
I don't like me personally. I never wanted like quote unquote power. I never wanted to be rich. I really never wanted to be famous. And but I recognize certain gifts that you might have for yourself. You know, somebody say, "Hey, Gray Pill," you know, or "Hey, homie," or "Hey," you know, some people just not saying constantly, but selective people always asking a little bit more of you that they see that you can give, but you try not to give, because once you step on that type of pedestal, it's like you're scared, you can't come off of it, because now you have to you're there, you're that person, you know. So it's like a blessing and a curse at the same time.
And you know, just the whole thing about it is, I just think that getting back to the grand scheme of the conversation, I just think that that generation were so involved in it, they would have one mindset, right? They were all in the, not all of them, but the people that were in it had a mindset. It was no, hey, even the SNCC went and talked to King, even though they might not agree with him, right? Even certain people would go and talk to certain people, even though they didn't agree with them, right? Because Martin Luther King even had to come to the realization, hey, this nonviolence may not, I can't keep telling my people this, right? He had to come to, see, I think right now we're so ego-based and less work doing. With the egos, oh, we can shut, we can peacock, we can strut, we can do all we want to do on the egos. Even myself, hey, I can, you can't tell me nothing that I don't know about history. That's my thing. That's what I studied for the last 25 years, Black history. But that don't get the people doing anything. That's peacocking, right? It comes to a point where you have to really get in the mud. And a lot of us ain't in the mud. We got our Louis on. We got our Jordans on. You know what I'm saying? We got our little property here, there. You know, we got money saved up. It's almost retirement time. We ain't getting in the mud. Martin Luther King, that's the thing that I really appraise about him. Not the thing that everybody wanted to see. Oh, he was that's why I said everybody was under pressure. Anybody could have got it, right? But Martin Luther King gave up. He was he was a graduate of one of the best schools in I forgot. Damn it. I know it's Morehouse. He went there after he went to, what college did he go to? Boston. Did he go to Boston? Whatever college. He graduated top of his class, and he was considered one of the smartest men in the world. He was offered a job by Lyndon B. Johnson to come sit there. No one could debate with this man. He won a Nobel Prize worth $50,000. He gave it right back to the movement. He was selflessness, right? And it's like, even me, all of us, how much are we willing to sacrifice of ourselves? Like, if I'm in a room and I think I'm the smartest, and I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, I'm the smartest nigga in the room. If somebody come in here for a little baby, like the Bible said, out the mouth of a babe, and he tells me something, he said, "No, brother, you wrong. This is not that." Am I willing to lay down my ego for the betterment of the movement? See, a lot of us don't want to deal with that. A lot of us don't want to deal with that. See, a lot of us want to be right because it make our dick hard. I'm sorry, I'm using this.
No, you're right.
I got the chicken part.
You're right.
But a lot of us,
That's a good example.
Ego based.
Boy,
Man, I can't have no ego. I can't have no ego when our babies out here dying.
How about eggplants?
You didn't miss much.
They got me cursing and everything, brother Clarence. I didn't sin.
All right,
But you
y'all,
know
let
what? Listen, if I could just say this, you know, I mean, I don't see the reason for contention, because, you know, the whole panel is saying some right things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And though we may get caught up in semantical things like, you know, these are the words that triggered this conversation. You know, maybe if we didn't use the word most or the majority, maybe the conversation possibly would have went different, but it shouldn't be based on that though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We still need to hear the truth in what an individual is saying. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
You know, it's a good lesson learned. Listen, the leaders suffered what they had to suffer, and so did those that followed.
Yes.
And I can't undermine what those followers suffered. I can't undermine that. based upon the leader's status. You see what I'm saying? Because all was at a loss at the time, the leader and the followers.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And we don't know who was behind the scenes that suffered a great deal of scrutiny because they were a part of different organizations. Come on, let's be real about it. Everything is not documented and in the news. There was a whole lot of stuff going on that we are not even privy to.
Yeah, they just opened the
You see what I'm saying?
I don't know if you're aware of this New Growth, because I'm gonna say maybe it was like maybe 5 years ago, I'm not sure, like, or two. Here in Montgomery, Alabama, they just opened up a lynch museum.
Yeah.
I was there when they just
take my daughters there.
That's an experience to go to, bro. Because when I got there, they just finished the museum side where that you could actually go out and see everything out in the open. On the left side, the building they was just finishing up, and I was there for that, and that was a great experience. They even had a list of all the slaves that was already undocumented. They was slowly having that information gathered up, and the way they got it displayed. It's it's something like you have to be there just to experience yourself. So I definitely encourage you to go.
Right, I definitely will, man. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Reminding me, man.
Wow.
Shout out to Brian Stevenson. I think he's the guy behind that.
My homegirl had told me about it because I was going out to visit her. She's like, "Have you been out to the Lynch Museum?" I was like, "No, I never heard that." And I just went there and I just started venturing around. I did like a little live stream about it and took some pictures. Then the next day I see that on the news, I was like, "Oh, I was just there."
And isn't it crazy that they just put that law on the books, that about lynching? Isn't that crazy? After all of those years, it's like you couldn't, it was something about your character that would not allow you, you see what I'm saying, to discard that behavior all the way up until now. Shame on you, America.
Yep.
Shame on
you. That in my opinion, this is my opinion, because it wasn't happening to them, they really couldn't understand that situation because they are being told that we are overdoing it, right? This is on such a low scale, so they feel like, man, there's nobody doing that, so why do we even have to have a law for that? I'm trying to tell you that it is happening down here, but they just not covering it. They just not covering all of it. Exactly. So that's in my opinion, that was one of the reasons why it took so long. But gentlemen, now that we got that out of the way, right? Everybody suffered, everybody sacrificed, everybody had their shoulder on the to the grindstone, right? There is nobody that is without honor that sacrificed for this cause, right? None, right? We just try to give people, because we want to acknowledge those who went above and beyond, right? We want to acknowledge those people, right? Because there are some of us, even though a lot of us are lion-hearted, there's some of us that are apex lion-hearted. They are what they call alpha male lion-hearted, right? And their shoulders are even willing to carry even more, right, than the average person that's in the struggle, right? So we want to always acknowledge those people. We don't want to, and by acknowledging those people, we don't disavow the people that did the struggle as well. We don't disavow anyone. We just, if we see one of our people that actually had to endure even more, they got more put on their plate, then we want to thank not only the people that had to endure, but especially the people that had even more on their plate. So I think we're all in the same space on that. So let's get back to our original question, which is, why are we not involved in community service anymore? As Black people, right? We see a lot of stuff that have to happen, right? I just sit the Indian and Big Rigs. I had to. Y'all out there sleeping. I got to jump on them. All right, so, so why are we not involved in community service anymore? That's the question that Rico brought up this afternoon. So why are we, as Black people, when we see our people are in such a bad situation, comparatively speaking, right? Per capita, why are we? And so the whole reason why I even brought up Dr. King in that era was that even though we were suffering, we were together. We were willing to help each other more than I see us doing today. Not that it's not happening. So please, let's not make the leap that I'm saying it's happening ever. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in relationship to the probably the percentage of people that was involved at that time, why are we not as involved at this time with all of the things that we got going on? We're in an even worse situation now.
Well, I would have to answer that question this way. Many of us have this whole demeanor and attitude of, me, my four, and no more. You see what I'm saying? We have lost that thing of helps, because we're concentrated on our own dilemma, our own plight, our own shortcomings, our own financial difficulties. You see what I'm saying? And that's all we could see, some of us,
Right.
So we don't have room to give to community. We don't have room to give out of our need. That's different when a person gives out of their need. You see what I'm saying? That means you didn't have enough money to share with so-and-so, but you still gave some. You see what I'm saying? We don't practice that anymore.
Yeah, I learned that from my grandmother, because she like, with me, my brother, my baby sister, she was always like, hey, if I don't have enough for all, y'all ain't gonna have it. Because she was always big on sharing equally. And even down to, like, it wasn't just holidays. Like, if you knew somebody was in need, right, but you didn't know what they was in need of, we'll just grab anything we didn't need or we was gonna get rid of, and then everybody just come together and then bring it over there.
Yeah, see, that's what we used to do, right? Do you do that anymore? Do we do that anymore? Most of us?
Less and less.
Less and less, right? So the question is why?
It's definitely less and less.
Now, Vaughn brought up a good point, right? The greed, right? The greed. How come we have such a appetite for material wealth? Why? Why have that? Why have we?
You know why, Brother Clarence? It's because we think that is going to allow us happiness.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? Now, financial stability, and we have all seen this. You see what I'm saying? Is one thing, but it doesn't make you a whole person. It doesn't. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't give you joy all the time.
And it definitely doesn't fulfill you.
You see what I'm saying? And it's exactly. It definitely doesn't fulfill you. If it did fulfill you, then why are so many people, self-deleting themselves that have a scroll of a bank account? Huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's because money enriches. It just like the scripture says, what profit a man if he gains the whole world, but lose his soul? That soulish aspect of yourself. You see what I'm saying? We have looked over that and we lean more toward monetary things.
Mm-hmm. But
And
my
so
question, Vaughn, is
yes, sir.
What is setting us up for the situation? See, we see, yeah, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Okay. My thing is, why?
I think it's
Listen, like my uncle used to tell me, he said, you can't buy your way into Massa House. You can't do it. In some way, in some form or fashion, our mindset's thinking we're gonna buy our way in, right? We're gonna get the job, we're gonna get the status, we're gonna get the house, we're gonna get the clothes, we're gonna get this, and then finally we're gonna have what? What's that? The thing that we always say, Clarence, a seat at the table.
and you know what? And here's the why, Brother Clarence. Here is the why. It is because the love of money, you see what I'm saying, and the pursuit of it is the root of all evil. And this has been proven over decalogues and decades. You see what I'm saying?
And I'll even add to what Vaughn said too. It's like that, because when we say media, it's another part. I think it's a combination, but when we say media, with everything you said, Vaughn, it's like that crazy dopamine hit, right? Every time we get the career, we got the wife, we got the kids, but somehow we just want more. We want that success, we want that respect, but you already have it.
And and just like it says, all that is in the world is the lust of the eye, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. And this is the dispensation that we're living in right now. You see what I'm saying? We have become quite greedy. We gorge on different things. You see what I'm saying? And so this is, and we move away from anything that is spiritual or that brings us closer to the Creator. You see what I'm saying? So we have moved totally away from God, and we have focused on monetary things, materialistic things.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so now we become a people that have, that are just, into money, fame, fortune, clicks.
So we don't really have no
likes, and views.
foundation, basically.
I don't think so.
Well, I won't say all of us don't, but I'm saying that there's many that don't have a foundation.
Yeah, the same way,
and their foundation is based on financial prosperity.
I agree.
It's based on money. You see, if I own the mansion, and if I have the cars, and if I just have a big bank account, then my life is going to be okay. That's not necessarily so, because we see people going in the ground daily because of self-deletion that have all of these things.
Okay, so
that's a point right there.
If we see that even those with money, fame, status, views, like I was just reading a couple of days ago, a YouTuber self-deleted. No, it was a YouTuber or IG? No, I think it was TikTok. Over 1 million subscribers, making tons of money. Self-deleted, right? And I'm like, so money is not the answer, although, but we are constantly being bombarded. So my thing is, how do we develop this? Right? There must be something on the outside of us. If we're left alone as people, and I have to make this separation, us as Black people, we are not typically like this. If we are left alone, if we are not in a situation where we have to maneuver through a culture like this, we're not like this. Really,
I disagree with that.
We're really who said that? Rico?
Yeah, I disagree with that. But go ahead.
Okay. Why do you feel that? Why do you disagree with that, Rico?
Well, I disagree with it because I think we're probably the worst at it. It's not that it's not a problem that afflicts other communities, but I think that we yearn. We too many of us believe white ice is colder. So you got Black people of wealth and means and influence, and you take something like social media. They can't stay off of fucking social media. It's like you reach the height of all heights, but yet there's still so much unfulfilled trauma, even as a community, where it used to be a time and a place where I think more of us we went from a space where more of us, and this is my opinion, purely an opinion, it ain't fact-based. I don't think nobody up here can stipulate anything but an opinion about this topic, is that we went from a space where the vast majority of us had so little to nothing to now a large percentage of us does have more. So while you would think we did more for each other when more of us had less than we do for each other when more of us have more. And that's kind of crazy, because you would think that in an era where we couldn't even imagine or dream of a Black billionaire or all these multimillionaires, you had more people in the middle class and just above the lower class that would pour back more into the community because there was a sense of it was only us. But now, because the wider world, or globally at this point, because it's not even just about white people, it's about we tap in on we all talking on this stupid WW internet now. And we can get into Asian communities and Latin communities, communities of all over. We feel connected to a bigger community. So what we end up doing is maybe the people that's the better of us are starting to separate from our community. So if you were Black and you had a certain level of means at a certain time, you knew you still couldn't get out the Black community. You were Black, a millionaire in the 1950s, you knew you was just a nigga with money. But now, try to tell a Black man with money that he's the N-word. Nah, he believes he can be anything else. So that's where just my thought is that I don't even think it's a singular problem. I think it's a multitude of problems.
I agree.
All of us can come up with a solution. It could be all of those things.
I agree. I say just individually, as far as solution goes, Rico, we just have to work on ourselves. And let's say we come across somebody like, lighthearted minds like our guys with the experience and the history and the knowledge, just feed and gravitate off each other and then slowly plant the seed somewhere else, because it's not a process for another person, like you said, that, excuse me, like the nigga with money now, today's society, he's not gonna be easily convinced. He or she is not gonna be easily convinced. Last night, the other night, I literally had a conversation just about privilege, because a certain person I know of race felt like they wasn't privileged, but they didn't understand it. And so I kind of laughed and said, oh, I can show you anytime, we can hang out and I'll show you each example that goes on day to day, because at the end of the day, when I'm in my house, all my mask comes off, right? I could be 100% me. When I hang around my brothers and sisters in the house and in my little comfort zone, I could be 100% me. But once I walk up my doors, those four walls of my protection, I'm out into the real world. Society got me labeled all shapes and sizes. So I have a mask on when I go to the grocery store. I got a mask on when I go to the mall. I got a mask on when I go to my job. A mask on when I go to fill an application. When you go to church, social events out in public. So you always trying to be something or adjust to something or somebody else's means because of the color of your skin. So then that becomes a pressure too. It's like, okay, well, if I might be, I'm a 9-to-5 guy, Rico might be, the senior vice president. So he had the chest up and this, got to look the part, feel the part, dress the part, act the part, talk the part, and then you got Brother Vaughn, the trash man, great upstanding job. But guess what? He the lower the low. Why? Because he this, but his money might be bigger than mine. His benefits might be longer than mine. Then you got New Growth, a doctor, but guess what? He got the status, but that's not what the check got to say, because guess what? Now he got 10 years in debt for school loans.
Right. That's crazy.
But my question is, well, first of all, let me answer Rico. I disagree with you, Rico. I think that left alone, see, I'm talking about us not being involved with this social media situation, not being involved with the white community, period. Left alone, we wouldn't have these values. But now we got to jump into reality. We are in this situation, right?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If I mean, I see what you're saying in a magical world where we didn't have, but I'm like the genie's out the bottle. Social media,
but what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, we are determined that you can get blood out of, right? We can get the blood out of this turnip, because we already are made that way. We have been shifted into what we're doing now.
Right,
we've been shifted.
But isn't that
we can shift back?
But isn't that a part of why we are why we are not giving back? I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. I think, if you could find somewhere on the earth where social media and the internet don't exist, you will find a society vastly different than the one we know. because they've been untainted. But we've all been tainted. And now that we are, I'm like, but we were tainted with, if you look in the 60s and the 70s, we were tainted with the thing of the day. It wasn't the internet. It might have been television or radio or music, but we still had a more giving spirit, because I think that's just the one thing society didn't do in the past was it didn't let you forget your blackness. Now, I think it still reminds you, but there are certain people who reach a certain echelon in the community that I guess somewhere something in society is whispering in their ear, you can be better than them.
Well, let me can I add on to that? If we honestly be honest, like all of us are over how old are you, Gray Pill, if you don't mind me asking?
43.
Oh, so yeah, we all in the same era. We 80s
Yeah, I think I'm
babies,
40.
right?
So
80,
I'm just gonna lie and say I'm 40. Yeah, I'm gonna lie and say I'm 40. I'm 40.
Generation X and up, baby.
38.
So we all can recall. I can recall slightly in the early 80s, prior to crack, right? When the black community still had I was so in love. I still think I'm traumatized, because prior to crack, it was nobody was rich. I didn't know we was broke, but we would get together, Haynes Point. I mean, they had a baseball games, and I was the bat boy, man. I loved it. I had a big family. Like all my grandmother's brothers moved up from South Carolina. So they all had their children. They had a baseball team, and we would do this and all summer. And that crack hit, and it was like it destroyed everything, right? Everything. So me saying that, how much can we credit to the demise of our camaraderie, our brotherhood, our willingness to give was the detriment of the black family. Like that right there, when you see your mom coked out, you as a young man, because that's my generation. If my mom was, I had cousins that were, they were gone. They didn't have the same type of love when they turned 18 and 19 and 20. They didn't like their mother, let alone love their mother or revere their mother as your generation may have, Brother Clarence and Rico and Vaughn, right? So when you see that, and then you go into the selfishness of our generation, right? And then our selfishness of our generation led us into the selling of the drugs, doing whatever it took, mass incarceration. We got underneath that. Right now, you had another generation of kids, might have been crack babies, or, the proverbial crack baby thing, or, they came out, lack of fathers in the neighborhoods, so Section 8, low income, and all of a sudden now we're here. We're still surviving. We still are beautiful people, but we fucked up, and we really can't put our finger on what really fucked us up. I'm just saying, can that play a part in it? Because I know a lot of people who work, but their appetite is so high now, right? Like somebody might get paid $25 an hour, but I got an appetite for $80,000 cars, and that causes them to steal and do all these other things. So I think we lost the sense of ourselves in that 80s that we still haven't really was able to capture back yet. That's just my opinion.
Wow.
I think it's been a lot. Oh, go ahead, Vaughn.
No. I'm just listening to what my brother's saying. I just said, wow.
I mean, okay.
A part of me, I'm gonna just say this for you, for a part of me is still there, right? And I never ever thought I needed counseling, but a part of me is still that little boy waiting for my family to come back, and seeing so many of my aunts and uncles
I can identify
right?
with exactly what you're saying.
Right. So
Correct. I agree too.
Okay. So, gentlemen, what I am saying is that because based on us having contact with this outside person, right? This outside person from the beginning has constantly laid this foundation for us and gave us his own appetites, his own desires. And then we have to look at, and then ultimately his own right and wrong scale, right? When we came here, we had our own right and wrong scale. Now this person has given us his wrong and right scale, right? And when we come from, right and wrong is law, right and wrong. Here, might makes right. If I can take it from you, then I'm right. I'm right if I can take it from you, right? So
wait, say that again, Brother Clarence. You said what? You said Mike makes right?
Like might, strength.
Oh,
might.
okay. Gotcha.
Might makes right. Remember, like when you read the Bible, it says the mark of the beast, right? The mark of the beast. Well, how does a beast live? The beast in the jungle, whoever's the strongest wins, right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Might, M-I-G-H-T. Yeah,
right.
might. Power,
yes.
power wise. I get it.
Yes, M-I-G-H-T. If Vaughn, you a rabbit and I'm a lion and I'm hungry, I'm bigger than you, I'm faster than you, I'm stronger than you. It's dinner time, right?
The survival of the fittest. I get what you're saying.
Correct. And so, but that's not how God's people are supposed to live. They're not supposed to live like that. They're supposed to live by God's law. What happened to you that now, instead of living by right and righteousness, you live by desire? Man, I gotta have these Jordans, man. I gotta have these rims. They spinning, nigga. They spinning, nigga. They spinning, right? You gotta have all this. I got all this jewelry, right? Mr. T gave himself cancer with all that jewelry on him, right?
Yeah.
But we live by
what the young people call it, flossing, or maybe I got
flossing, stunting, right? Right? Front Street, right? Out here, man. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you, man. I think the Bay is probably just as bad, but in the LA, this is a bad place to stunt. This is one of the worst places to stunt, man.
Oh man, this is the capital of
Don't get me on LA.
Oh, come on, man. Brother Clarence, this is the capital of stuntism.
If you don't know somebody that's connected,
As soon as somebody leave with that, Vaughn, I'm out. I'm from LA. And I'm like, you lost the conversation.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we already know, right?
If you don't know what you're doing and where you're going, you drive up in the wrong place, man, with all that gold and that car and everything, man. And
fake lips, injections, cheeks, booties.
Well, I mean,
boobs,
all of that too. All of that too.
Instagram thoughts. Let's talk about it.
It's everywhere, but out here, yeah, it's everywhere, right? You know what I mean? But my point is, we've been given an appetite. Your appetite has been tantalized, right? Your appetites have been tantalized to where now it's to create despair in you, right? And me. Create despair in us where we feel like we're not good enough because we ain't driving a Maserati, right? I'm not good enough. My wife don't even think of me like she should because I'm not driving. And so you get down on yourself. You come down on yourself until you say, I'm going to get me one of the Maseratis. I'm going to get me one of the Bentleys. Because then my wife will respect me. Then my friends will respect me, right? So we constantly are looking for the admiration and the validation of other people, right? Here's God sitting right here, saying, I wonder when they're going to come my way. I'm sitting right here, right? I'm right here. But instead of looking for him, we're looking for all these other different things, right? And the validation of other people. We so crazy, brother. We so crazy. Think about this for just a minute. Think about this for just a minute. Our poor sisters, man, some of them are so crazy, man. They will not only glue eyelashes to their eyes, they'll glue somebody else's hair to their head and pull their own hair out by the root. We're in a bad situation. But I don't know why we don't see it, right? Because we keep telling ourselves, I'm doing great, right? I'm doing great. You guys ever seen the movie Rebound? There's a movie called Rebound.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, it's a
basketball
movie called
movie.
Yes.
Huh? It's a basketball movie about Earl Manigault. It's out in New York City, right? He was like the best basketball player that could jump out of the gym, right? And he got hooked on drugs, and that was that, right? But in the meantime of the story, he got so hooked on drugs till he was just wandering around the street, and he ran into somebody he like knew from high school or something, and he's like, "Hey man, how you been? Where you been? What's going on with you?" And he was like, "Huh?" And he said, "Man, you know." And so the dude, the character Earl Manigault, he said, "What year is it?" He said, "Who's the president?" He said, "No," because they was arguing over who the president was, and he said, "Ford's the president." He said, "Ford, no, Nixon's the president." He said, "Bro, it's 76." He said 76 or 75 or something like that. He said, "No, it's 72." But he had been telling himself he's all right, right? He'd been walking around like everything is okay, but it's not okay. And nobody took the time to tell him, "Hey, bro, you busted and disgusted." And that's us, right? We so far down on the level where we this world have made us to where you ain't doing, if you don't buy your wife this expensive ring, how can you propose to her? How can you ask her for her hand in marriage and you ain't $20,000 in debt? Right? You don't go get a $20,000 or $30,000 ring when it's crazy, man. It's crazy, right? We should all have a healthy respect for money, right? Because we got to have money to survive in this country. But here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. How do we get around that? How do we get around? How do we get back to the point where we recognize that we are not in a bad situation and we can do more? How do we do that? Based on the current situation? Because we got social media. With social media, we can start a firestorm, right? Movements we could start firestorm movement. But you know what? The enemy is going after our children. They're going after our children, right? You see Meta, they're not going after old fogies like us. They're going after the young people, right? They focusing billions of dollars on VR, right?
Us.
So you think how about us learning how to curb our appetites, right? Because a lot of us, like, we have an appetite for things we're not even understanding that we're consuming, right? Like a lot of times, like for me, this just going back to my diet, and I was like, man, I'm not gonna be able to do this vegan. This is like 9 years, I can't do it. And somebody just told me turn off the TV, right? You know, I'm cutting sugar at that point. I'm mad. I'm snapping. What you talking about? Cut the TV off? That's some stupid shit, man. So I just stopped watching the TV, and then it dawned on me, damn, I'm not seeing the beautiful McDonald's burger, right?
Yeah, the commercials.
You know that commercial
right?
that burger looks so good, man, and subconscious,
right?
And the ice cream commercials and all of it. Yeah.
So billions are spent.
Make you want to get up and go to the refrigerator.
Right. So we have to separate a lot of time. Once we separate from a lot of things, like even as we get older, right? If I was younger, I would have been out there getting the Jordans too, because but as you get older, I noticed with my dad, he have on a pair of busted shoes. I'm like, Dad can't wear them around me. We gotta have on something nice. But as you get older, now I'm learning. That's not a big concern of me no more. So the more we pull ourselves outside of things, right? I think our desires for those things may curve some. I don't know, that's just my opinion. It worked for me a lot. Like a lot of the things I used to desire, I'm not in that section no more. So it's not really a big pull to me no more.
But that's the thing. Our people gotta want that, right?
Or you can find, you can find it's kind of like a tit for tat in all angles. Like because you're saying our people got to find that, but that's hard to do for yourself. Because when he mentioned TV, I was thinking, because I was in one area I lived in, I had like all the cable, everything, New Growth, and then when I moved, I just started slowly downsizing everything for less a distraction. And then, but it was me who decided that. And I had people around me, but nobody was encouraging it. Everybody just sat around TV. Everybody sat around, do this, just right. And not, I don't want to knock them down a peg, but it just, for me, it felt like that was just being lazy. when I knew the extra time that I had, I could be doing something else, which I was. So it took me the time for less TV. I was exercising more, eating a little bit better.
Right.
You know, I went from losing, you know, when I was up in Jersey, because I was so active. Then when I came to South, I was less active, sitting around. And then next thing you know, when I had to realize that for myself, it was like, okay, eating healthier, exercising more, then dropping 40 pounds. So I was like, okay, great. And I kept that same rhythm. And then when I moved, I was like, you know what? I'm not just gonna pay for cable. I'd rather just be okay with the, you know, the apps like Netflix.
Right.
Those you can always come back to.
Right.
You know, versus
No
everybody.
commercials.
Exactly. Everybody want to run to the house because the program's starting at 8 o'clock. So that was always been my mindset. So for me, it's hard to do for a self thing, Brother Clarence, but I also think that the other spectrum is when we as people, we see other people have that negative on them. We need to try to encourage them. I mean, you can't make them do anything, but just encourage them as many times you see them like, hey, you want to come out to church with me? Hey, I got something going on this day. You're more than welcome. Even this Christmas holiday, you know, I knew somebody that their child's child passed away, and I saw some hurt in them. I said, hey, why don't you come with me to the Christmas holidays and do this, you know, with me? First, she was down, but she was like, oh, no, the daughter just made up all the excuses in the growth. Oh, the daughter, this, and I'm like, no, I should just get out because, you know, I know my family. They big family-oriented people. They're going to make you feel loved and stuff. You know, my sister always asking me out to come over there for the holidays. I kind of like shine her off, but something to me just said I felt like this was needed. Not for me, but for them. We went there. I didn't expect the girl was going to show up. As soon as I get to the car, the girl there. I said, oh, you decided to come? She's like, yeah. I said, okay, good. Went there, had a great time. They made it feel like she was one of the family. Boom. You enjoyed yourself? Big ass smiling face. Oh, yeah. That's all I wanted. We're good.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's the same thing like with Brother Clarence. I be seeing you on there with your little basketball thing, right? I used to play ball too, so I was like, what Clarence doing out there, man? And then I seen you out there a couple more times.
That's good.
Let me go pick up my ball, but it got cold as hell here. But it motivated me, you know what I'm saying? So
thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that.
Definitely.
Whole goal, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It was twofold.
Definitely
for myself
a
and also
motivation.
to motivate whoever was sitting there saying, you know what, I need to do this. I got this ball in my car. I just keep looking at it every time. Let me just take it out here, pump it up to take it out here. And that's what I did. So, but it always starts with that day one, man. That day one, right? But okay, gentlemen, okay, I'm gonna ask a tough question. This is a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one, y'all. What can we do? Us, the five of us on this panel right here. What can we do individually to help promote the idea of giving back? Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. I went to go get my hair cut a couple of days ago, right? And so after I got my, you know, while I was sitting there getting my hair cut, little boy and his mama came in, right? And his mama came in and was like, yeah, I want him to be next, right? So she asked, you know, she had like 3 or 4 little crumb snatchers, right? So he was the one getting his hair cut. And so she went out, she said, hey, you know, where's the ATM? So we told her there's an ATM up the street, up there at the corner on Crenshaw. So we said, oh, okay. She said, okay. So she had to walk up there, right? About 2 or 3 blocks. So anyway, when I got my hair cut, I was done. Little man was just sitting in the chair like, man, I hope moms can catch up to some money, right? I said, man, you know, I told my barber, I said, man, just go in and pay for his haircut. Here's mine, and go in and pay for his. My barber said, cool, thanks, man, appreciate it. And so he took the dude, instead of him having to wait for his mama to come, he took the dude, right? Just put him in the chair, right? Now, why am I saying that? Oh, Clarence, you want to just get clout? You want to have people say, ooh, Clarence, you did this? No. Why I'm saying that is, this is what I did, right? We can do a little something here and there, brothers. We not gonna this animal is too big for one person to, take out. It's gonna have to be a collective, a team effort to take this out. But it's has to be a team thinking. Now, what can we do? And that was my example of something I did to say, hey, look, we can, if we got to give money, okay, let's give a little money, right? Brother Clarence ain't rich, but you know what I'm saying? I had it in my pocket that day. I put it on the little man's haircut, right? What can we do, y'all? What can we do? What are some type of things we could do similar to that?
First, Paul, the first thing to do is respect. That's big props, man. I know you got your hand clap thing in there. Can you do it for me? For you? I love that, bro.
I don't know if it works,
man. Hey, man, that's dope, man. Because there's so many kids, and they'll never forget that. In my opinion, they'll never forget. I remember a guy did that for me.
Yeah, right. You think about things like that. Me too, man. I think about man. I think about the time I was cutting through a park around the corner from my house, down the street from my house, right? And definitely, man, hardcore Crip neighborhood, man. But I was going to the school. I was getting bused to a school. The colors were black and red. So I'm cutting through the park, and I knew all the OGs. I knew, right? Because I would play basketball with them. But you know how gang banging is, man. Every couple of years, you get a new crop of cats coming through, right? So this was a new crop of cats was coming through, right? So me and a friend of mine was walking through the park. I got my high school stuff on, high school jacket on, and they stopped and said, "Hey, what y'all doing over here with that on? We're gonna have to, we have to straighten y'all out." Basically what they said to her. I ain't gonna say everything they said, but basically we got to straighten y'all out. You know what I'm saying? And so I was like, oh, man, it was probably like 5 of them and 2 of us, right? Right? So we was like, oh man, and it's not no dudes that's like they look like they got a home, right? These are dudes that look like they ain't got nothing to lose, right? What I got to lose, right? So I'm thinking to myself, man, damn, I hit this one and run, but then this one might catch me. So I'm thinking that kind of stuff, right? And so all of a sudden I heard, hey, from way up on the top of the hill of the park, hey. And so we all turned around, and it was one of the OGs coming down the hill, right, that I played basketball with all the time. Because see, when I was younger, I used to play basketball. I had to play with the dope dealers and the gangbangers because they was the only one that was brave enough to be down in the park. So it would just be me and them, right? So I knew all of them. So anyway, so one of the OGs came down. He said, you messing with him? And he said it to the other gangbanging dude. And he said, yeah, look at him. He got all that dead on. Look at him. He disrespecting us coming through here. Oh, the OG dude said, he said, hey man, go ahead on. Go home. He said, you don't mess with this dude. You don't touch him. He said, go home. And I was like, whew. You ever had a moment like that, right? You go, and I said, wow, I got to pay that forward, right? I've had many moments like that, right? We've all had moments like that. And so, but that was back in the day. We're talking about the 80s, right? That's back in the day. But now we ain't so much like that, right? In today's world, that dude probably would have let me get socked up, right? But just the point of how we were back then. And so we got to do little stuff, because I still remember that, right? That was over 30-something years ago. And I'm 54, and I still remember that moment like it just happening right now. Right? So I'm sure the little kid will remember that same thing. I don't know why that man did that. I don't know what. Right? So that's in my opinion, how we can do it. Now I'm asking you, gentlemen. Everybody on the panel is a very smart person. So how else can we do things similar or even on a grander scale? How can we do things to get our people to try to, inspire them to do other stuff? or to be back, have that back love for each other, right? Nobody?
Don't all raise your hands up at once.
Right?
I'll go first because I'm
don't
pretty.
say that, I'm gonna tell another story, man.
Oh, you got some dope stories now. I'm waiting
man,
for
I got a bunch of
those
stories, man.
I'll go first because I'm pretty much simple. I'll relate to Queen Latifah's mother, Miss Rita Owens. May she rest in peace. Because what she did was she started within the community, and she was showing the youth, other ways and options to help clean up the neighborhoods. We didn't know anything about politics. We didn't know anything about the little local laws. We just knew this is what to do. And when we did it, she was giving us lessons along the way. So that had me respect, Irvington, New Jersey, all of Essex County a little bit more than what I did. Now, what lessons I took from that and the tools, I got friends and family that still stayed there, say, hey, I'm still fight the good fight, and I'm still work up on the city. Some became coaches, some became, police officers, still folks on the community. So I would suggest this for people. If you don't choose to be a coach, if you don't choose to be, a crossing guard, if you don't choose to be a local officer, keep your ear to the ground, because there's always something.
You're missing it.
I'm missing it, sir?
You missing it. I'm not asking you what you think should be done. I'm asking you, what are you going to do? What can you do?
Yeah, I was getting up to that.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. My bad.
You're good.
I'm getting like New Growth, huh? I'm getting like
Wow.
How you do me, man? How you do me?
Yeah. So again, if you're not, well, I'll say if I'm not a police officer or security guard or something, somebody's working, in those realms within the community. For me personally, I always try to keep my ear to the ground. So when it's something like I got a buddy and sister that's local town over that is, those things, and they can give you advice, and that you can contribute that way. Or you can find your local church. I've done that before, and then they can kind of help you branch out from that area. Now, if you see that your church and that community is doing so much more for themselves, you can kind of like, hey, well, let me find another avenue to help out a little bit more on the other spectrum. And I'll give an example. If I come to Brother Vaughn's church and I'm volunteering, I'm doing all the things that, every year, every month or whatever, and I see that everything's working out well for him, I'm gonna start keeping my ear to the ground and start finding something else to do within the community. You can go to your and again, this is me guessing. You can go to your your local library. You can go to your find your local advocates. You can find because I got a place here like 2 blocks away where you can take a vote. We can vote at. You can ask them what the community needs, and they can give you a handful of options there. So that's what I would suggest for myself, and that's what I've done over the past 3 years. What's another one? When I did fitness, it just always some stuff comes up like which you can help out with the community. So that's pretty much what I've done.
Salute, man. Salute for that.
Awesome.
Much respect for that. And my thing is, I always be aware, right? Because I was the only child. I was the only child. Huh?
I said you are the only child.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
I'm talking. Yeah, so I grew up in like I said, in that crack era, and it was a lot of lonely. That I seen a lot of things that a kid shouldn't have seen. Right? I've seen it affect every aspect. I've seen family members become drug dealers and sell to their brothers and sisters as they pregnant and all of it. So I had to internalize a lot of things. So my thing is I try to talk to these kids because I know they seeing a lot of other things. So if I see them on the corner, I just say, "What's up, little man?" They'll look at me like I'm crazy. They scared a little bit. I understand that because But after a while, they say, hey, Mr. David, or whatever, and we all of a sudden it grows a little rapport, and that's a start, right? That little start right there just allows somebody to come into their world, somebody they can talk to, somebody they can feel happy when they see on their block, or like you said, start doing more things like, hey, let's go get a haircut. You know, new girlfriend ain't getting this haircut, but you can get a haircut, right? So, or we can go and, you know, play basketball. You know, I was playing ball with him last year, Clarence, man. I look like you out there, man. Bang.
Not that bad, man. Not that bad,
Oh,
right?
man, I was looking like Clarence.
You look like a Muppet out there like me, man. Like,
You did better than I could have done.
Man, I had to move, man. Then I pull up for the jumper, and the jumper was just so short, it hit the front of the rim. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I was telling Simmer, man, you can't even slide a paper plate under my jumper no more, man. You used to, I got it way up there, man. Now it's like, you can't even slide a plate under there now, man.
Right. But, you know, just do little things like that, man. And they can have at least an outlet, at least say, because it's so, we take for granted how many people and kids don't have nobody that cares for them. Like they had, like the brother Gray Pill said, he just told the girl to come hang out. That probably meant the world, because hey, somebody care about me. I'm still needed or wanted in this world. Just imagine a 7 or 8 year old, you know, and y'all know my thing with the adoption. So I just know that there's a lot of people that don't feel cared for. So that's my thing. And my thing is forming a brotherhood. Brother Rico, you on the line?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Hey, I'm sorry, you know I love you.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You know your little nephew. I'm tired of arguing.
We good. We good.
Can I have a virtual hug? Right?
Now, see, I feel the
I
love
give you
now.
a
See,
virtual
there you go.
kiss in the ass.
Don't worry.
That's what I'm talking about.
They'll be back fussing at each other next week. They'll be back fussing at each other next week. Hey.
I mean, the love has just entered the
At
room
least,
again.
at least Rico said he good with him. Rico be cussing me out. No, I'm sorry, nothing, man. Hey, call me later. That's
No,
it.
sir.
Why don't I get a
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the
Hey,
question?
just, I mean, at the end of the day, let me just say, at the end of the day, it's like we playing basketball, right? Y'all the OG. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you on that court. I don't care if you Michael Jordan. I'm the young, but I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna kick. I'm gonna throw the ball at you. But you know, we just trying to win. That's all.
No,
it's all
look.
love.
All bullshit aside, I can appreciate it, and I definitely appreciate you challenging me and pushing back. And I have to understand sometimes that, like I said, you're a younger version of me. You're strong in your opinions and your belief, and it's not right of me to, you know, when I understand when we come to places where I have a difference of opinion, I just have to accept that your opinion and others will be different, and I just have to accept that and not try to, you know, it's never my intention to try to make anybody feel small or look less than, you know, but you know, it's still some of the old ways in me where it's like, you know, and to be honest with you, like, you know, I revere Dr. King. So maybe I shouldn't have let it trigger me, but maybe I did a little looking back on it. But I just have to learn to get better with that. So I appreciate you, if for nothing else, bringing that up to me and letting me know, okay, well, you know what, Rico, just pull back off of that, agree to disagree, or don't even agree to disagree. Just say, hey, look, this is what I believe. That's what you believe. Okay. And move on and not have to make it like I'm coming off, you know, because if I sound like, if I'm giving the appearance that I'm trying to bully somebody, which I ain't but 5'7", I'm too goddamn short to bully anybody. But even
them be the biggest bullies.
The
little ones be the biggest bullies.
If it gives the appearance that that's how I'm coming off, I apologize. That's not what I mean to do. And that's why I've just been like, okay, let me reserve, let me pull back a little bit. But I would like to answer the question about the volunteering thing. Because
but what about Vaughn?
Oh, okay. Well, you want to go, Vaughn, and then I'll go?
Well, you know, I've been accused of being, you know, this polite bully.
Oh,
but,
yeah, that fits.
You know, and so hey, I can take that. But
I ain't gonna lie, Vaughn.
you know,
I've never heard that. I never heard that before. If somebody like, I will literally fight somebody.
Brother New Growth gave me that name.
No, Von
Really?
Erich gave you that. Von Erich. Gave you that.
Oh, Von Erich gave
I'm
it to
gonna
me.
blame
Okay.
Von Erich
Von
because he ain't
Erich gave it to me. But
That's
you know what?
crazy.
But here's the thing, I don't really try to bully people. You know what I'm saying? I just try to get a word in edgewise. And sometimes what we do is when we try to get a word in edgewise, we tend to overtalk,
right,
which makes all of the points that are being made unheard. You see what I'm saying? And we've all been guilty of that, on this panel, But in regards to the question, Brother Clarence, as to how we could, what could we do to give back to the community? Is that am I understood? Is
Yes,
that what
us
I'm to understand?
personally. Us personally.
Well, you know what? First of all, just having respect for the community, and then, do your research. Find out what you can get involved in. You see what I'm saying? There's so many different things to get involved in the community. So if you want to give back to the community, you can do it in many different capacities. You know what I'm saying? But you just have to look. For instance, I want to give back to the community, and I was able to do it through this channel. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Through the backpack drive.
Yes. Another round of applause for that.
There's so many different causes that you can figure out what your niche is, or what you feel like, what, I can get on the bandwagon with that. You know what I'm saying? But here, with that being said, gentlemen, I really appreciate how you all, brought it down and came back to love and understanding. And see, that's what we need to exemplify in these spaces. Although the conversation may get heated, you see what I'm saying? But there's still respect there. We have to maintain that amount of respect for each other, and then we have to hear each other and say, okay, well, I can see why you feel the way you do. I just don't agree with it. But I definitely can see why you feel that way. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Listen, I'm not gonna negate the fact that you have a concept that you're rocking with. You see, it's just, but then I just don't want to discard it. I want to understand why you think that way. You see what I'm saying? And so I could see why you would see it that way, but I just disagree. And then once you do that a couple of times, then hey man, it's time to move on. And there's no love loss in that. We're not gonna always agree on everything, And when it comes to this question that's posed before us down here, where it says, why are we not involved in community service? Well, Brother Clarence, there's a lot of people that don't believe that we even have a community, and I've heard it in these spaces.
Yes,
the Black community is dead. There is no Black community. How absurd is that? How absurd is that? When we are living in areas which are predominantly Black. How absurd for you to say there really is no community anymore. There is a community. Are we dealing with each other? Are we doing what we should do in the community? Are we helping each other in the community? Well, possibly not. That doesn't negate the fact that there still is a community. And what are you doing in it?
Ooh.
So I just throw that out there.
That's a good question.
I'm glad you said that last part, because that's the issue right there too. If you got so much mouth about what's dead, how about you bring it to life? How about you plant that seed? How about you, quote unquote, be that leader that the people need? Instead of you sounding so undefeated, reach out.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
You be your own person. Why don't you? I'm gonna be honest. I don't care if let me start something, right? The Black man, let me start something that I deem that's worthy and necessary. And then if 5 Black people roll behind me on it, supporting it, and then 20, 30, 50 white people, Mexicans, whatever, come behind me. But guess what? That Black man did it. That's still a win. That Black man did it.
But I got a bigger question. Why, if something doesn't exist, why is it so much criticism for something that doesn't exist?
Exactly. Come on.
We don't have a Black community. I can't turn on YouTube without seeing 9,000 channels criticizing the black community. Wait a minute, I thought it didn't exist.
Because they're coming for us.
Good point.
They're coming for us.
It
Good
just
question.
makes no sense.
Good question.
Because it's endless criticism that wears me out. But I just wanted to, because when I think about, like, I always say this, like, volunteering is a deeply personal thing.
Right.
You know, so that's what we could start there. I think anybody that does any type of volunteering, it takes a certain level of empathy. I saw a study the other day where they said, and I believe it to be true, you know, women are far more empathetic than men.
Yeah.
So that's why they have higher rates of volunteerism. Doesn't mean that men don't. It's just, you know, the women just are. When I think about volunteering and service, I think in the realms of, I don't think in the realms of black, I think in the realms of poor and underprivileged. Now, granted, growing up for the vast majority of my life, the first 40 years, I was living in these underprivileged communities or barely outside of them. And they, fortunately, the vast majority of those communities look like me. So it just ended up being black communities. So one only reason why I say that is I would help an underprivileged white community if I lived in one. Just ain't never lived in one, because I don't like to see poor people suffering, hungry, and things like that. Now, I'm not gonna say unfortunately, because I willingly choose to live here. I live in a pretty, not wealthy, but a more moderately affluent neighborhood. So we don't have, even in the little pockets of underprivileged, obviously the community has a lot of resources, more than other communities I lived in that were under-resourced. But even still in the community I live in, I do volunteer at a food pantry probably about 3 or 4 times a year, because I don't like to just do finance. I like to do the work. I don't know. I just feel like I feel better when I'm actually doing some sort of work. The first 25 years of my life in the underprivileged neighborhoods, I worked a lot with kids with a lot of coaching, basketball, football, all sorts of sports, where I felt like, because I didn't have a lot of money, but I could offer my time and my expertise.
Same here. Yeah.
Then obviously I got a little bit older, and I was just like, okay, I can't keep doing this. I mean, and it was getting my money too, the wear and tear on me. So now I'm in an area where, so like I said, 3 or 4 times a year, I actually go over to, it's called Manna Food Bank, and it helps. And it's, you know, the food drive. Like, actually, I'm on Christmas vacation. I'm supposed to be over there the entire week that I'm out from work, but obviously I'm not, because I'm going to go on vacation tomorrow. So I didn't do it, you know, this December, but normally I would do it the whole 10 days that we're off for Christmas break. And I would do it 2-3 other times through the year. And in addition to that, I do financially, I'm signed up with Children's International. So I got an adopted child in Africa and one in Ecuador that they just take money out of my paycheck once a month.
Wow.
It's not every 2 weeks. You know, they came around, knocked on the door. I didn't go out looking for it, so I'm not going to say that. You know, they come around, they knock on your door, and they come to certain neighborhoods. So they definitely come to my neighborhood, getting people to volunteer, and I didn't hesitate or think twice about it. Or I couldn't even say I would be doing it, because it's not, and you can find it if you want. You just go look it up online, Children's International, Save the Children. They're out there, but I never did. So I'm not going to tell nobody, oh, I didn't know. They knocked on my door, and I was like, okay, and I signed up, and they've been taking it up. I just don't even see it for years. But where I'm probably most involved right now is over in the DR, where I got a home, because when I go over there, like, I got a suitcase full of school supplies for the kids over there now.
Hold on, you got a place in the DR?
Huh?
You got a place in the DR?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be best fucking friends, bro.
So I go, every time I go over there, and my wife, and the funny thing about it, and the reason why I say it's deeply personal, because as much as I've volunteered all throughout my life, I've always tried to set that as an example for my kids, and that shit just never took. They just don't, you know, and that probably is the one thing that disappoint me the most. They've seen me do it, and I think that's the best thing you can do, is be an example. I really had hoped my kids would. I got one son that's probably starting to do it. I really hope they would have picked it up, but I mean, they outright, you know, resist it, you know. But then my wife, I'll say, she definitely volunteers. back for her home country, where twice a year she does this food and clothing drive for poor people back there. And I do the big thing for the kids. Kids, in order for them to play basketball and volleyball, they have to go to school because it's not mandatory for them to go to school. And shoes, book bags, notebook. So I just haven't asked anybody here because I know you was doing your thing, but I also wanted to get further because I'm like, look, I can't fund all this, but I do every trip I go, a couple $100 worth of stuff, and I don't have a problem with doing that. But I would like to see if I could get other people. So I'm gonna try to do some footage and some video when I go this time, so people can see, and hopefully it'll help. Say, hey, look, these kids over here. The basketball playing. Yeah, when they playing basketball, either in flip flops or no fucking shoes.
Yeah.
So I'll go to Walmart and I get as many $10, $15 pair of sneakers I can get.
Exactly. Right.
But they literally. I mean, these motherfuckers over here with playing basketball in flip flops. And some of them with no shoes. Yeah. Because it's just that poor. And
or a boot and a boot and a shoe. Yeah.
Yeah. And the only thing we tell them is if you want to play basketball, you have to go to school. But then even when you tell them you gotta go to school, their parents don't have money for school supplies.
All right.
So I'm like, so I just picked up from Amazon a bunch of pencils, ink pens, scotch tape, spiral notebooks, just highlighters, all just random. And the thing is, I found out about this. I found out about it from this other YouTuber, Ebony Ladies in the DR, and she put me in touch with the group. So I came to. So it actually was her idea, but she's got several. I'm not the only one doing it. So it says several people from the U.S. that sent it, but I don't care how it ain't enough. They are fucking poor beyond measure. So.
But you know what? But the fact of the matter is that you are doing what you can do.
Yeah.
You can't give to everyone. But hey, come on. Right. Even if it's to 10, you are doing a service. And we got to look at it that way.
Yeah, I just like to try to think about how can you get? For me, I just wish my damn kids would do it more.
Well, another thing that we can do here though. Another thing we could do here, and I'm just piggybacking on OG Patrice inspired me. And Sister Annie, shout out to Sister Annie in the chat. She was talking to me the other day and she said she loves to read children's books. And I'm like, all of us, like I know this goes along with what we can do for our community, right? All of us, we know a Black community in a situation. We can look it up easy online, which ones reading scores are low and that. We can go there every Friday. We can talk to the principal. Hey, can we come and read to a class? Right?
Wow.
That's free. Wow. They will not
stop
you. They will not stop you. So this is free. If you want to, you can say, hey, I might bring in a box of donuts for the kids as they sit down on reading time. And you be amazed these little kids' faces seeing Black men, right? Seeing Black men who they already have images of and sit there and watch them read something that they like, or like you do, Brother Clarence, with the adding and the subtraction, which one? I know Clarence, you the rapper, so you can get in there. 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 is 3. You'd be surprised because these kids are itching to learn something because they learn it regardless.
Yeah, and you know what? That is the most valuable thing that you could give as far as the community is concerned. Is your time. It's easy to give monetary things and say, hey, here's $100 or here's $200 and you're done. But when you actually take time out of your day, you see what I'm saying? You spend 24 hours doing something, or you spend 8 hours doing something, or whatever it is. The time is very valuable when it comes to giving back to the community.
Right. And the last thing, when my daughters came to me, my oldest one, she was considered illiterate, like dysfunctional. They had her in all these things. She couldn't read. She was 9 years old. She couldn't read. So, and I told them, hell no. They was talking about, I told them I was cussing the teachers out because I seen things that she could pick up already off the bat. I'm like, no, ain't nothing wrong with her mind. So we would start the process of learning the alphabets and phonic sounds and all of these things. And they were saying the same thing about my youngest daughter too. But she would pay attention as I would talk to the older daughter, and it was relentless. 4 or 5 days a day. 4 or 5 hours a day, 7 days a week. My wife was like, "Where you been?" I said, She's gonna learn that she has to overcome hurdles in life, and she can do it. And so her confidence was low. She would cry. I said, "Baby, you can do it. This your world. They don't want you here, but they ain't got no choice now. Your daddy, you gonna be who you want to be." And it took a while. Then all of a sudden, it just started flowing. And I'm sitting there, she's reading the book out loud. When she used to read out loud, it was like, it's just kind of choppy, and she's not. And she was just reading it one day. I was just tired, and she just reading, and she wasn't trying hard. And I'm just over there crying like a baby, like, "You did it, baby." Right? And it's like, we can do that with these kids in this community. We can shed them tears of joy with these kids in this community. They got so much shit to say about our offspring, y'all. They got so much to say that what we can't do, what we ain't gonna be. We got so much, like you said, black people saying, let's show them. All it takes is a little effort, right? Not from it ain't gonna be fixed with us 5, right? Or the people in the chat. But if we make an effort, man, I'm telling you, that'll be, to me, that's the greatest experience I ever felt in my life. So I just encourage us, we can all do that.
Awesome. I don't know where Brother Clarence went, but you know.
I thought I was talking. I forgot I was muted.
Oh, you were new. Oh, you were muted.
I had the same experience this morning.
Look, I was in takeover mode. I was going to just
Thank you, Juan. Please, always do that. Always do. You, Rico, one of you guys, New World, one of you guys take over. All right. So anyway, I had the same situation happen to me this morning, New World. So I hear my wife saying, "Oh, you did such a great job. You did such a great job." Right. And I got up. And that's what I got up to. So I get up and I go out to the front room, and my granddaughter had spelled her last name.
Wow.
Right? And so, and then this is a 4-year-old girl, 4-year-old kid. And so, she said, my mom was like, "She did this by herself. I didn't even, usually I had to tell her what letters to put and she did it all by herself." I said, "I told you."
Beautiful.
See, I went and bought some books for her. I said, "No, I said, kindergarten's coming for her. She's going to be ready." So remember, I was telling you guys, I went and go buy the books for her. And so we would sit with her and work with her with her letters and her numbers and stuff like that, right? And so she like, "I can't believe she did it." I said, "I can. I did it already. I knew it. I knew it." I said, it's not that it's not that she got to catch up to us. It's us. We got to catch up to her. She already can. She can do this. It's us. We got to catch up to her and start working with her. Catch up to what her brain is, because these kids, their brains are so advanced and developed. Shout out to Brother Bolo. Their kids, their brains are so developed that we got to catch up to them. If we don't, somebody else is gonna get in front of us on social media or whatever, right? They're gonna get in front of us and divert their attention to social media and all of that bull crap instead of focusing them on science, math, technology, engineering, right? We got to focus our children on that. But I hear you, New Growth, and I'm happy for you, man. I just can relate to what you said. Okay, now check this out. We're going to take a little video break, y'all. We're going to take a video break. Bolo, did I send Bolo the link? I don't know. I'm going to send Bolo. Here's the link if you want to come up here. If you got a minute. Okay. So this is what we're going to do, man. Now, I was watching the Dominican Route. Right? And this video is so funny, man. I put it in my community page, right? So shout out to Brother John, man. Watch this, man.
Dominican's so stingy. Watch this. Give me. Give me. I bought the cornflakes. Give me some cornflakes. Just because you got good hair, you can't treat people like that. Give me. Gracias.
Nah, hey, nah, bump that. The only reason that little girl did that because the boy, he was going after the little boy for his.
Ah.
That's what happened.
Wow.
You muted, Clarence.
Oh, no, man, she did it because it was in her heart to do it.
Yeah, I saw
fighting
that.
it at first. In the
Sure.
beginning, she was fighting it because
When she said
her
here.
hunger had her fighting it, right? But something in her soul told her, this ain't right.
Right.
This ain't right. Something in her soul said, no, this ain't right. If he must be, I know what it's like to be hungry. If he's that hungry, here, let me give him something.
Right.
That's how we are, man. Left alone, we gonna be like that, right? But like Rico said, that's in another kingdom, right?
And
Now,
we learn how to share at that age. You know what
And
I'm
look
saying?
at the character.
We
in the
learn
script
how to
she has
share
in
at that
young
age.
Yeah.
That's the age where
that's
we
beautiful.
learn sharing. You know?
Right.
Yeah, come on, give him some. Don't be like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, and you know, that's a great thing to see, you know, because you know, children are about themselves.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when they do learn how to share, you know, that's a beautiful thing to see.
But
yeah, I
Ron,
like the clip, brother.
see,
I like the
you
clip.
have to teach it. See, that's the man. He didn't have to teach him to do it. She saw it. She saw it already. Her spirit said, "You know what? If he's hungry too, I'm hungry. We all hungry." Shit. See, parts of the world like that where everybody just share food. They just share everything with each other, right? But let me bring Brother Bolo in. Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir.
What's up,
How you
Bolo?
guys doing, man?
What's going on with you, man?
Bolo, what's going on, man?
I'm good, man. I can't complain. Brother Rico.
Rico is in the house.
He's in the building.
I'm here. I'm trying to do two things at one time.
At the salad bar.
No. Just making sure I got all my last packing done. Because once you get to that airport, if you ain't got everything, it will leave without you.
Are you on vacation, Rico?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh man,
Tomorrow
good for
morning.
you. Good for you.
All right.
Yeah. So
All right,
you
right.
know,
Yeah,
you know,
going
you
down there
think
where
you got
we
everything.
just saw this clip.
I always get to the airport and like, oh my God, I forgot this. So, I go through that list about 28 times, and I'm gonna go through it 2 more times in the morning.
There you go.
Now, how long are you gonna be gone, Rico?
Just till next Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
So
All
a
right.
week.
All right, so he'll be
You
back.
going to DR?
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, get out of this blizzard, and it's
Oh,
80 degrees over there.
How long is the flight?
It's only 4 hours.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Man. That's like Chicago to LA, man. That's not that bad.
Yeah, I agree. I was telling my wife, I said, hell, it take us longer to get to California.
Yeah.
In the same country.
It's not.
That's 5 hours.
Yeah, it takes me 5 hours from Atlanta though. If I'm leaving from Atlanta, it's like 4 or 5 hour flight.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! Oh, you know about the DR too, Grapeville?
No, he was talking about the distance. I wish I was there.
Oh.
Yeah. 4 hours later, I'll be on the beach.
Yeah, now I know a friend, so I'm gonna go ahead and piggyback with him.
Well, gentlemen, let me bring Bolo into the situation.
Yes,
Bolo.
Yes,
Bolo.
sir. Yes.
I have a question for you, brother.
Okay.
Why are we, in particular Black people, but Americans, if you want to use Americans, but in particular Black people, why are we not involved as much as we used to be, right? We used to be more involved with each other as far as trying to for common goals, right? We were trying to fight hunger. We were trying to fight oppression. We were trying to fight different things, right? We was all on the same page. But in today's society, we not. Now I got an answer for you guys too, and I don't know, it's gonna be way off the dartboard, right? But I want to see what you guys have to say.
As usual.
So, Bolo, see, you thought it was just you, Bolo, huh? It's me too, man. All right, man. But what do you think, Bolo? What do you think? Why are we not as involved as we used to be in, community service types of situations?
Oh man. Damn, that's a good question. There's a few ways you can go with this answer. I mean, to keep it simple, there's a vibration of everyone being selfish. It's a real selfish vibration out there, and laziness. A lot of the times we know what our community needs and we choose not to get involved in it. We don't want to be the change that our community needs, right? I did a show a few months ago, and I think you were there, Brother Clarence, where it was in Philadelphia. A woman the train was in between stops, and this woman was raped on the train. She was raped on the train. No one did nothing. And soon as the train pulled into the stop, the first thing everybody said was, where was the police? Men on the train, women on the train.
Wait a minute. The individual was raped in front of everyone?
In front of everybody.
Wow.
The first thing they said was
crazy.
I did another show where
wow, that's crazy.
A man grabbed a woman's hair and was really fighting with her. You had 4 men. There was one guy had to be about 6'4", 280. Easy. No one said nothing. This woman is looking to these men. No one did nothing. And as soon as he lets her go and walks off the train, everybody's up in arms. Yo, what happened? What happened? What happened? So, that community vibe that we used to have is gone. It's no longer there. That love, that common goal that we had is no longer there. That love, knowing that even though that's not my physical brother, meaning blood brother, that is still my brother. That getting involved is gone. Nobody wants to get involved no more. So we tend to wait for other people that are outside the community to pander to us every 3 or 4 years whenever their term is done and say that they're going to get something done and totally don't, because we're always in the same position. So again, we need to be the change that we want to see.
Bolo, let me ask you this. Hey, when do you think that love left, and do you think we in a generation now that never seen that love, that a lot of us may had a taste of, or somebody actually lived through it?
Okay, repeat the question one more time.
Like you said, that brotherly love is no longer there. Like we once had I'm like, I think I experienced, me, I thought it was in the early 80s. That's when it left. But I think it's a generation out here now who never experienced any of it, right? So
Right.
we have a people out here that don't even have a reference point to what that love is. And I guess we the last of the dying breed to even be able to plant that seed back in there to a certain degree.
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna talk about, Brother Clarence is, compartmentalizing this conversation to talk about, black and brown. So yeah, when we leave our community, and let's say, your parents made it, air quotes in the air, they move to another community. When they move to another community, they learn that importance of what that community is. When you move into the community, people come and they bring you the cake and all that stuff, and that might surprise you. In our community, we've been so destroyed for lack of love. And I agree with you. In the 80s, we had that. We all played together. Our face wasn't in a phone. We had camaraderie. We would fight, and then the next morning, hey, Mama Brian, can Vaughn come outside? And he would come out and we would go play.
Right.
When technology, although it's a good thing, it's a curse at the same time, because it takes you away from actually physically being there next to somebody, right? So I don't need to go see Vaughn. I can just call him on the phone or video him, opposed to going there and slap my brother Five and, hugging him and actually feeling that thing. That's the curse of technology. You don't have to talk to a chick, face to face. You can talk to a chick in Bangladesh from a damn app. Everything is microwavable. No one is taking patience. Because remember back in the days, you had to work on your rap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You had to have a style.
Right.
Nowadays, cats cats don't have it. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, is if I got bread, that says everything. You know, nowadays there's nobody, you know, out there as a whole. We're not doing this as a whole. There is a generation that hasn't seen it from us. Because again, like I said, you might go to a white neighborhood and see it. You might go to an Asian neighborhood and see it.
Right.
In our neighborhood, no. And then when you look at the OGs like the Ricos, the Vaughns, myself, the Proceeds, you know, outside of us, those men, you know what it is, man. If you're not in this work, right, you want to forget the past. This is what everybody wants to do. They want to forget the past, and forgetting the past is a bad thing because you forget the struggle. It's like going to a movie to watch with no sound. You're getting a portion of the movie, but you're not getting the whole feel of it. You know what I'm saying? So when we come to these young men, you know, and we're trying to tell these young men, get your act together. These young men are saying to you or to me, yo, you acting like you don't know what I'm going through. And us as the OGs, remember, we want to forget, right? So we forget what it took to be 18 years old trying to get it together. We forget what it was like to be 19 and have a baby and, you know, trying to get it together. And it's not that we're trying to pander to them. It's just us understanding to have patience and not belittle. There's a difference when you're empathetic and sympathetic. I'll just say this one thing and then I'll turn it over. I had a friend, and I say this all the time. I had a friend that was that you know, was put in a wheelchair. And the advice that, you know, it's nothing like being able to walk and then not. So I would give him, you know, I would give him advice. And the advice that I would give him when he would respond, it felt like I was offending him. And you know, he knows me. I love him. He loves me. He know it wasn't coming from a place of trying to disrespect him. Right. It's not until I put myself in a wheelchair for 2 hours, dog. For 2 hours. That I understood all the advice I gave him was full of garbage. Because the advice that I was giving him was from my perspective and not his. That's what we do a lot. We center. So if someone comes to you with the problem, you know what we always do? Well, when I was young, it's not about you.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, you figured it out. Now help this young man or this young girl figure it out. You know, so empathy and sympathy is very important when we're giving advice or when we're trying to deal with somebody. And that has been taken away from the old school to the new school. That has been robbed.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, gentlemen.
Great answer, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, answer. But you know what? I just thought about something. Did this man just say, "Give me 5"? How old are you, man?
What are you talking about?
I remember that. I remember that, new growth. I remember when you walked down the street and you could say to a man, "Give me 5."
Clarence like triple. All our age is gonna contradict what Bolo said. This don't make no sense right now.
Give you 5. Remember that? Y'all don't even remember that, man.
I remember that. I said it. I remember it. Brother. I remember it. Give me 5.
I didn't know you was old as me, man. You old. Oh, that's what you just
Clarence, you are from the same generation as us. Yeah. I don't know why you keep fretting.
That's what I'm saying. Like he literally saw 1900s, and we trying to like understand.
Well, he's a youngster, man. I mean, you know, he had a birthday and everything, but he's a youngster, man.
I just turned 50 December 16th.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, happy
praise God for that.
So wait, Bolo, you Generation X too?
Yeah.
Oh, what are we doing? Rico, are y'all trying to make Rico feel young or y'all trying to feel old?
Nah, Rico got that like that group, like that old head vibe. Old news for level.
Rico is the grumpy old man that's gonna be on the
Before the month go out, can we all wish Brother Bolo a happy belated birthday? It's not too late. It's still
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Happy
no
birthday.
doubt. Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Belated birthday.
Yes,
And happy
sir.
holidays.
That still doesn't change the fact that Rico's gonna be that old man on the block.
Facts.
Everybody
Gotta be.
by his house.
Gotta
Facts.
be. He is that old man.
They
Yo,
gonna
that
listen
old
to
man.
it. They won't be
Rico,
around.
And look, grumpy at that. Grumpy at that.
He mastered that part, Von.
I'm already giving everybody the wrong address.
when your kids run across Rico's grass, Rico's gonna cut your kids out. And when your wife comes down there to cuss out Rico, Rico gonna give her some groceries.
Right.
That's how Rico is, man.
And the only one that's gonna cut some slack is the one that'll run up to the store and give you another 6-pack.
There you go.
Remember Cedric the Entertainer? We was cooking on the grill. He said, "I'm going to take that. I didn't mean nothing by that. I'm gonna take it."
Rico gonna be saying, "Why you driving so loud?"
Gentlemen, I'm having a blast talking to y'all, man. But we gotta shut this thing down, man. We gotta shut it down, man. All right, y'all. We gotta get some closing remarks in here, man, so that we can start wrapping things up, man. But I appreciate everybody that came on the panel today, man. We had a great conversation.
Yes,
it was a
sir.
little pushing and shoving at first, man, but we found our way. Kind of like
yeah.
That's just to wake us up.
I saw a young man pushing and shoving with Brother Pagoda the other day, man. Pushing and shoving. Pushing around, right?
Oh, wow.
Turning
Yeah.
around, but it got straight in the head. It got straight in the
He'll,
head.
he'll,
Right?
he'll definitely make you push and shove.
Oh,
Brother
man.
Brother Pagoda will definitely
Furniture
have you
moving,
shoving
man.
and pushing.
Furniture moving, right?
Well, look, let me go
Ay,
first
ay,
because I
ay,
still
ay,
got
ay.
a little bit
God
of-
bless that brother,
Come
though.
back to your channel.
Let me go first because I got a little
I'm
more
reminded
passion.
of Boris and Natasha.
That's what he sounds like to me. That's what he sounds like.
I'm reminded
younger
of that
Boris
Bullwinkle
Badenhall,
cartoon,
man.
man. I swear.
Sesame Street. Number 1, 2.
Yeah, the count, right?
Oh, the count. I didn't even think of that one.
Whoa,
Wow.
you have attacked the Jews 1, 2, 3 times, Bolo. 3 times. New growth. You have attacked the Jews 4 times.
Below-
1, 2, 3, 4.
Vagoda, I'm not in on this. I don't want to be in your rant. I love you,
know,
brother.
we all got love for Pagoda. Come on.
We all got
you,
love
you
for
know
Pagoda,
we do.
man. Pagoda-
That's why we
Rico
let
said-
him in on the
Rico said
conversation.
he
You
was
know, trying to
Don't
shed a
drop
little
now,
light.
Rico.
Pagoda, man.
Don't drop now.
Tell it to
Trying
the
to shed a
televised
little
crew,
light.
man. Tell it to the television crew.
Let Uncle Rico
Yeah.
said he got some more packing to do.
Come on, Rico. Come on, Rico.
Yeah, I just want to say, great stream. Happy to be a part of the panel and the topic. And this, I'm glad, like you said, this is the sort of topic because, like I said, I don't think we got any real clear answers, but I'm glad that we brought the conversation up to maybe get more people in our community to think about, hey, how we got to feedback and and I think with some great solutions for people, the small things you can do. And I think Bolo came in and killed it at the end with and that is so true because I want to say, I think it was in New York, there's a syndrome of something where people can see something happening, but they don't want to get involved. There's an actual term for it, some years ago where a young lady got killed and like all these people saw it, but nobody wanted to say anything.
Yeah, I know what term you're talking about.
Yeah,
so you can get arrested for it now, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was the Seinfeld episode, like the final episode, remember?
So
It
I
was Samaritan
think
law. Yeah.
that's
called
what
the Good Samaritan law.
What is it called?
The Good Samaritan law.
Yeah.
If you don't do something and it wouldn't have risked your life and nothing would have happened to you, and you stand there and don't do anything, you can be arrested for it.
So, and in saying that, it's true of what you're sitting there saying is how are we doing that to the community? So people sit there and they see, oh, them little bad kids, but it's like, yeah, but if you're not doing anything, So again, like I said, I know that volunteering and stepping up is a deeply personal thing. It's deep within me. I'm mad that I couldn't replicate it with my kids, but the issue is, at least I like the fact that we started talking about it. I hope we talk about it again, show some more examples, and hopefully it'll hit the algorithm to get more people in our community to step up and say, hey, look, some of these problems we got to fix ourselves, or at least we have to attempt to, or at least show some empathy towards the problem, because that goes to those young men that Bolo were talking about. You know, why should they change? They don't think anybody cares. They don't think anybody cares. So why should they change? So that's my 2 cents. I really appreciate it. I'll be packing. I'll possibly see you guys on Thursday. It depends on what I got going on. But if
Hey,
not,
Rico, before you
Safe,
go,
safe
Rico,
travels, my brother. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Before you go, may God bless you and give you travel mercy and allow you to return home safely. You and your family.
You and your family, man. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Bolo. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome,
Rico.
Yes, sir.
Rico. Remember Saturday, Rico.
Yes. I'll be settled in.
Yes, you have to be bone
Send me
dry.
a message just as a reminder.
He said,
All right, brother.
He said you have to be bone dry. Wait a minute.
and
What do you
I'll
mean
be
here?
as dry as I can be.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll
That's
leave
the
that
way-
alone.
Feel like this
Oh.
one. I don't want him drinking nothing where you have to put any fruit in it. So if you can drink something without putting fruit in it, you can have that. But at least
Okay.
give me about an hour.
Okay. Right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you,
Be
brother.
safe.
All right, that's Brother Rico, man. Shout out to him, man. I'm gonna put him down. He's got a pack. He's going to the DR. Rico's got a place out there, and his wife speaks Spanish, so very well, I'm told. So they're gonna get around pretty good down there. All right, y'all. Let's go Great Pill. Let's go Great Pill.
Sure. Like really great conversation. That's pretty much what gravitated me over here.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Like anything else, I'm about solution. I have to, probably my first time, Vaughn, I have to push back a little bit on what Rico said. I think it was some solutions and some answers, more or less so. Some a lot of options for people. So you can't say, nobody didn't say or nobody didn't give anything to present. So feel free to go back on the replay and check that out. Definitely timestamp it if you need to some references for yourself. You just don't really need cold hard cash to say, hey, I did something for the community, because realistically, if you don't got the time, I get it, but at the same time, realistically, you can make the time too. So just think about that. You can always do it locally. You do hands-on. You can start within your family. Don't have to be the community. If you got like a niece or nephews, we had those conversations with plenty of platforms before. What can we do within our community, our friends and family? If you got a niece or a grandniece or a granddaughter or your kids or whoever, and they're in need in some way, shape, or form, and you got the time, you got the resources, that's one way to help right there. Start with that. And if you feel like that's good for you and is making his feet your soul, start moving over, and start helping go from the next one to the next to the next. You don't have to stand to that person. If you can volunteer at your local church and you see that church is like, hey, 50 stories high and they're doing great for themselves, okay, find yourself some other place to go to, and I'll leave it like that. So thank you.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. If you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill Podcast, get on over there and subscribe to the Great Pill Podcast. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna pull you down. Thank you for coming on the panel, man. Appreciate you. All right, I pulled down brother Great Pill. Let's go New Bro.
Okay. My intentions were good. My intentions were good.
He came in peace. He came in peace.
Bedroom, man. I feel like my chicken pot stopped itching, and I'm chilling, listening, and my grandma used to call him the sloop-footed, that old sloop-footed Satan.
Yeah, old slew foot. That's right.
Nah, but I'm just learning. At the end of the day, I gotta learn to control me. Everybody control themselves. And at the end of the day, I stand by what I always believe. I respect my elders, right? Because I want that same respect to be translated through generations. So no matter what goes wrong, I have to come back and say, hey, this is my part in it, and move accordingly. Because real talk, I would not be here without y'all, right? So as much as I think I know, right? As much as I know, right? Much as I think you don't know, I still owe y'all, right? So it's that. Not you, Clarence. You still part of my generation. get out of this conversation. Nah, but for real, man.
Hey, man, trust and believe. You will be sitting in our seat. You will be sitting in this seat that I'm in
Yeah,
right
like I
now.
say, keep
And the
living,
youngster
keep
will be
living.
talking to you, and you'll
That's
be
right,
and you'll be
keep
like,
living.
man, new growth, man. I wish I could do, man. I wish I had the
Mm.
patience that you have, man. But it'll
Right.
happen, man. It'll happen.
That's why I'm getting my ball game together, because I see your weaknesses already. I'm gonna back you down, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm saying
Right now.
they used
Right
to call
now.
me Baby Barkley, right?
Yeah, right now. Right now. You can get me right now because I can't get off the ground. But I'm gonna get
Baby
my
Barkley.
legs together. Once I get my
Neither
legs
one
together,
of us.
man.
We're gonna have to play on the little kid hoops that they got. By the
Look at you knocking them down on that 7-foot rim, right?
But Vaughn, I thank you so much for your intelligence, man, your patience,
sir.
and
Absolutely.
you the man, right?
Well, I
You the
try.
man. Vaughn is the man, right? Because he's calm. He always you a mediator, man, and
I have my
love it.
moments. I do
Right.
have my moments.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Far in between. And Bolo, I'm I always heard you and always gonna continue to listen. Shout out to the chat. Forgive me for my little my little display of ego earlier. I love y'all. I love everybody on the chat. And like we said, let's do it for the children, right? Everything we do, let's say, what would the kids think? If we can keep that in mind and move like that at least 70% of the time, a lot of things we doing we wouldn't be doing. So on that note, y'all, peace and love.
Wait,
Respect.
before you go, New Grove, before you go, I just want
Yes,
to tell
sir.
you, man, I appreciate you stepping to Rico and straightening that situation out. I appreciate that, man.
All right,
Because
no problem, man.
even though we did all of the stuff we're doing, that's what these people need to see is that black men can have disagreements. But it ain't, I'm gonna dox you and I'm gonna go after you and I'm gonna
Right.
at the
Start
end of it, we can
disrespecting
say,
each other. Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
man. And
Yeah.
and
We ain't got to do
sometimes
that.
the person gonna say, yeah, man,
Yeah.
I apologize for my part, and sometimes the person ain't gonna say that.
Right.
So but as long as you doing it for the right reason, you keep your slate clean, brother. But I
Right,
appreciate
yeah.
it. It take
And
a big man to do that.
he know I love him, man.
He
I'm
knows
gonna
that.
make him
Yeah, he
love
knows
me.
that. He knows that. He knows
I'm gonna
that.
make him
He
love
may
me.
talk all that, but he love you and Von Erich, man. He loves to see y'all, man. He may not want to argue with you, but he loves to see
Right,
y'all, man.
right. Hey, and shout out to I ain't seen my sister OG Patrice in a while. I hope she doing all right. I miss her.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I think she's traveling, right? Isn't she
Okay.
traveling?
She's traveling.
Do your
Yeah.
thing, sister.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
y'all.
yeah. All right, brother. Peace.
All right, my
All right,
brother.
shout out to Von Erich, by the way. Von Erich just stepped in the building. But you stepped in too late, Von Erich. We about to walk out of here. All right, brother. I'm gonna put you down, man. Take care of the baby girls, man. All right, that's new growth. All right, let's see.
Brother, I can go if you want. It doesn't matter
Okay,
to me.
you want to go, Vaughn? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I know Bolo has an excellent last word. So,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
yeah, I would just say,
As long as you don't say
great conversation, man. I love being able to come in the midst of it and kind of de-escalate some things that the enemy tries to work at us at times when we're honestly, no joke. The enemy tries to work at us during
I just sat back and let them move that furniture around, right? Vaughn's the one that came up here and said, no, we putting this back, we putting that back, we putting this back.
Yeah. So the enemy, he tries to come in and just sow a seed of discord between, the individuals who are trying to gain an understanding. So I thank God that he was allowed me to step in and try to be some type of mediation or whatever they call it, moderator.
Appreciate you, man.
But
appreciate you, man.
I appreciate that, and we all need a person like that can come in and de-escalate. And see, one thing about the art of conversation that we're missing is this. And Brother New Growth talked about ego and all of these different things. These are all aspects that we get pinned into in some of these conversations, which lead us on the wrong path. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be able to determine whether or not you are escalating the conversation or de-escalating it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And sometimes you can kind of feel in your spirit where there is like a contention going on. That's the time where the spirit should say, okay, I see where this could go. So let me de-escalate. In other words, I understand what you're saying, you know, and I can see why you're saying it, but I just don't agree. Yeah, there's nothing rude about that. You see what I'm saying? Now, if the other person said, well, yeah, but blah, 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 blah. Now, see, now, you know, they just want to be on that. You see what I'm saying? You know?
I've been there.
So, yeah, and I've been there too, man. I've been there too, you know, but listen, I have fussed at so many people all the way up to this age. You know, I'm really tired of fussing at this point. You know, I just want to say what it is and be done.
Right.
You know, but yeah, man, great conversation. Some of the topics were great. You know, we got on some historical stuff when it comes to our Black community and some of our leadership during the process of civil rights. We discussed that. You know, we talked about community service, you know, and where we're at with that, you know, and so it was just a well-rounded conversation that I appreciate being a part of. And yeah. And thank you again, Brother Clarence. You know, my closing remarks is let's not disregard each other's opinion. Right. Let's not just disregard it. It's because it doesn't coincide with whatever it is that you're saying. You know, if you're talking about blue and the person is talking about green, you know, well, why do you see it as green? Let's try to understand so that we can give an answer later. Oh, when the next person comes up and says it's green, you say, you know what? I understand why you're saying that because I just spoke to another person that thought it was green, but let me explain it this way to you. It's so many different ways that we can communicate with each other and the outcomes are greater, you know? So that's what I would like to say. Continue to love each other, man. I love the love that was in the room tonight, you know, in spite of, you know, some disagreements, and that's okay. That's okay. But you see, we still turn back to love. You know, just like they say, back to love again, you know, right back to love again. And so that's what we need to continue to try to focus on. You know, I think we're more, I don't know who did it. I think it was Jeffrey Osborne, right? Yeah. That brother right there.
It was Jeffrey Osborne.
Bolo knows about that.
Jeffrey Osborne. You're right.
But yeah, man, a great time tonight. I look forward to the next time.
His word for it,
huh?
Polo's word for it. Polo could just come over here and say whatever, right?
No. That was Jeffrey Osborne right back.
Wait. Paul, let me go. Let me look it up, man.
See, here we go.
Jeffrey Osborne, brother. He's right. It's Jeffrey Osborne.
Well, you know, listen, I'm gonna let you two settle that. And with that being said, I'm gonna let you two fight that one out. But Brother Clarence, great show, Brother Bolo, as always.
You, brother. Appreciate you,
man. You know, how's your wife doing?
Always an honor to be on the panel with you and everyone else that was on here today.
How's your wife doing?
She's doing great. She's doing great. She's over there. Well, she was studying, so now she's in the kitchen. So she's doing things. But yeah, God bless everybody, and we'll see you on the next round.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I appreciate that text you sent me last night, man. Appreciate that. It was funny.
Oh, that was, you know what, Brother Clarence? Now that, you know, that made me laugh. I said, I wonder if Brother Clarence would get this.
I had no clue, man.
I think I'm gonna send it to Bolo because I know Bolo will get it right off.
Yeah, send it to Bolo, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to him.
I had no clue.
But that was hilarious. I know when you got it, you just had to laugh.
I was like, oh man.
All right, brother.
Send it to that, brother. All right, brother.
Have a good night.
Appreciate you, man. All right, you too, brother. Thank you for coming up. All right, man. Yeah, that was Brother Vaughn Bryant. I'm gonna pull you down, Vaughn. Thank you so much, sir. Vaughn is one of my go-to guys, man. If I gotta go take a little bathroom run, like I say, man, take care of business for me, man, till I get back. See, Rico sometimes, man, but I don't know, man. Sometimes Rico's legs be kind of wobbling, man. I'm like, I wish mine was up here.
Rico tearing the whole place apart. Rico gonna tear the whole place apart.
Oh man, hey, you know, bro, I feel bad doing this, man. But I mean, I have to, because I gotta tell you, man, that
what
it was LTD, not Jeffrey Osborne, man. I mean,
no, it wasn't. No, it was. Now
what?
you're gonna make me look it up. What? Now you're gonna make me look it up because I don't trust you. No, it wasn't no LTD. You see, that's the problem. You see, that's what it is.
Go look it up, man.
I am gonna look it up. You ain't telling me. back. What's the name of the song? Back to the.
Back in Love Again. Back in Love Again. 1977. Back in Love Again. Hey, you know what? That's okay. I got something for you, man. I got something for you.
Here
You know
we go.
whose
Here we
email
go.
I got?
You're right.
I got
It is
to
Back in
go
Love,
to.
but no, but Jeffrey Osborne did one. Every time I lose, I win.
Yeah, it's the same song, brother.
So Jeffrey Osborne was with. Okay, so he was right. He was in LTD.
I know, but LTD is the artist. That's what
LTD is the group, but the lead singer was Jeffrey Osborne.
Correct.
Okay, so
But
we
that's
both
what I'm
right. I mean, we are both right? It was Jeffrey Osborne, LTD.
All right, y'all. That's the Bolo logic. Okay, we both right. We both right, y'all. We both right. We're both right. I'm here looking at it say artists right here. It says LTD. Okay, but that's okay. That's okay, Bolo. We're gonna give you. We're gonna give you another one. We're gonna give you another one.
Who sang? Ask your question. Who sang the song?
It was definitely Jeffrey Osborne.
There you go.
Definitely.
That's all I'm saying.
He don't want it. He don't want a new growth.
I'll take the L. I'll take the L. The artist, the group was LTD. I'll hold it. New growth. I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
I wish you. I mean, I know you got things to do, brother. I wish sometimes you just pop in. You don't have to stay the whole time, man. But pop in earlier. Huh?
Oh, you talking about earlier?
Yeah. Because I know you're busy. Man. I know you're busy, but sometimes if you see that I'm on, if you see that I'm on, man,
I did not when I got in and I'm relaxing and I turned on the thing, I saw you, and that's when I shouted you out, and you was like, "Bolo, come up." So I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna come up for my brother." So
yeah, because we could have used you, man. This furniture was moving, man. I was like,
was it? It was hard to move.
Yeah.
Rico was sitting on the
New Growth, man. Rico New Growth, man. It was like Tyson and Holyfield, man. Oh man, it was like, man, damn.
Telling you guys, Rico's sitting on a chair telling you to move it.
Yeah, man. They had got into it. But I could see that it was all love. I mean, it was just passion. You know what I'm saying? I could see that. I think Vaughn thought it was a little more than that, but I could see it was just passion.
But that's the beauty of it. When it's always, love. Once you know that the camaraderie is there, the conversation could go left, it could go right. But the one thing you're gonna always know is that it's not coming from a place of hurt or a place of hate. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to have conversation. It's good to have hard conversations with people that you love, opposed to having hard conversations with people that you don't love, because you don't know what the outcome might be. So.
And Rico, as soon as I said something, he disagreed with me. I already know.
You don't pay him no mind anyway.
I don't pay him no mind, bro. Now I'm gonna tell you what I will listen to Rico. I'm gonna tell you when I will listen to him. I was when you are talking about business, the man is a savant, right? Rico, should I do this or should I do this in a business conversation?
Right,
the man. Even if he's had a little sauce, he will snap right to it.
He's on point.
He's on point. But when you start discussing philosophies and other, man, dude, you got that sauce in them, man. You like,
he cursing everybody out.
Yeah, you gotta take a grain of salt, man. A big grain of salt, right?
What?
Yeah. But I went to Rico on a couple of different business things, and Rico was right on point, man. Right on point. All right, man, we got to get out of here, brother. So I want you to drop some jewels on us, man, if you can, man. Just closing remarks, brother.
Okay. Well, we were talking about this morning, right, in the village.
Okay. Shout out to the village.
That Anae said that is so important: discernment. I think that a lot of the times we don't use discernment in our life. I think that I know that we move too much as emotional animals instead of being spiritual creatures. There is no, response. Everything is reaction. Everything is instinctive, right? There is no, let me understand why this brother is moving the way he is moving. Let me try to understand him. It's always reaction. And then after everything blows up, then that's when people say, well, now what happened? And it's too late to ask that question. Discernment is so important, because discernment gives you control of the situation in the aspect of how to attack it, how to respond to it, how to deal with it. You know, and discernment is so important because it helps you to deal as a husband, it helps you to deal as a wife, it helps you to deal as a brother, it helps you to deal as a sister. Discernment is so important because it helps you to deal with yourself. You know, so I think that once we learn discernment, you know, once we lead with that, and we're more or less to hear, because the scriptures tell you, you know, you need to know how to season your speech. And the only way you know how to season your speech is when you listen to somebody, when you hear somebody speak. So now you know how to tailor make your message for that person. So, you know, as a teacher, right, you have teachers, you know, a good teacher is going to take the same math equation that she has for Bobby, and maybe, you know, Michael may not be at the same reading level or comprehension as Bobby, but a good teacher is going to be able to mold it and make it malleable for Michael to understand. And that's what we're lacking today. You know, the way I give it to Brother Clarence, I'm expecting New Growth to get it. And we don't know. Brother Clarence may not be on the same level as New Growth or vice versa. So discernment is so important because it renders us with patience. It renders love. It renders charity. It renders forgiveness, because discernment is going to let you know how you need to move in this situation, opposed to just reacting. You know, we need to start to respond. We need cognitive thought. We need to stop being emotional animals and start being spiritual creatures. And certainly you're talking on mute.
I say appreciate you, man. Dropping jewels on us, man. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you too. Before you drop me, can you just do me a favor, please?
What's that?
Can you clean my belt?
Huh? What?
Yeah. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
What?
All right,
what?
brother. Yeah.
Hey, something.
All right, brother.
Hey, man, you need a new microphone, man, because something.
I know my
something's not coming
microphone is
through.
it's messing
Something's
up.
not coming
But
through, man.
you know what? You know what? Please let me know when the next battle is. Please.
Oh,
Please.
are we working on that? See,
Yeah.
let me get through with the backpacks, and then
Yeah.
that's when I will focus more
Bring,
of my attention on
bring in
that,
mathematics, bring in English, bring in scuba diving, bring it all.
bruh.
Bring it all.
Bruh.
Yes.
We gonna quantum mechanics, everything, bruh. We coming with it. We
Bring
coming
it.
with it. You know the one thing we won't have?
What's that?
Singing, as they say in the South. Singing. We already
See, that's the problem. You think
we're
I'm a
gonna take
one-trick
your
pony.
superpower away.
You think I'm a one-trick pony, baby. That's the problem. You think I'm a one-trick pony, but I'm
Well,
gonna show you.
I already seen your other superpower, which is singing. So we're gonna take
You
that
can
away
take
from
that
you,
away.
brother.
Take that away,
Take that
brother.
away.
I'm all world, brother. Remember that. Remember I told you that. Remember I told you that.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for
Mhm.
having me, man. And I definitely
Always,
say
brother.
this.
Always.
Thank you for doing what you're doing, brother.
Hey,
Thank
you
you
too,
for
man.
taking out
Hey,
the
remember
time.
it's Saturday, brother. Remember.
Brother, you ain't gotta remind me. I already put it on my calendar. I got a calendar
All
right
right.
here at my desk. I just want to thank you for doing what you're doing, man, because it takes a lot to do what you're doing, man. You know, it takes a lot, and you know, this is a thankless job. You know, you get more ridicule than you do get thanks, and you know, people tell you how to do things and how you should do it and when you should do it, but no
But
one
they
wants
don't do nothing, Bolo. They don't do nothing, right?
exactly where I was gonna go. Nobody wants to, you know, get dirty with you and do it. You know, and you know, I want to thank you for doing what you're doing, man.
You welcome,
You know,
brother. I
if you
appreciate you,
ever
man.
need me,
Thank
you
you
know
for
I'm there.
doing it with me, man. Thank you
Man,
for
listen, brother.
offering to help me. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate
Listen, it's not. It's just. It's nothing but love, man. I love you, brother. Thank you
Same
for
here, brother.
all that you do, man. It's a good thing that you do, and regardless of the way people speak about you, and regardless of the way they telling you you're gonna take that $34 and get yourself a Bugatti chain.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's gonna
I don't
happen,
pay no
man.
mind.
It's gonna
I don't
happen.
pay
You
them no
know,
mind, Bolo.
exactly. And
I'm
you know,
like you,
it's
man. I don't
hard.
pay them no.
And you know, it's
That's right,
hard because you know who you get it from more? You get it from more of your own people. You know, you don't get it from nobody else. It's your own people. They don't want to pitch in to help, but when someone does something, you know, that's when they want to jump in and say, what you're doing is wrong. We need to check your credentials. We need, you know what I'm saying? So, brother, thank you for being who you are, man. And love you, man.
Thank you, man. Love you
I'm
too.
still going to wake you up this morning. Later.
All right, man. I'm looking forward to it. Come on with it. Come on with it. All right, y'all. That's Brother Bolo. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, man, get on over there and subscribe to Bolo TV. Are you gonna like it? I don't know. You gotta go over there and see, get a brother a shot, man. I listen to the brother. But Clarence, you Muslim. How can you listen to Bolo? Bolo, he's talking Christian talk. How can you go listen to him? I listen to anybody that's trying to help our people, right? They may be coming from this direction, and I'm coming from that direction. But if we got the same thing on our heart, underneath all of that, underneath his method and underneath my method, what we got is love for our people, man. We got, and which gives us love for each other. So that's why you see us, man. We don't, we don't conflict with each other. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? We know that we got we got different ways of handling things. We understand that. But we don't conflict each other because there's so much love and respect between us, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing to prove to him. He don't got nothing to prove to me. He's already proved it with what he's done. I've already proved it with what I've done. But underneath all of this scriptures and lectures and this and that and this, we got the same goal, man. We got the same heart, which is, man, we want to see our people walk out of the mess they're in. Man, that's ultimately what we want to see happening, man. However we can do that. If you can do it, going through the Bible and throwing scriptures at people, man, and letting them see and breaking it down for them so they can understand better. If that's what they choose to listen to and that helps them, go, right? One man pulled me out the river. One man pulled you out the river. And what am I going to say? Hey, throw that man's hand back and come over here and wait for this man to pull you out too. Man, I'm not gonna tell you to slap no. If you drowning, I'm not gonna tell you to slap nobody's hand away. Take the person's hand up, and then take a good look at them after you get on the shore, and then decide what you're gonna do. Right? But get up on the shore. Get up on the shore. That's the important thing. Okay, who's pulling you up? After you get out of the quicksand, then you take a good look at who pulled you up. If they ain't good. If they put you up for the wrong reason, okay, now you understand that you take a good look at them, you can see. But if they put you up for the right reason, maybe they deserve an investigation. Maybe you should investigate. What kind of man will help me out of the situation where he got nothing to gain from doing it? What kind of man will help me? I love people like that. That's why I love this brother Bolo. I love people that got nothing to gain really from helping you. They do, but nothing physically to gain. They get to let their heart sing by doing what they want to do, doing what they was born to do, which is help people. Their heart sings. See, it is a selfish thing when you're helping people because you really get to let your heart sing, but it's not selfish, but it is, but it's not. Because it's a double whammy. You get to actually see the person go to another level and get to a different place when they were stuck, and then you get the grace and the good feeling of knowing that you played a part in that situation. I'm telling you, man, it's nothing better than helping people, man. When I gave that money for that little kid to get his hair cut, man, I forgot all about it till I just started talking about it right now. That was a week ago. I forgot about it, right? But I didn't do it to come up here and say, this is what I did. You do stuff because you just do it. You know what I'm saying? You just feel it in the moment. Hey, man, this is what's necessary, right? Now, we just gotta be better people, man. When I say better, I mean, I'm not saying that anybody's bad, but what I'm saying is a lot of work to be done out here. A lot of work to be done out here. And we're going to have to not let religions and, fraternities and, social groups and social status and all this stuff come between us to stop us from extending our hands out to the people that need help. Queen.
Hi, how are you?
Man, we honored, Queen, to have you come up over here. Using your knowledge and relationships. Shout out to knowledge and
I
relationships,
tried
Queen.
to come up one of your other shows, but I didn't see I had to run and I didn't see the link wasn't in the chat. So I was like, oh, I didn't get the private invitation. So, I'm going to lay low.
Oh, you want a private? All you got to do is hit me.
No.
Hit me
I'm just
email.
messing with you.
Don't trip. I'll hit you every time.
No, I saw the link in the stream and I was like, okay, let me see what you're talking about. How you doing?
I'm doing well, sis. I'm doing well, man. Blessed is the best word I can use. Shout out to you. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, just I love the topic of giving back and why we need to do more. I just think, people are just self-preservation, everybody's becoming a canned fruit. Like they just putting themselves in their own little mason jar and they're preserving their own bubble, but they don't realize that, that they affect other people, and other people, if everybody had that mindset, where would we be? As a community, because I'm only going to speak on my community. As a world, as a society, where this is why we are where we are, We
went through that earlier.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Let me shout out the Intellectual Soapbox. Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. If you haven't already subscribed to the Intellectual Soapbox, what is you doing? Not what are you doing? What is you doing? Get on over there and subscribe to the Intellectual Soapbox right now. All right, Queen. You know what? You're right, because that's what we started off talking about Martin Luther King in that era where everybody was more into it, right? And then we went to where now we got a separation. And so what happened? We went over how the crack era came in and kind of really separated us. That was kind of an engineered situation. It kind of helped on a lot of different fronts, where it made money for the government to be able to fight, be involved in the Nicaraguan Civil War, and then also it kept blacks from being able to be a force in voting and the political scene in the 80s and 90s, right? But Queen, this is what I want you to do for me.
Yes.
If you can you give me some final reward, because we actually walking out the door.
Oh, okay. I always come in, when the party's over, catch the leftovers. I'm cool.
I got you, right.
I ain't got really schmooze and mingle too much. I'm like, yeah, how you doing? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go in the kitchen. I got you. I'm gonna wrap it up. I just want to say, just make every day, just make a decision to wake up and be grateful for what you have, where you've come from, and think about someone else. Just even if it's the smallest acts of kindness, saying hi, smiling, helping an old person with their groceries, anything, handing somebody. Like I was talking to a woman in a grocery store the other day, older Black woman, and she couldn't reach what was in the front of the cart because it was next to me, the front. So, and the aisles were too small for her to go around. And she was like, oh, I said, no, I got it. Don't stress yourself. And she's like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. And I'm like, it's just so small. I'm right here. Like, it's a small act of kindness. Someone had one item. I had 15. Go ahead of me. You sure? Everyone's so shocked when you do small acts of kindness, and just do something nice for somebody. It makes you grateful. Like, damn, just, be grateful. Come on. And Black community, please, let's do better. Let's support each other. Let's buy Black. Let's support these Black businesses. Let's support these Black entrepreneurs. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like support, and stop asking for a discount. You don't ask Louis Vuitton for a discount.
Your folks, Queen.
You don't ask Chanel for a discount, a 2-for-1 deal. Yo, can I get that for $5? No, it cost me $20 to make. I'm charging $50. No, you ain't getting a $5 discount.
You
No.
know your folks, man. They gonna walk right up into the white man's
Yeah,
store and be
and they
like,
get
"Oh,
mad.
$200? I'll pay it."
Yeah, they get mad, and it's like you didn't hesitate to pay that for someone else. Why are you doing the same? Why don't you do the same for me? You know, like
Right.
yeah. So just support Black businesses, uplift somebody. You know, so
Right.
And I was watching that video you had really quickly on Fresh and Fit, the fight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I it was just random on the YouTube, and I was like, yo, that's crazy. It made me want to watch the whole thing. But anyway, so yeah, that's my final, like, come on, 2023, let's do better, let's be better, let's be intentional, let's be supportive, and let's hold each other accountable. I can't make somebody change, but if I know something and I see something, I gotta say something. That's it. That's holding people accountable, not keeping my mouth closed. Whether what you do with it, that's on you. But, we got to be better. We got to move differently. It's not a joke out here.
Right.
It's not a joke.
Right. Well, we appreciate you, Queen, so much for stopping by. I wish you could have got in on the conversation much
That's
earlier.
okay. I'm going to pop in.
Okay.
I'm going to pop in every now and then, I got you.
If you family with knowledge relationships, you family over here. You just automatically family over here. So, come on anytime you get ready. You can all you gotta do. If you don't see the link, you say, "Bro, Clarence, throw the link out there." Bam, I'll throw it out there to you. All right.
All right, and I'm gonna come with my Tupperware.
All right.
You have a good night, bro, Clarence.
All right, you too. Appreciate you. Let me write Sister Queen 2K down here for you. I write the Queen's name down here. Okay. All right. Man, we got a blessing tonight. Man. It's always a blessing when Sister Annie comes up, or the Queen Forever comes up, or Lady Navoa comes up, or any of the sisters, Patrice, any of the sisters that come up, man. They come up and they tell their side of the story, man. It's a beautiful thing, man, because sometimes it could just be so many dudes that people think, oh man, they can just assume that we got the same position as all these other dudes out here. Black women is the reason why everything is all messed up. They the ones having all these babies. Black men are miraculously having all these single parent. They having all these babies with nobody around, right? These ethereal pregnancies, right? Where no man impregnated them, right? But anyway, man. Anyway, shout out to the Queen, man. Shout out to the Queen. If you really want to see the Queen, man, she spends a lot of her time over on Knowledge and Relationships. And so if you go over there, man, shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. I think she spends some time over there with him too. But shout out to Intellectual Soapbox. And shout out to M3, of course. And Knowledge and Relationships, man. They got a whole different thing. I'm telling you, man, these dudes is putting together a powerhouse over there, man. And they got a whole bunch of different stuff going on over there, man. Man, if you missing out. You're really missing out on Knowledge and Relationships and Intellectual Soapbox. He got a little thing he's building over there on his own. And, but that's me. I like intelligence. That even if you wrong, if you can present your argument properly, I respect that. Even if I don't agree with you, if you can, that's why a lot of times I appreciate a guy like Arshawn, right? Arshawn, me and him really don't see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. We see eye to eye on some stuff, but he can present so well that I have to respect that young man. I have to respect him, even if I disagree with him. I have to respect it, man. Shout out to Arshawn, man. Shout out to Critically Drinking, by the way. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, man, get on over there and subscribe to Critically Drinking, man. All right, I was watching that brother this morning. All right, y'all, we got to get out of here. Man. They gonna start knocking on my door. Hey, where you gonna stay? No, I'm not. I'm out of here, man. All right, I got to do the rundown, y'all. Man. Okay, y'all. But remember, whatever you can do, right? Oh, Clarence, I ain't got time like you, man. I can't give away backpacks. I can't get out there. Okay, give me the money. I'll buy the backpacks and I'll give it away in your name, right? Shout out to Truth. Shout out to Truth, his favorite. Truth and Purpose Nexus. Shout out to Truth. Yeah, so we got to get out of here, y'all. We got to get out of here. But yeah, whatever you can do, man. If you could give a time, you can give your money. Sometimes it's just your heart, right? Sometimes it's just giving from your heart. Just sometimes the only thing you can do is listen, right? Only thing you can do is listen, right? The Quran said the people pay the poor rate, right? The poor rate. What's the poor rate? What's the poor rate? The people don't have no money. The poor people, the poor rate is they don't have no money, so they got to pay attention. They got to pay attention, right? Sometimes you just got to listen to somebody, man. Let the person say what they got to say. Let it get off the air like Knowledge and Relationship did with the beautiful sister that we're going to get that laptop away in her name, right? Shout out to Sister Sophia, man. We're going to give away laptop in her name, right? That sister's here right now because Knowledge and Relationships gave her the time and gave her the space to just get everything off her chest, right? Sometimes that's all you got. That's all you can do is sometimes that's all the time you got, right? Because we running around, we living lives, and we doing different things, right? Huh? So we gotta get more involved with our people, man. Well, let me tell you this, because I ain't trying to teach you to get involved with the people that have a malicious intent. Once you recognize they got malicious intent, if you realize you can't handle it, don't get involved with people like that. Get involved with people that are looking for help. You recognize they're looking for help, and then they're going to allow you to help them. This is a sequence that you have to follow, because if you try to help people that don't want help, right, thinking that you're going to help them, well, I'm going to help them see what they'll see, how they'll see, because they'll see that I really want to help them, and so they'll turn the corner. Not always, bro. Not always, sis. Not always. Right? So we gotta be mindful when we're trying to help people, man. They gotta want it. They gotta want that help. What's the word? Seek and ye shall find. Well, they gotta be seeking. They gotta be seeking, right? to find something, they gotta be looking for it, right? Even if they unaware that they're looking for, at least they gotta be subconsciously looking for it. At least they gotta see it in their heart that they want this help. They want to be around like-minded people, right? Some people, play the role. So we got to just protect ourselves, man, because in this day and age, there's so much going on out there, right? Bolo comes from the Bible. I come from the Bible and the Quran, but I try to leave the really heavy Bible stuff for Bolo, man. I'm going to send you always over there. I'm going to always send people over there, man. But Clarence, I ain't trying to be the Christian. It doesn't matter. The man can give you scripture. Now, you decide. You decide based on what he's telling you what you need to do, right? Because religion is a very private thing. It really shouldn't be. The only thing we should be doing is fellowshipping with other people that's like-minded. But we shouldn't be putting down another person because they don't fellowship like we fellowship. This should be very private. That's like me telling another man how they should be intimate with their wife. That's a private thing. Why should I be? I shouldn't have nothing to do with your bedroom or your religion. You know what I'm saying? Even if we feel the same way about something, we feel the same way. But we shouldn't be letting these religions get in our way of helping the people, man. The people are out here, they starving in the streets. And we letting religious differences come between us to help them. We letting frats come between us, sororities come between us, social status, Facebook likes, YouTube subscribers, IG subscribers. We letting this stuff come between us. When the people are starving in the street, they lying in the street, right? What they say, truth is falling in the street. And where's justice? Justice stands afar off, right? Why? because justice can't get through the crowd. The crowd, the people out there partying and doing everything to make sure that truth never gets up and is able to stand up and get into it. So not truth in the chat. I'm talking about truth. The abstract reality of truth, right? We personifying that, and in the Bible it says truth is falling in the streets. Truth is falling in the street. Why? Because people pushing him over, trying to hide him. They stepping on him, they hiding him. Why? Because they don't want justice is looking for truth. Because he's going, as soon as he sees truth, he's going to run straight to truth, and they're going to embrace. Minister Farrakhan said truth and justice, they met and they embraced each other. He said they embraced each other when they met each other. So they know each other. When justice can't find truth, justice stands afar off because you can't see him. Right? So we got to be truthful with ourselves. We got to lift truth up, make truth be with us, walk with us, right? I know I'm going over and over and over and over. I'm supposed to get out of here. Okay, y'all. Let's do the rundown. Let's get out of here, y'all. I appreciate y'all for giving me an extra minute to do that bonus round for y'all. Okay, let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown because we got to get out of here. Got to get out of here, y'all. We're going to come back on Thursday, man. We're going to have something major for y'all on Thursday. All right, let's see. The rundown. Okay, first of all, the chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at, man. Y'all give me the energy to do this, man. Y'all give me that energy, man. When I look over and I see y'all over there, I see Sister Annie, I see Big Riggs, I see Anderson, I see New Growth, I see all of y'all out there, man. Vaughn, I see y'all, man. Intellectual Soapbox, Truth. I see, all our people, man. That comes over here, Vaughn, Eric. I see y'all, man. I say, Bolo, man. I see y'all, man. Sim, I see y'all, man. Big Riggs, I see y'all over there, man. It make me the Great Pill. I see y'all, man. Wally, when I see y'all over there, man, it makes me go, okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm helping somebody, or somebody getting something out of this, rather, right? We ain't just out here wasting people's time, man. Somebody getting something out of this, man. So shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all of you guys, man. Appreciate y'all, man. This chat is where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Strong performance from the chat, man. Strong performance. We only had two bots tried to get through, man. You know what I mean? But I caught Sister Annie and Big Riggs, man. They was. So I had to get in. I had to get in there, man. I had to jump in there, man. Woo wee. I had to jump in there, man, but we jumped on it, man. We knocked the bots out, man. But shout out to the chat, man. The chat is where it's at. Y'all keep everybody in check, man. We appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep the riffraff from coming up in here and hanging out, man. Risa. Oh, man. Risa got that big old, man, karate boot, man. She will kick this person out of here in a heartbeat, man. I got a whole email about Risa. I think it's about Risa. I don't know if it's Risa, man. Let me see. Allegedly. Shout out to all the mods, man. We appreciate all of y'all, man. All right, that's a very, very solid performance from the chat. Very strong as always. Very, very solid. Very solid. All right, let's go down. Let's go down the list here. What about the Great Pill podcast, man? What about Great Pill? Came up here, man. Shout out to the Great Pill podcast. Came up here, man. Hung out with us for a little while, man. I know we not usually talking about the same types of things as the Great Pill usually, and his if you go over to his channel is usually more lifestyle type stuff, right? It's not usually Black community oriented. I appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? But he does come over here and give us a little 2 cents about different stuff, man. We appreciate anybody who got something to put in positive, right? How do y'all think about the Great Pill tonight, man? How do y'all think he did? Very solid performance. Very, very strong, very strong. Shout out to the Great Pill podcast. What about Vaughn Bryant? Man? How y'all think Vaughn Bryant did tonight? Came in when New Growth and Rico was moving all that furniture around. Von Bryant came in, hey fellas, hold on. Let's put this couch back. Let's put this chair back. Let's put this lamp back, right? Von is the ultimate peacemaker, man. But don't get it twisted, man. Don't get it twisted. Von will give you them hands if you act up, man. Von will give you them hands if you Clarence, don't do this. I'm telling you not to do this, right? Clarence, you have nothing to prove, Clarence. Okay, Von. Okay. Don't get it twisted, man. Von will break up a fight, but he ain't gonna run for one either, though. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Von, I'm telling you, man, y'all go look at those couple of videos I just uploaded, man. One of them is me busting down the backpacks and showing y'all what you guys paid for, all your donations. Hold on one second. Yeah, man. Y'all, it shows us busting down all the backpacks and showing y'all, the school supplies and all that, right? I don't think we would have had it without Von, man. Von is the reason why, man. Von pushed that really hard, man. It was like, Clarence, come on, man. I was like, hey, we just go. Von's like, nah, man, we can go all day on Saturday. I said, Von, you crazy? These people ain't gonna give us no money on those Saturday. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a 10-hour stream, Clarence. I said, Von, these people don't know us. They ain't gonna give us no money. But he was right. I was wrong. He was right. I was wrong. But, shout out to Von Bryant, man. Von Bryant is a very critical person in this backpack drive. Very, very, very critical. As Sister Annie, as all of you guys, man. Man, yeah, man. Von, very critical brother, man. He encouraged, did a lot of pushing to get to do a lot of stuff, man. So shout out to Von Bryant. Okay, but how did he do today? Okay, forget the backpacks. How did he do today? I think he did a very, very strong performance, right? Very solid. Got the room back together, right? Put all the chairs back. Put all the furniture back in where it was supposed to go. Put the incense on. Put the candles on and everything like that, man. Got the room back into the nice little room. Even had the brothers embrace each other after that, right? Shout out to Von, man. Very strong performance. Very solid. Very, very solid. What about New Growth? Shout out to brother New Growth, man. New Growth came through, man. The youngster came in, and he, yeah, man, he came in, man, like man, he came in like a what do you call them? What did they call those dudes, man? When the Indians used to send them out, man, scouts, man, brave. Yeah, he came in like a one of those Braves, man. I guess from Atlanta, right? Ready to eat with the scalp Rico, man, right? Rico like, I just want to say, New Growth like, no, man, we ain't doing that. Hey, next thing you know, we moved some furniture around up in here, right? Yeah. It started in the chat. I saw it coming in the chat, y'all. I saw it coming in the chat. I said, oh no. All New Growth need is the link, and he's coming up here. I saw it. But New Growth, very solid, man. Very solid cat, man. You know what I'm saying? And then how about when New Growth said, hey, man, maybe it was me. Maybe I overstepped myself a little bit, man. Let me offer you an apology, man. That was golden right there, right? That was golden, man. Showed a lot of character on the young fella's heart, man. Showed a lot of character, had a lot of heart, man. Because it takes heart to apologize when you don't have to, right? It's a different thing when you got somebody saying, Duro, you need to apologize. That wasn't right, right? But it's a different thing, man, when you take it upon yourself to say, nah, man, maybe it was me. Maybe I could have handled that better, right? I've been there. Ask Sir Hale, right? Shout out to Sir Hale, right? Shout out to Sir Hale. If you haven't already subscribed to Sir Hale Speaks, get over there, man. What are you doing? Get over there and subscribe to Sir Hale Speaks, man. Shout out to Sir Hale, man. Busters! They're all busters! Busters! Shout out to that brother, man. Yeah, man. So New Growth, they're very solid, man. Very solid, man. Took one for the team and just said, hey, man, you know what? Now that's real manhood. That's real man stuff right there. When you can step off of your square and you don't feel like, oh man, if I step off the square, then see people gonna think I'm soft. When you can walk away from that mentality, that's when you know you really becoming a man, man. Because you know what I'm saying, real men, they gotta stand on their square no matter how wrong they are. No matter how wrong they are, man. Some means that's real men. Some men, they gotta stand on their thing no matter how wrong they are. They don't care that they wrong. It's the fact that they ain't gonna let you be right. That is a feminine trait. That's mostly women that do that. Not all women do that, but that's mostly women would do that. Well, they was just logic ain't got nothing to do with it. They just not gonna let you be right. That's the thing, right? Some of them more like that, right? But that's usually typically women do that more than men. There it is. There she is. What's going on, Sister Sophia? Glad to have you in the building, man. Glad to have you, sis. Glad to see you always, sister. You always. You got this your second home right here, man. This your second home. if they don't have a key out, if they don't have a key under the mat for you over in non-donation, we got a key. We got 2 keys under the mat over here for you. Come on over here anytime, sis. We love you too, sis. We love you too. We got a computer. We got to get in your name, sis. We got to give it away to somebody. All right, that was who was we talking about? We was talking about New Growth. Yeah, man. Shout out to the young brother, man. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. He thinks he's older than he is, but he's just a young buck, man. What about Rico? Oh, New Growth. Did I give him a solid performance? Very solid. Very solid. Very strong. Very strong performance for New Growth, man. Very strong. Very strong. As always. As all of these guys. Always strong performance, man. What about Brother Rico? What about Rico? Rico Young, man. Strong performance from Rico, right? Rico came in, hit her, you know what I'm saying? Well, maybe, Rico is the ultimate contrarian, right? And then everybody else but me, he'll say, you're right. I think Rico's told me I was right one time. He has retracted something on me once, right? I think just one time, man, that I can remember that he said, you know what, Clarence? Now that you say that, I looked at it differently. Like a couple of days later, he called me up and said, man, you know what? I looked at it differently, man. You're right. That makes more sense than what I was talking about. But that's once in almost a year, right? We talk on the phone like every couple times a week, right? But shout out to Rico Young, man. He's one of them dudes, man. Rico is just gonna hang on to the end, right? Until he realizes it, until he let his emotions come down and able to look at it with his logic, and then once he sees that, then he'll be able to say, "Oh yeah, I see that, I see that." But shout out to him and New Growth, man, patch things up, man. I think it was awesome that Rico was like, "Yeah, man, it's all love, man." Which I knew. I've been around so many men. I know when it's love, it's just heated. It gets heated, right? It's like you got a brother or a sister, right? And you go in on your brother, you go in on your sister, right? But don't nobody else better do it, right? Don't nobody else better say nothing to them, right? Or they're going to have hell to pay, right? But shout out to Brother Rico, man. Very solid performance, man. Very strong, very strong, very strong. Rico is one dude, man, that really makes this a lot more interesting to do. You know what I'm saying? It's challenging at times, but at times, most of the time, is very, very good, man. I really appreciate that brother coming up here, man. I really appreciate the brother, man, because he makes it very interesting. Because it would be just boring, man, if I was just out here talking all the time by myself, right? And then you didn't have another person to have a different way of looking at things, right? I'm not wrong. He's not wrong. We just have different ways of looking at it, right? Shout out to you, man, New Growth. Man, ain't nothing but love, brother. Ain't nothing but love, man. I knew it when you came up here. I knew it when you came up here, man. That's why I just let y'all duke it out. I knew at the end it was gonna be a hug at the end. I knew it. So, because I know how Rico feels about you, and I know how you actually feel about Rico. So I already know it. Anyway, y'all, that's Rico, man. Rico, man. Shout out to Rico Young, man. And this dude's doing all this stuff for free, man. You know, I ain't get, hey, Rico, I got some tickets for you. I got this for you. I got to help you up. It's like Vaughn, man. Vaughn comes over and does all that moderate. Nobody got no money for him yet. I mean, if now don't get it twisted. If this channel get to a point where we got money to pay people to do stuff, man, I got a whole bunch of people already. I mean, we got a whole bunch of people we can put on the payroll, right? We just don't have it right now. Just don't have it right now. We all doing this out of the kindness of our heart, right? It is what it is, right? I'm so glad to see you, Sister Sophia, man. I'm so glad to see you. Shout out to you, Sister Sophia, man. Thank you for stopping by and gracing us with your presence, man. Appreciate you, man. You are the miracle that's walking around today for us, man. We can see you. Yeah, Rico, man. Rico Young, man. Shout out to Rico, man. He said, Danny, you wouldn't take it down. That's okay. That's okay. We'll send you to the Maserati dealer. Hey, it's a Maserati waiting for you, Sister Annie. It's a Maserati waiting for you. Yeah, you know, man. Hey, you know, if we get blessed enough to be able to make a difference where, you know, some money can roll into us and we can actually really do some stuff in the community. I mean, some even bigger than what we're doing now. I mean, man, that would be great. That would be great. That would be great. But yeah, man. Okay, you wouldn't take it, but we definitely gonna give it to you. That's for sure, Sister Annie. I'm for sure. I was like, here, girl, you'll find something for it. Just take it with you and sleep on it for a day or two. You'll find something to use this money for. But I know your heart. You wouldn't do it for the money. I know you wouldn't do it for the money, but we would definitely take care of you if we could. Actually, today was a very sober conversation. You're right, Vaughn. It was. Actually was. Very good conversation, man. Had a blast. Well, who was talking about? We were talking about Rico. Very solid performance. Very strong. Rico's going to the DR, so we probably want to, you know, usually when he says he's going to the DR, that's it. We don't really get a chance to hook up, but I'm supposed to be doing something with him on Saturday, so we'll see how that goes. But shout out to Rico Young, man. Very strong, very solid performance. What about Brother Bolo? What about Bolo TV? What about Bolo TV? Bolo TV came through, man. Shout out to Bolo TV. That brother, man. I don't know why you keep asking me about this old silly old belt thing, man, but golly. No, man, that's my brother, man. And, you know, as I'm getting to know him more and more, I'm recognizing the heart on the brother is way bigger than what he can even speak, right? It's bigger than what he can speak. I watch what he does. I watch how he moves. And that lets me know way more than what he says, right? I mean, even though, in my opinion, he always conducts himself in a good way, man. You know what I mean? He ain't perfect, just like I ain't perfect, but he always conducts himself in a good way, man. And he tries to project himself in a way that he would be a good example or a better example of, you know, how we should conduct ourselves among each other. But I just watched the brother move, man, and I just see, man, you know, I see good things, man, for the brother, man. I just, you know, he's just the type of dude that's got the same type of heart that I got, man, is that we want our people to do right. You know what I'm saying? We want our people to get out of the mess they're in. Now, if they're going to use Christianity, if they're going to use Islam, if they're going to use Judaism, I don't care what they use. You know what I'm saying? But if you're going to use any one of those things, I'm gonna send you to the person I think that can give you the best outlook that I know, right? And that brother's one of the ones that I think has a good outlook on the Bible, right? He definitely has a good understanding. But see, here's the difference, y'all. Here's the difference. Now you got people like Polite, and no disrespect to people, no disrespect to Brother Polite, but they know the Bible forwards and frontwards, right? But they got character issues, man. They got character issues, right? So I can't say, you know, I've just seen somebody who know the Bible. This dude know the Bible, yeah, but don't see. It don't matter. You could tell somebody who know the Quran, right? They know it forwards and frontwards. You know, all they ayats, all they surahs, man, right? They know all this, man. They frontwards, backwards. They can read the American style frontwards, left to right. They can read the Arabic style, right to back, right to left, right. But in reality, man, their heart is not in the right place. So when they're giving you information, man, it's tainted information. You want untainted information. You want a person that's giving you the information to have the heart to tell you, this is how I interpret it. This is the way it looks to me. If you agree with it, then I got more to tell you. If you don't, then let's talk a little longer or whatever. You tell me where you disagree and whatever, we could discuss it. And we agree to disagree, right? But nobody's trying to pull you into nothing, right? Just trying to share information with you, right? That's what I like. That's what I like. So I'm always respect that brother, man, because he does a lot, man. Over there in the village, man, they do a lot of work. You know that's the thing. They do a lot of good work, man. And some people, they got to go there weekly to get their dose from Bolo, right? But they got to get their dose. Dose of what? Dose of saying. Dose of caring. Dose of, a group of people that's not going to judge you. They're just going to tell you, hey, look, God love you, right? And this is his word here. And this is our interpretation of what's going on. Even if you don't listen to the scriptures, just a community of people, man, that's just going to, try to lift you up. But I would at least listen. Plus, he got all that. He got all those resources over there, man. Mad respect for the brother. But how did he do today? Very solid performance, man. Very solid performance for Brother Bolo. Very solid, very strong performance, man. If you haven't already, subscribe to Bolo TV, man. Get over there. Who else? Oh, last but not least is our Queen Forever 2X came over here, man. Now, this sister, man, I seen on Knowledge and Relationships, and man, this sister, is always kicking knowledge on Knowledge and Relationships, but don't get it twisted, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, Queen will put them hands on you too. Queen will put them hands on you, man. If you mess with her, man, you push her, man. She will put them hands on you, man. She's very nice, very sweet. I'm thinking, man, she might be a Taurus, man, because she's very nice, very sweet. But man, if you push her, man, she would drop them paws on you, man. She would just drop them on you, pow, right? Oh yeah, man. I will you, man. Hey, she will put them hands on you, man. So don't get it twisted, man. Don't let the nice taste. What would Vaughn say? Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Don't let the smooth taste fool you, man. I know everybody's nice over here, and everybody's trying to be don't trip. You know what I'm saying? At the snap of a hat. The only one that's so nice probably is just so nice. It's Sister Annie. That sister is so sweet, man. I don't know, man. She does everything in a good way, man. Even when she put them hands on you, she does it in a nice way, right? You turn around, you're like, what happened? What happened? I just got manhandled, but I didn't even see it coming, right? Shout out to Sister Eddie, man. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Yeah, man. But the Queen, man, the Queen came through, man. I was like, wow. I was very honored to have her come over here. You know, when people come over here, right? Because people hear so much stuff. Like Bolo said, man. Bolo has the same issue I have, where people, you got people that like you and love you, and then you got people that just hate you for no reason, right? they used to just destroy me, Enrico, right? For no reason, other than the fact that we trying to help somebody stop doing stuff that's causing problems for him and him and his channel, right? That's the only reason why they hate us, because they hate us because they hate him, right? Like Mom said, we guilty by association, right? But in my opinion, that's the work. This is a person that's not doing well, right? This person needs our help, right? If we're supposed to be, quote unquote, people of faith, this person needs our help. That's the way I saw it. But other people didn't see it that way, right? They said, man, this dude is an evil person, right? He did some things, man. I'm sure he regrets at this point. But, you know, me and Rico was trying to talk to the brother, man, get him out of it, but and Patrice too, and JP, right? But we was getting beat from the we was taking so many arrows, man. Well, I didn't know Bolo was taking the arrows too, man. Bolo was taking arrows too, and I didn't know. I couldn't see it because wherever we were going, they were showing him mad respect, and I was like, why are they respecting him? He doing the same thing we doing. But I had to sit and think about. Sometimes, y'all, we got to get quiet and sit down and think and say, why am I feeling this way? This is off for me, right? I shouldn't be. Why am I in this mentality when this person had nothing to do with this effect here? This is two separate things, right? I'm mad at Bolo for what? He didn't do nothing. These people are mad at me, and they're giving him a pass, but that's okay. Let him take his pass. Them being mad at me, why should I have an issue with him because they mad at me for the same? I had to think about it. I said, Clarence, come on, what are you doing? Bolo ain't got nothing to do with that. His brother just doing his work. He going about his business, right? And then I got the great respect for the brother after I saw the work that he was doing. I said, oh, okay. Yeah, he's pretty much like me, same thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Coming at it a different way, but same thing. Doing the same work. But shout out to him and the village. But I was talking about Queen, right? Yeah, Queen, man. Queen ain't no joke. You see, she came in. She was only here for a few minutes, man. Dropped a bunch of jewels, man. Like a pinata, man. Dropped jewels everywhere, right? That's just a deep, man. That's why I was wishing that she got here earlier. Then she could have been over here and she could have dropped some more jewels on us, man. But that's okay. She gave us enough just to walk away. But shout out to, what do y'all think about the Queen? Very solid. Very, very strong. Very strong performance, man. Maiden voyage for the Queen. I think it was her maiden voyage over here. Yeah, it was a maiden voyage, man. Shout out, man. Awesome job. Awesome job. Okay, everybody. We did an awesome job today. Everybody did an awesome job. Everybody on the panels, everybody in the chat. We did an awesome job, y'all. We did an awesome job. See, I think we tighten up, y'all. We tighten up so that we can see, because I think what's going to happen is, I know what's going to happen. They're coming for us. They're coming for us. Who's coming for us, Glenn? They coming. They coming. Who's coming? The rest of these Negroes. They coming. Once we start doing stuff and we start moving stuff around and we start, we tightening up our thing and we start, moving forward as far as, because I'm not trying to go to their channels and their pages and challenge them and challenge what they're talking about. I can't even relate to none of this submission talk and how come women don't really, I can't even relate to none of that stuff, right? If I would become single today, I could have a woman just like that. Look at me, as old as I am, as ugly as I am, just like that. Why? Because I know what I would do to put myself around a certain kind of woman, right? I put myself around a woman like Sister Annie, and those are the kind of women I'll be putting around. And they ain't in the clubs and in the bars, right? I'll be putting myself around women like that, man. Women that's wanting to be in a relationship and do people right, right? I wouldn't even be having these issues. So I can't relate to none of that stuff, man. Anyway, yeah, man. So shout out to the Queen, man. Very strong performance. Very solid. Everybody did a great job, right? So this is what we got to do, y'all. This is what we're going to do. Yeah, I was telling y'all that they're coming. They're coming for us. They're coming for us. Clarence, what you talking about? They're coming. They're going to come in. They're going to come and try to gaslight me. They're going to come and try to gaslight Rico. They're going to try to gaslight all of us. They're going to try to gaslight Vaughn. They're going to try to gaslight us all. One of us or all of us. New growth, all of us. They're coming for us. When our stuff get tight and we just start moving out here. We ain't bothering nobody. We just doing what we do. let them talk. We just move, right? We just moving out, doing our thing, right? The jealousy is going to enrage some of them, and they're going to need somebody who they think is defenseless because we got such a little subscriber count. They think God ain't watching over us. Boy, they gonna be in for a surprise. Boy, they gonna be in for a surprise when they come after us. But they coming, y'all. They coming. I'm not gonna see. I've been fighting for a long time, and I know even in an easy fight, you're gonna get hit. Right? You're gonna take a punch here or there. Even in a fight, you know you're gonna win. You're gonna take some hits. So yeah, we're gonna get hit. They're gonna hit us. But we will prevail. I will tell you this, we will prevail. We will get what we're trying to get done, and maybe we will inspire some people to actually get out there and do some things, man, for their community, for themselves even. There's some people out here, they need to do stuff for themselves, man. They feel so bad, man, that they feel they are stuck in where they're at. They need to see people that have overcome that situation. Not people that say, "Oh, ain't nothing wrong. You just pull yourself up by your bootstraps," right? Ain't nothing wrong. You just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Can't tell that to our people no more, man. Not in 2023. That ain't gonna work. We gotta sit down with our people and find out what's going on with them if we can, and let them talk, and then point them in the right direction. We might have to point them in a couple different directions, right? They may come over here, "Oh, class, I can't get with you because you're on that Muslim time." "Oh, okay, all right. There's Bolo over there. Go on there with Bolo. I'll send you somewhere in a minute." Why? Because I don't care who pulls you out the river. As long as somebody pulls you out, I don't care. I'm not gonna say, "Well, then drown." Then I'm not gonna say drown. I'm gonna say, "Oh, okay. I'm pulling people out, and Bolo's pulling people out." You think I'm gonna say, "Hey, Bolo, don't pull this dude out. He looking for your hand, not mine." I'm upset. "Bolo, come over here and pull his hand out." I don't care who pulls you out the river, as long as you get pulled out. Then once you get on the shore, look at the man. Take a good look at the man. Look at his heart. Look in his eyes. Look in his heart. Is this the kind of man that you can be like, and you can follow their their way? If so, you know what I'm saying? If not, you know what I mean? But don't not get pulled out the river. Don't be dumb. I'm gonna stay in the quicksand. Or if a white man come and you the only one you want to pull you out is a white man, and the white man's there, I'm gonna tell the white man, "Come over and pull you out." You can decide. But don't even think about it, man. You can't be right when I'm closing up the shop. Don't even think about hitting that. Don't even think about hitting that that link, man. We about to walk out of here, man. Shout out to Pagoda, by the way, man. Shout out to our television brother. But no, Pagoda, you came too late tonight, man. Holy smokes, man. I'm about to get out of here. All right, y'all. So yeah, anyway, man, yeah, we gotta do what we gotta do, man. Phoenix said, let's talk better Black life. Unfortunately, we hate each other. Saying you and I, it's a shame. Slaves had a stronger will and understanding. It is for you Black men to stay risen and chose. I know, sis, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to just inspire Black men to step back into their community, right? Step back into their community, right? They following the false understanding that the Black woman has pushed the Black man out of the community, when really the Black man followed his penis out of the community. That's the reality of that situation. Unfortunately. The Black man has followed his penis out of the community, man. And he wanted somebody who was going to be less inclined to put responsibilities with the sexual behavior that he wanted to have. He felt that women of another category, come on, Pagoda. Now, we're not doing that. We're not doing that today, please. We're not doing nothing about the Jews today. Shout out to the Jews. Shout out to the Jews, man. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Happy Hanukkah. But, man, not today, Pagoda. We were walking out of here. I'm just doing a little wrap-up, and I'm gone. 5 minutes, Pagoda. I'm gone. You should have came a lot earlier. You know, you can come up here anytime, Pagoda, anytime. But you came in at the end. I'm almost 5 hours, Pagoda. Not going to go into Whoopi Goldberg and I'm walking out of the door. Come back Thursday, Pagoda. Come back Thursday, and we can discuss it. All right? Big said, let's talk about Black Life. That's you from now on. From me to you. Stay risen and oh, thank you, sister. I appreciate you. You too. Stay risen and chosen, because you was chosen. You is chosen. You know what I'm saying? You know, you made me see that miracles do happen, sister. Because I seen where you was when you know, when you had that moment that you had over knowledge relationships. I seen where you were, and I see where you are now. And shout out to you, man. I know it's a lot, and we all go through a lot. But man, thank you for staying around and letting us be able to get that knowledge off of you, man, and all that, and get the essence off of you, man. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships as well. Yeah, we'll go to, man. Come back on Thursday, man, because I don't have time to go through all that today, man. I don't have, especially not right now, man. I'm about to get out of here. I'm just giving out a little bonus round, and that's it. Nobody else is coming up here. So then he said, just in your own self-reflection, we'll go to nothing you have to speak on. Just want you to think about it. Yeah, that's all. Phoenix said, black men picked me up. Yeah, they did. They did. They had the Lord working through them, because, and shout out to Von Bryant, by the way. Von Bryant was in that crew too, man. Shout out to Von Bryant. Yeah, Von Bryant participated in that situation as well. Yeah, man. So everybody over there, man, give a kudos to. But the most kudos I give is to you, because you are the one that pulled through it. You're the one that had to make the decision to move through whatever you was going through at that moment. So I give you the most kudos out of everybody, sis. Shout out to you, man. You're always welcome to come up here. Always. Always. Right? Even if you just pop in for a minute. Hey, but Clans, just then you know, I'm just here. All right, I'm gonna step back down. I'm gonna go back in the chat. So, or you can just sit in the chat, whatever. But you know, yeah, strong performance from Sister Sophia, man. Always, always, always. Big Rigs, strong performance from everybody in the chat, man. Even Pagoda, man. Pagoda was good. He didn't even try to come up here right now, man. Shout out to Pagoda, man. Shout out to Pagoda, our television brother, man. All right, yeah, y'all. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do, y'all. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna come back here on Thursday. I don't know if Rico's gonna be here, because Rico's going to the DR, right? And his wife may have him on have him on have him on honeydews, right? So he may be out and about in the street down in the DR, and then he's gonna hang out with the Dominican route, John from the Dominican route, so who also has a place down there. So they may be hanging out. So either both of them will come on, because he told me that's what he wanted to do, have both of us be on at the same time. So we'll see. If not, just gonna be your brother flying solo, right? Just be me flying solo, but that's okay, y'all. That's okay, y'all. Don't worry. I always take care of y'all, man. We have a good topic, and we have a good discussion, all right? Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Love y'all so much, man. All right, y'all. We will be back here on Thursday. I will see everybody. Oh man, Vaughn with all of us. Oh man, I know I got you. I know, and especially you, Vaughn. Vaughn will, man. I'm telling you something about Vaughn, man. Vaughn will text you in a minute, man. Text me in a minute. Hey, brother. what's going on? Or he called, hey, what's going on, brother? Checking in on you, man. What's happening with you? So appreciate y'all, man. Those of y'all that text, Sister Annie, y'all, and Bolo and all of y'all that text, man, and hit me up. Just check on me, man. See what's going on. I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Or they hit me in the email. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. All right, y'all. So this is what we're gonna do, y'all. Huddle up, huddle up, huddle up. We're gonna meet back here on Thursday. Now, if y'all want me to talk about a specific topic, y'all know y'all got my email, man. Y'all can hit me up in the email, man. Right, go over there to the community, not community, but the About page. Go to the About page, hit on it, hit the email, and my email will come up, and you can just email me, man. Tell me what you want us to talk about, what to hear us talk about, right? And we can do a show on that. Or you're gonna be subject to something I have to think of, right? Or something that Vaughn or send me, or Patrice, or Patrice is another one that will check on me, right? So you know what I'm saying? So anyway, yeah. So anyway, we gotta get out of here, y'all. I've been saying that for the last hour, right? All right, y'all. I will see y'all on Thursday, man. Shout out to Sister Sophia. Glad you stopped by. Shout out to Pagoda. Well, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do the when we talk about religion, man. One day. We gotta let me get Pagoda. Let me get through the backpacks. And once I get done with the backpacks, then I'll have more time to be able to set something like that up, man. I promise you I will do that. But I gotta do that after the backpacks, because backpacks is of primary importance right now. We got to get those backpacks out. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all on Thursday. Peace.